All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on wherever you are in this world. It is 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the East Coast, United States. We do have some viewers out in Europe, Australia, all over the world. So greetings to everyone out there. First off, can you guys hear me? Europe, Australia, all over the world. So greetings to everyone out there. First off, can you guys mute that? Okay, let me get rid of that. Sorry about that. A little sort of I don't know what you call it, feedback there. Can you guys hear this? Is this going through? I'm just waiting. Hey to those joining. Hey, Good Egg. Hey, Curious Rose. Just kind of waiting for folks to kind of come in here. I don't know if this is coming through or not. Just push a 1 or say, hey. Okay, cool. Hey, excuse me out. It's good seeing you. Good seeing you, my friend. Yes, all right. Good to see you, Vicky. All right, good. I'm glad that. Thank you so much for joining us on this Sunday. I know we all have other things to do and so on. I think we have a good video though today. I think we're gonna have a good talk, a good discussion. Hey, how's it going? If Xbox die, how's it going? Good to see you. Oh, you can't hear me. Okay, can you hear me now? Oh, can you hear me? Can you guys hear me or? Okay, maybe. Okay, good. I can hear me. You can hear. Okay, good. Okay. Just want to make sure that you guys can hear. Good. Okay. Okay. You scared me there. Excuse me now. All right. Excuse me now. What did you scared me there? All right. So this case right here is a very good case, and just a heads up here. Just I'm only going to do this for a couple of hours, at the most 3. I've got this room reserved for 3 hours, so at the most it's going to be probably for 3 hours, probably 1 to 3 hours, depends on how it goes. There's a big hockey game going on tonight that I definitely want to watch. I do think that the Avalanche is going to close it out. That's just my opinion on the road. I may be wrong. I think Kadri is going to go nuts. I think he's going to score a goal. But I definitely want to catch that out. Yes, Lauren, yes. Give me just a couple of minutes here. I'm just going to kind of give a little introduction and so on. Then I can have you join on, so on. So yes, thank you so much. Excuse. It's good to see you. Yes, go back. All right. That's not my team, by the way. That's not my team. But I'm rooting for them for sure. Oh, there we go, Vicky. All right, good. It's good stuff. All right. So before I begin, I want to kind of explain exactly how I got involved in this case and who I am. First off, for those of you who don't know me, I'm a double board certified adult and child psychiatrist. I'm here on YouTube. Been here for about maybe, I want to say 2 years or so, something like that, off and on. I do this more for sort of a hobby. So pretty much what I'm trying to say is that this is not my career. I'm not looking this to be my career. I enjoy what I do in real life. I like seeing patients. I like treating folks that need help. This YouTube thing's a side project, a little hobby. And as a result, I don't ask for donations. I don't ever do super chats. I always demonetize any sort of topics that involve children or victims and whatnot. And we talk about interesting cases a lot of times. And this is a case that definitely involves children. So as a result, everything is full disclosure, is demonetized. I'm not looking here to profit any way possible. I haven't gotten paid or reimbursed at all. We will have a special guest later this evening or this afternoon, wherever you live, which we'll talk to one of the mothers here shortly. But I can guarantee that there's no money that's been exchanged. And likewise, to be fair and objective, if the other mother wants to come in the future and talk on this show, on this channel platform, sure, I like to go ahead and look at both sides of the coin. And so I have no problem with that if the other mom for this case wants to come on board. So without further ado, let's go and talk about how I got involved with this case. So a little background. I have been for the past couple of weeks, been kind of cleaning up my garage. And a lot of times what I'll do is I'll kind of listen to like YouTube. I've been kind of lumped into sort of the drama community. I guess it involved me doing a series a couple of maybe months ago or maybe a couple of years ago. The cases where there's a lot of drama involved. And so I kind of got lumped in, and you see like these recommended videos. And long story short, a lot of times, like when I'm cleaning out stuff, I have to go ahead and put these videos on while I'm cleaning stuff out. It's like these live streams are like 2 hours, 3 hours. And it's like set it and forget it. I'm here in the garage, I'm cleaning. And so I have listened to a couple of recent live streams. I'm not going to mention who the creator was because I don't name drop unless I get their permission, and I haven't. But he or she talked about this case a couple of times just recently, and it sort of perked my ear. I'm like, this is kind of sounds interesting. Definitely it's something on my alley because it's involves just questions about, first off, involves children and questions about ABUSE, bullying, and stuff that I kind of see in my real life sort of practice and what I do. So I thought, let me go ahead and kind of take a deeper dive into this. So that's how I got involved into this case. And, this case also is interesting because if you kind of step back, you kind of look at it from a philosophical standpoint. Now it's kind of progressed. And don't worry, I'll tell you the details of this case more in depth. I'll show some videos. But you kind of look at it from a philosophical standpoint. Now you have these two parties and their parents or their mothers are clashing at one another. We have one of the mothers here today, which we're going to show later when I interview her. But you always wonder now, are we getting to that point now where we're reaching sort of a demise of civilization to where our neighbors are now fighting amongst one another, and I kind of grew up like my parents. I look at my parents and I lived in my childhood home for a good chunk of my life, and their neighbors, my parents' neighbors, they're like good people, and not saying anyone's bad here, but they'll lend a helping hand, and they'll lend you some tools and can we borrow your mower, this and that, and you can take advice from them. I mean, we looked after each other, and so that's how my parents' neighbors were, kind of like the home improvement, Mr. Wilson, kind of effect. But it seems like now these days, everywhere I go and I talk to my friends, they're a kind of newer generation. A lot of them are telling me that they have houses, but a lot of them don't like their neighbors. And I don't know if it's a new kind of generation thing or what it is. Are we striving more towards egocentrism, where we kind of focus on ourselves and only ourselves? It just makes us wonder, like, okay, are we starting to see the beginning of the end here? So there's a lot of other questions you sort of you can philosophize and so on. Because I tell you, my friends who have these neighbors, I mean, they flat out don't like them. And I hope that, that's not the case everywhere. Maybe it's getting that way. I don't know. But this is a very interesting case. And so yesterday, I was kind of doing some research on this case. The past 2 days, I just kind of was reading up on it and watching videos and so on. And I originally was going to go ahead. I said, oh, wow, this is an interesting case. I think I sort of kind of knew how to sort of approach this. But then late last night, I got a message from one of the mothers involved in this case. And she was saying, hey, do you mind if I come on this panel and talk about, come on with you, this live? I said, sure. So I'm now going to have to structure this a little bit differently to where, originally I was going to talk more about the psychological underpinnings of this case and kind of give a little bit more sort of overall generalities. But now because, and it's not the mom's fault, I'm not, blaming anyone. I'm not saying, pointing any bad fingers or anything like that. But just because I don't want to go ahead and get too involved or too depth, I don't want there to be any sort of, conflict of interest or showing I have some sort of favoritism or preference. And again, this is an open invitation for both sides of the coin here, both parents, do they want to join. And today it's going to be the alleged bully's mother who's going to join us later. But I know a lot of people who are joining me right now may not even know what case I'm talking about. So let's go ahead and talk about what case this is. So briefly, okay, so in late April, I have my notes here, by the way, to refresh my memory. It's a city called Bridgeport, Connecticut. There was a tragic incident where a group of boys were playing with one another in the backyard with a burning soccer ball. I think they were inspired by TikTok videos, what one of the clips said when I watched yesterday. And I understand that, look, it happens. Kids do foolish things. We all were there. I mean, to some extent or another, I myself did foolish things as a child. I mean, who doesn't? But immediately you can see in the video, and by the way, I will show these clips later, and they could be disturbing. So I'll give you a little warning when I show these clips if you want to turn away. It's definitely something that you want to be aware of, that just caution is what I'm saying. But immediately when the child's face gets caught on fire, and the mother of that child whose face got caught on fire claims that it was a result of one of the children who she labeled as a bully, who she claimed threw a burning ball at him. Fortunately, the child recovered really well. I mean, if you look at pictures today, I'm not sure how long he was in the hospital for, but my goodness, it looks like not much happened to his face. I mean, you can't really tell. I mean, beautiful, and I'm not a dermatologist. I'm not a skin expert. I can analyze dreams, but I really can't analyze skin. I'm guessing maybe because of his youth, it helped with the healing process. Maybe there's advancements in technology, but really doesn't look, I mean, looks really well healed and so on. So I'm fortunate about all that. But while he sort of recovered from, his injuries from a physical standpoint, alongside, he also got showered with gifts. There was a police caravan that sort of patrolled in tribute for him. He also got to throw the first pitch out at the Yankees game. And meanwhile, the other child in the story was supposedly ostracized. The one that was labeled as the bully, the one that was labeled as the one who threw the ball, the burning ball. And supposedly, again, I'm just going through what I did my research yesterday. Supposedly he lost a lot of his friends. And there was extreme backlash, including folks saying that they would, burn down his house down. So this was all reported, and some news reports I read and so on. And we'll definitely talk to Mom, and we'll get more details about that. However, there is a turn and twist to the story. There is new footage that came out 10 days ago that was released by the mom of the child that's being blamed as the bully. That sort of paints a different story. So I'm going to go ahead. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and just play 2 video clips. It's from the News Source Inside Edition. They're both each a little over 2 minutes. And again, like I said from the get-go, this channel is demonetized, or these videos are demonetized, and all rights and proceeds, I guess, will go to Inside Edition. I'm also just want to let you be aware that this is all when I'm going to play this videos, and it's all under through the Fair Use Act. So I guess I have permission to play it because I'm going to comment it. So let's go ahead and play these videos here while I have it. And good to see you guys here. Thank you for joining us. Okay, so the first video here is an Inside Edition clip, kind of telling a little background about the case.
It was a heartbreaking story. A 6-year-old boy hospitalized with severe burns after his family says a neighborhood bully threw a burning ball at him. The cops say their investigation found no evidence that the boy was deliberately injured. Now the accused kid's family is speaking out and sharing video that they say vindicates the child.
It's security camera video of children playing in a backyard. Then comes the horrific moment when a little boy catches fire. The just-released video shows the 6-year-old's burns may not have been caused by an alleged neighborhood bully, as his family had claimed. Laura Jacoby is the mother of the alleged bully. She released the eye-opening video today.
I want the truth that there was no bullying at all whatsoever.
We first met little Dominick Krankall, his face covered in bandages, inside his hospital room last April. He had severe burns to his face and body. His parents said an 8-year-old neighbor had poured gasoline over a ball, lit it, and then threw it right at Dominick's face.
My son will never see that house ever again.
Where are those children? He asked, Mommy, please don't take me back there.
Cops in Bridgeport, Connecticut were so moved by Dominick's plight and the fact he wants to be a police officer, they organized a parade outside the hospital to cheer him up as the little guy waved from his hospital room, his face covered in bandages. Laura Jacoby is now relating what she says really happened that terrible day. She says she had to run an errand and left 2 of her children in the care of Dominick's mother.
She told me she had them, that they were safe, they were fine in the backyard.
The video shows the children setting a soccer ball on fire and kicking it. Then, the alleged bully grabs a container of gasoline, fills a cup, lights it on fire, and leaves it on the ground. Dominick walks over to the cup and catches on fire. His pants may have been wet with gasoline. Reckless play without a doubt, but apparently not the type of intentional attack that Dominick's family had claimed.
They weren't playing with gasoline until I had left. So that's when she had stated in the window to put it away. She should have came down there. She should have removed it from them, and she neglected it. She neglected as a mother to do that.
Police say after investigating, they found nothing on the video showing any bullying. Vindication for this mom who says she and her son had been unfairly maligned.
How can you do this to my child and my family?
No charges were filed. A neighbor of the families is quoted as saying the kids were trying to imitate a TikTok video.
Okay, so that came out, that video Inside Edition clip, I believe came out maybe 10 days ago. Around the same time the video surfaced, I think the mother of the alleged bully released a video clip of saying that it's vindicated her son. And I believe that Inside Edition clip just came shortly thereafter. Now, there's a follow-up Inside Edition clip that just came out maybe a couple of days ago. I want to say maybe 3 days ago. I'm not sure exactly the time frame. But I just want to kind of show you, just sort of giving you a sort of update of where the case is, where it stands right now. Again, I'm showing this under the Fair Use Act. So let's go and play this clip here. All rights reserved to Inside Edition. Let me see here and play this clip. Where is this? Here we go.
They may have been friends once, but it appears it is now all-out war between those two families involved in the story of a little boy who was horribly burned. The mother of the alleged bully says security footage proves her child was blameless, but the mom of the boy who was burned says that's just not the case. Here's Amber Cogliano.
It's mom versus mom. She says her 6-year-old son was burned by a neighborhood bully.
You can actually see the outline of where his face had been lit on fire.
But the mom of the alleged bully says it was just an innocent accident and her son is not at fault.
My child never bullied Dominick.
Backyard surveillance video shows the moment 6-year-old Dominick Krankall catches fire. But Dominick's mom, Maria Rua, says the moment when the alleged neighborhood bully threw a burning ball into his face was not captured on video. Dominick's family told us you can see the alleged bully holding a ball in his hand right before the incident. The case gained national attention when Dominick appeared from his hospital room window, his face covered in bandages, waving to cops who had organized a parade in his honor. A GoFundMe page for Dominick has raised almost $600,000. The family says they have purchased a new house, and Dominick appears in a video thanking his supporters.
Thanks for all the prayers that made me heal so well and all the gifts. Thanks for the money to buy a house.
It's disgusting what some people are saying. We were not for the money at all. Like I've said a million times, I'd rather be broke than anything happen to Dominick. What he went through, it was not easy.
But the family of the so-called bully say they are being unfairly maligned. This is the 11-year-old youngster. With the permission of his mom, we spoke to him today in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Did you harm Dominick?
No.
You did not. You did not harm him in any way?
No.
The family is saying that you did, that you are responsible for the burns on his body.
No.
What happened?
So the cup was on fire on the floor. Then he ran up, then jumped on it, and gas went all over his face.
Laura Jacoby is his mother.
Maria, just come out with the truth.
Police investigated the case and said there was no evidence that Dominick was bullied or that foul play was involved.
Okay, all right. So that was the sort of latest update, at least a couple of days ago, where we stand in this case. It's almost like a sort of a he said, she said, or in this case, I guess she said, battle of both moms, different sides, and very interesting. And these kinds of cases, you wonder exactly, okay, well, who's kind of telling the truth or who's not, or is there something that one side is sort of feigning, the other is not? And so it's kind of hard to say when you're stuck in the middle. But it makes a lot of interest and discussion. I myself like to look at sort of objective data and objective evidence. I don't like to go ahead and just listen or reside to subjective inferences. So I just took a look at actually the surveillance video. There's a video floating around YouTube, and I'm going to play this right now. Again, these videos might be disturbing for some folks out there. It shows someone's face and, just a lot of distress and so on. So you may want to turn away. But there's a video that's out there that shows the actual surveillance footage, the entire ordeal. So I'm going to go ahead and play that real quickly also. And don't worry, we'll get to the interview soon. We'll talk to the mom, get some clarifications. I have a lot of questions in regards, just out of curiosity, in regards to sort of like the, I guess the fine tuning, sort of the details, because there are a lot of holes here that at first glance, I think, oh, this seems pretty straightforward. Or then you look at it and you say, wait, hold on. Okay, no, I think it's probably, but then the more you look into it, you say, well, hold on here. I really can't say, but that's why I'm so glad that you guys are here today and we can have a good discussion. I'll get to your comments also here. But let me show this video clip again. We're taking a closer look. This is through the Fair Use Act. And it was footage that was obtained from a news source, WFSB3. I'm not sure exactly where that's from or how they got a source of this video footage, but it is good footage nonetheless. And it's one of the clearest I can kind of see up until now. So let me kind of show you. It's about a minute long, and you kind of see the environment. You can look around and see what you see more in depth, and maybe that will sort of answer some questions. So let's get to that here. So this right here, where is that video clip? Here we go.
The one on the right is the so-called bully playing with Dominick Krankall.
Okay, all right. So there's some video clips there that we reviewed. And I guess before I bring one of the moms up on panel to join me, there's a lot of questions here. And don't worry, we'll have the comments also. We'll interact with the audience and kind of get their comments, their takes. If you want to ask any questions also, feel free. I guess to me, one of the biggest questions I have, and I'll definitely ask, if the mom ever wants to come, if she wants to still come on board. I assure you also, again, that I'm not connected with anyone. I'm not here to go ahead and do any trapping, investigative questions. I just want to get more answers, more clarity. I haven't been hired by anyone. At any point, when I bring the mom up on stage here, if she doesn't feel comfortable answering any questions, feel free to say, I don't feel comfortable. It doesn't give any sort of guilt or innocence or anything like that. It's just, I know how these things work. If it's involved in sort of like legal thing or build up a case or whatever. But I'm going to go and talk real quick about the elephant in the room, at least the thing that really stands out to me. And let me just kind of show you this. And I'm sure this was discussed before, but the obvious kind of thing when I look at this sort of picture is this sort of video clips. It's just the environment, the overall sort of feel I'm getting from, I'm sure there are two pictures here. Here's the backyard. I get it how like they're in the Northeast. I understand a lot of homes in the Northeast. They're smaller. You've got smaller backyards, smaller areas to play and so on, compared to other homes in different parts of the country, say in Texas, for example, where you have bigger, more likely wider spaces and so on to run around. So I get how there's small spaces, but what strikes me is just how cramped and how just cluttered, which again, I understand there's not much space and room, but you see right from when the video plays, you see these, I don't know if you can see my pointer, but I circled the object. You see these two gas cans lying there. And then in the background, you see this, I guess is a barbecue grill. I understand it's summer, fine. It looks like a barbecue pit, I'm guessing. Was there some ignition fluid there? I don't know. How do they get access to that? I don't know. I know kids are kids. They'll find anything, especially boys will be boys. They can find ladders on the floor. So I'm not really faulting them for that. It's just curiosity piques their mind. But just look at this sort of environment. And then you look at the next picture here, the next shot. There's multiple objects to me that are just striking. And this is not myself using my psych knowledge or of any sort. It's just common sense. You've got multiple different various objects. It looks like the set of a Mad Max movie, not to undermine this sort of this case or anything like that or make light of it. But that's the first thing that sort of jumped in my mind was I pictured Mad Max. Mel Gibson, it just seems bearing, you just have these multiple mechanical objects. You have these two big motorcycles. To me, it seems kind of dangerous. You have these kids running around. What if they run and hit one of the motorcycles? It falls on them. You've got all these other various objects in the middle. You've got on the table, you've got a chainsaw. Then you've got like the propane tanks diagonally, 8 o'clock to that. And then 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock to the chainsaw. I don't know what that is. I'm guessing those are maybe tools, or I can't really make that out. Doesn't look that conducive to play though. And then you've got this big, in the middle, this blue object of some sorts. I'm just envisioning, what if these kids, boys are rough. What if they ran and, hit the table or playing, and just fell on one. So that was the most glaring thing about this. It's like, okay, is this environment even proper for these kids to go in and play in this? And so that's one of the questions I definitely will ask and see exactly. I don't know exactly the background, whose home it is or whose responsibility, whatever. I guess we can go ahead and talk more about that. But I do have a lot of questions. If the mom wants to come on board now, I'm going to go and pin the link. And I'm sorry about the comments. Don't worry, I'll get to your comments later, I promise. There's a lot here going on for sure. And we got a couple hours to kill on the Sunday. So let me go ahead and put the link here. If the mom still wants to come on board, I'm not sure if she's still here or not. Let me go ahead and see how to pin this link. Okay, invite. Okay, I'm going to copy this to clipboard, copy. And I'm going to go ahead. Actually, I'm going to do old-fashioned way, paste. Sorry, I'm not really skilled at this YouTube thing. Paste. Okay. So there's the link. I don't know if the mom can go and click. This is only just for the mom. This is the mom of the alleged bully, by the way, who's with us. I'm not sure if there's mom's going to go ahead and join us. In the meantime, while I'm waiting for mom to go ahead, usually should indicate and so on. I guess I'm going to go and just ask my questions here. Aside from the environment, is this a conducive environment for the children to play? To me, it just shows definitely red flags. I'd like to know exactly, the meaning behind that or the intentions behind that. Was it unintentional? And if that's the case, I mean, hey, look, I understand how a lot of times we don't have much space to store our motorcycles or our objects, of value and so on. But if we don't have a shack or a garage because of limited space, and that being said, though, okay, if the kids have to go outside and exercise and play, which all kids have to do that, then was there ever a system set up to where they would be monitored 24/7 when they're outside playing, especially if there are these chainsaws and scooter bikes and so on, just and gas cans dangling out there? To me, it just seems kind of a little bit sort of not the best sort of choice. I'm trying to be nice here and so on. Believe me, I'm not here faulting anyone. But that's the number one thing I think, speaking the elephant in the room for everyone more likely here, is probably what's glaring at this video more than anything. I also looked at the comments in these videos, and that's like the number one thing, these comments that, what's up with the environment? Why is it looking like, it looks just so just dangerous, is what most people are saying. So that's the biggest question here. Okay, so I don't know. I don't know if the link went through or not. I'm going to post the link again. But if not, no worries. If the mom backed out or had to run an errand or doesn't want to come on here, no worries, no problems. I don't want to go ahead and put anyone under pressure. This is not here to go ahead and push into the wall saying, why didn't you show up? Because we have material we can talk about here, and we can go ahead and go through the comments and so on. But I want to put the link again here, just to go ahead, and I'm going to do the different copy to clipboard. Maybe that copied. Okay. Again, I don't even know how this YouTube game works. I'm going to copy and paste. Okay. So there you go. I haven't gotten any word here. So the mom may have decided she may have stepped out or may realize I was just yammering and may come back later. But anyways, let me go ahead and bring to my other points here, my other questions. And trust me, I'll get to the comments also. I feel bad. Thank you so much for all the comments and so on here. Okay. So that's the number one thing, is just the backyard environment. The second thing, and again, I'm taking a neutral approach. I'm not here to go ahead and pick sides, because I honestly, really, truthfully, if I had to, I can't. Initially, I thought I could. Then I thought later on, maybe I could. But the reality is, there's just so much unknowns here. I have like a list. I have literally papers and papers of just unknowns here. That makes this case not that straightforward. I think it's more than meets the eye. And I'm going to go ahead and address these questions. But the second question I have is, aside from the environment, I would like to answer, and these questions are for both parents. The environment. I mean, are both parents responsible because of the environment? Who's to blame up knowing about the setup, the knowledge of setup? Whose house is it? Who's supervising? That's the first question. Second question I have is there another video out there, like another vantage point? Now, we see in those videos that we reviewed earlier, there's only one camera. And I don't know exactly if there was maybe another camera positioned somewhere else. I know most homes, most security devices, usually there's like one camera, but they usually cover the entire space. And the reason why I'm bringing this up, and just to sort of not play favorites, but just to, play both sides of the coin equally, in the Burn Boy's mother's defense, she's claiming that there is a point where you can't see anything off camera. And that's correct. I mean, there are like a few seconds, I would say 2 seconds or so, 2 or 3 seconds, to where they go off camera and you don't know exactly what happened off camera. Could the boy could have thrown the ball at him? Who knows? I don't know. No one knows. So that's a good question to have. I mean, is there another camera we're seeing that we don't know, we're not privy to? Maybe the police have their investigation they're conducting. Maybe there's some neighbors footage that can show a different vantage point. That's another question I'd like to see, because if we can go ahead and eliminate that sort of uncertainty, those 2-3 seconds, then I think it'll add a little bit more clarity. The other question I have here is related to the, off camera, supposedly a ball was thrown at his face. That's one of the stories, at least. We'll get to the other stories. but it's more of a dipping versus dousing scenario. Was the ball dipped in sort of a flammable liquid and thrown at him, or was it doused? And that may kind of sound a little silly, dip versus douse, but I think it's a huge question I think we should ask, because, I mean, I have right here a ball. It's not, I think it was a tennis ball that was used or supposedly claimed. I may be wrong. It might have been a base. I don't know exactly, but it was a ball nonetheless. And I have a sample ball here, and I think I have like a normal size adult hand. And let's just say that the bully's hands were the size as mine. Okay. I'm just giving the benefit of the doubt, just speculating. Yeah, as you can see my hands right here, and this ball will fit like in the palm of my hand. So if it was doused in liquid, it's going to cover the entire ball, so that more than likely, no matter which way you spin it, more than likely that alleged bully's fingers or hands would have been burned or smoldered, or there have been smut or something on it, some remnants of fire, smoke, or something. Oh, here we go. Device is not connected. Laura's trying to connect here. Uh-oh. Let me see here. They will need to connect. Okay, it says here you will need to connect their mic/cam before you can add them to the stream. Uh-oh. So I think you need to connect your mic/cam before I can add you to the stream, Laura. I think she's trying to connect. Laura's the mother of the alleged bully. So while she's trying to figure that out, I'll just go ahead and continue that. But that was one of the questions I had, because there was a mention about a ball being thrown and so on. So was it dipped or was it doused? Now, if it was dipped in flammable liquid, then maybe, the alleged boy could grab it at the end and sort of get away, and to where he was not burned at all, his fingers or his hands, is my guess. I'm not an expert in the flammable, throwing ball or baseball, which I think Dominick's mother is alleging, or alleged, I believe, in the Inside Edition clip that we saw that happened. And if they didn't evaluate the hands of the bully boy, at the least at the scene of the, I don't want to say crime, or the scene of where it happened, the incident happened, did they find any sort of remnants of the ball? Or, oh, here we go. We got Laura here joining us. I'm going to go ahead and add her on the stream, and we can talk more here. A lot to talk about here today. Okay, here we go. I'm going to add you here, Laura. Good. All right. Welcome, Laura.
Hi.
Do you mind if I call you Laura? Or do you mind calling your last name is?
Jacoby.
Okay. Do you want me either or? Do you mind calling it Jacoby or?
No, you could call me Laura.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate your time, and thank you for coming. A little short notice. To be honest with you, I had no idea, no clue. I got your message yesterday, last night, and it really shocked me, because really I'm a small channel, to be told, and really these live streams, mostly when I do these things, it's like 7-8 people usually show up. So we have like 5 times the amount today right now. So I really appreciate your time and so on. And I know you've gone through a lot. And just for the viewer's sake here, just so there's clarification, so there's no, you can confirm that you can confirm that I have not gotten paid by you or nothing?
No.
Okay.
No,
okay.
not at all.
Okay, just want to make sure that's correct. I mean, and definitely I'm just want to try to stay as neutral as possible. And likewise, the mother, on the other side of the coin, Dominick's mother, if she ever wants to come down, she can always in the future come on this channel and speak her little 2 cents. But thanks for joining us. I guess the first to start off, let me just kind of ask a little background. How long have you known the family, Dominick and Maria? How do you know them, and how long have you known them?
I have known them for a year. Actually, I had met them at a hotel that we were staying at, because we had a fire in our home last year, and we were there for about a month and a couple days. And it was weird, because their room was like right across from our room, and one of her friends actually had a room right next to her. So we were very close, because we built a bond while we were staying there, because she had as many kids as I did. And it worked out really nice as we were staying there. And as the kids built a bond, the boys had started talking to the girls, and the girls had stated that they were looking, they didn't like living in a hotel, and that it would be nice to live in a house. And my son had, ran it by me, my 17-year-old, that, when we go back home, can we have them rent upstairs? let's ask Grandpa. And I said, that's fine. I said, that would be nice, seeing that you all got along, and it was very nice. And like I said, they built a really, really nice bond. Her kids were, like I said, all the same age as well. So I had them come to the house. They, met my dad. They looked at the apartment and they fell in love with it. And the kids were super excited. And ever since that day, when I was leaving from the hotel, they already had plans on moving in within that week's period of time as I left the hotel to come live here. And it worked out very, very nice.
Okay. So you've known them for about a year, their family.
Correct.
Things smooth in the beginning, things were nice and so on.
Awesome. Awesome.
Okay. So no animosity,
nothing at all whatsoever. The kids felt really sad for them because they were living at the hotel and they seemed very sad. They were outside every day. The girls were out there with their dogs. That's how they built the bond, because my son had a dog with him as well. So when they would walk their dog, my kids would walk the dog. And that's how they opened up. And they said that they were staying at a hotel and they wanted to be back living in a house.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. And by the way, I don't know if you heard me earlier, but if there's any questions that you don't feel comfortable with answering, definitely feel free to tell me and say, I'd rather not answer. I'm not looking here to go ahead and press anyone. Okay, so you've known the family for about a year, and the boys, Dominick, you've known also that same amount of time. So they were living at your place upstairs. Is that correct?
Correct. Second floor.
Okay. So, and so you're basically, I guess, for lack of a better term, I don't know how to describe it, like a landlord, or just, I guess, own the house.
Actually, my parents owned the property. They built this. This is where I was born and raised.
Okay.
So I came back here to live. I've been here for 21 years. I came back here with my family to live.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Now, one of the big questions I had, I guess I'll just get to it because I brought up earlier, I don't know if you heard or not, but is that backyard. I keep going back to that. And you look at the pictures, you look at the images, and it just doesn't look like an environment conducive to play for a child to run around and play in. Was that ever addressed, or was that something that was ever brought? Whose stuff is that, and why was it there? And
well, I could understand what you're saying, but springtime was coming in effect, and I had happened to pull out a lot of the stuff prior to that, and was getting prepared to start doing yard work and cleaning. And as you can see, there's a table, and I had placed everything on the table, and I also had told Maria prior to that of leaving to make sure that she was watching the children in the backyard. And she had stated to me that she was aware of that and she would be watching them.
I see. Now, was this like many times where she was left watching the kids and
she was never, ever told to watch the kids any other time? They happened to be in that backyard. They were playing all day long, riding bicycles, back to the front all day. We were outside all day. My children, as well as myself, were out since early in the morning, playing all day, until it was later in the afternoon that I started to cook dinner, that she happened to come downstairs and we had conversation face to face. And her 3-year-old happened to be upstairs by himself with the father sleeping in the living room. And he had come waddling downstairs, and he while the boys were outside playing. And he had stated that I stated to her that I was going to be making dinner, which I was. And she asked me if I make homemade gravy and if it was brand, the new real gravy. And I had said, yes. I said, I do it every Sunday, Maria. I said, you're more than welcome to feed the children if you like. She said, no. She said, because Kayla, which is her older daughter, always takes the children every Sunday, usually, to the horse range. And the girls, all her girls, Kayla, Savannah, and Lorelai, always go. And usually when they go, they leave around 8, and they usually come back around 4:30, 5 o'clock. And she had made the statement that she didn't go grocery shopping, and she was going to follow through going grocery shopping when the girls got back home. And I said, but I have plenty of food, Maria. I said, you're more than welcome. It's not finished yet. I said, but you're more than welcome to feed the boys. I said, knowing that the fact that they were going back to school early the next day because they were home for a couple days with the week of vacation. And she had said, no, no, no. Like I said, I'm going to wait for the girls to go home because then they could watch the boys when I go grocery shopping. I said to her, okay, but you know the food's here. Then her little guy was down here and then he waddled back up the stairs and she said, oh boy, you know, he's up going upstairs and my boyfriend's sleeping on the couch. And then she sighed and then she had to run back up the stairs because her little guy ran upstairs. But before she ran up, I said to her, do you mind watching the kids when I'm ready to leave? After I'm done cooking, do you mind watching the boys, seeing that they were outside? And I've been watching them. They were outside. And she said she had no problem. I told her I was going to let her know when the dinner was ready. When I was done, I was going to let her know and I was going to call her. And she said, totally fine. So you sure you're going to be able to watch them? She said, yes. And that was going to be 2 of hers, which was 6 and 7, as well as my 8 and 11-year-old. And she went back up to follow her son. She did not come down until I made the call that I called her after the food was done. I went out there twice. I went out there the first time to get a bag, which was going to be carrying the food with me to the work. So I went to grab the bag. I interacted with the boys. I told the boys, I said, boys, mom's going to be watching you guys. Guys got to be on your best behavior. And the 2 little boys, the 6 and 7-year-old that are her boys, Dominick and Aaron, said to my little guy, which is 3, Augustino, you're not staying. You're going. My mom is not watching you. And they made that statement clear that they did not want my little guy to be there, which he was not going to stay anyways. I had made it clear that it was going to be 2 of mine and 2 of hers that she was going to be watching in that backyard. And when the food was ready, I went and packed it all up, told the boys I was leaving, grabbed my little guy, and called directly upstairs and said, I'm on my way out. You sure you got them? She made the statement, yes, I have them. Don't worry about it. I said, are you sure, Maria? Yes. Laura, go. Okay. Then I chuckled and said, oh, no, Maria. I have 22 miles of gas. I didn't want to stop and waste any more time. I said to her, is it okay? You think I'll make it? Do I have to go get gas? She said to me, hold on. Her other friend was upstairs at the time. I wasn't aware of it. It's 21-year-old kid that usually hangs out with Aaron. But Aaron was asleep, like I said. She asked him, will Laura make it there and back with 22 miles? He said in the background and with a chuckle, she could make it to Monroe and back. So I said, okay, well, you know. Okay, again, Maria, I'm leaving now. You sure? Everything's okay? You positive? Yes, I got them. I was in my car at the time that I called her. I had my little guy in the car. My little guy even gave me a hard time, even from the back to go into the front, to go in the car because he jumped out, even out of the car because he really wanted to stay with the kids. And I said, no, you're not. And I put him in the car, back in the car. At that time, I left, knowing that they were in the care of Maria. As I said, she stated she had them. I left, went and did what I had to do and dropped off the dinner to my 2 boys. I even made the statement in the backyard to the boys that your brother locked his keys in the trunk of his car and Raymondo had to go and bring Marco with him as well as he had to go to work, and that I had to go and drop the food off. You can hear all that on a voice camera. Like I said, I got in the car, I left. When I left, my little guy on the way coming back home fell asleep. I pulled up, pulled exactly in the same spot that I left in, sat there for a few minutes. I was sitting there. As I was sitting there, I saw a woman across the street, a young woman with 2 children, a boy and a girl. And I was admiring it because, again, like I say, a lot of this doesn't go on in my neighborhood. I'm usually the one that cleans all in front of the house and on the side of the houses and everything. She was cleaning. She was talking about Earth Day. She was singing a song. And she was telling the boys and girl how important it is to keep the neighborhood clean. And at that time, I was watching, and all of a sudden I heard, while my son was sleeping in the car, I heard a fire.
And I didn't know exactly where it was coming from. I listened again and I heard it again. Now, I didn't see no children besides the woman across the street. Everything seemed silent besides the screaming. And I happened to turn my head because I'm looking around and saw Aaron, the father, come down the front stairs and looked dazed and confused. And I said to him, Aaron, is there a fire? Is something wrong? And he did not respond to me. So when he did not respond to me and still looked at me with the daze, I literally got out of my vehicle, grabbed my son, and followed him through the backyard. As I followed him through the backyard, I went up the stairs, followed the father. As I went up the stairs, I saw Maria standing by the kitchen sink, wiping her son's face, and already on a 911 call stating that the 8-year-old child took gasoline and lit the child on fire, her child. And I was screaming to Maria, Maria, where were you? You were supposed to be watching the children. And then she said it again. The 8-year-old child downstairs threw gasoline and lit my son on fire. And I was screaming at her because she was saying this without knowing what was going on as her child was being wiped down with a rag. And the skin was coming off his face because she was wiping. And I told her to put him in the bathtub because he also took his leg and was stomping on his leg because his leg was burned. And I placed him in the bathroom. The father was in the bathroom with me. And the mother went from the kitchen to the living room on the phone, talking to everybody on a phone call, because she did make conversation with my father. She made conversation with her daughter and a 911 call, all in the midst of it. And I was in the bathroom. I turned the cold water on for the child. I told the father, Aaron, please take off his clothes. He needs to stay in the tub until we get help. And then I said to Aaron, I'm going downstairs. The little boy was very calm. He did not speak. He sat there and did what he was told to do. I said, stay in the water. I will get help. And I said, I was going downstairs to find my children. I walked out of the bathroom, knew he was in care, knew I did my part, walked out and said to Maria as I screamed out to the door when I was leaving that I was going out. The kid was in the tub. I was going to find my children. Went down the stairs, and as soon as I already went down the stairs, there was already 911 and everybody else out in my front. Mm-hmm. And I never went out the front door because everybody was already inside my home, already for the camera, because they already knew I had camera, and I was already had them inside the bedroom looking at the footage.
Mm-hmm. I see. Wow. I'm so sorry that you guys had to go through all that. I know it's very difficult, I'm sure, to talk about and process.
It is because she neglected watching those children. They were at play all day long. They would have never gotten hurt if she would have watched them.
Now, in her defense, and again, I'm not taking anyone's side, but I'm just trying to play devil's advocate here and just wondering, were the kids, like in the past, did they ever like play alone by themselves in that sort of environment where no one was watching them, like just outside, like playing in the backyard?
In my backyard was very safe. Yes, they would play all the time. Backyard, front yard, side of the house, playing basketball. They would play kickball. They would be in the bank parking lot across the street from our house. They would ride bicycles. They would be up and down the street with their bicycles. They would be at the, there's a little park that we have down the street. They went to Bearsley Park. We had a lot of interaction with these children, a lot, with the supervision of my family and myself and their two daughters, Lorelai and Savannah, and my boys, and myself, like I said, as well. The mother, a lot of the times, always stayed upstairs. The father always stayed upstairs unless he was walking to the liquor store or to go get a package of cigarettes or his chicken wings that he usually gets at the corner store.
So that, I guess the backyard, that with all the objects in the backyard, I'm still sort of fixated on that. That's just recent. That
was just recent. Like I said, I was doing spring cleaning. You see a table is there. I placed everything on there to start doing spring cleaning. There is a shovel in the back. There's different things that I had pulled out. She was aware. Again, I told her, Maria, you need to watch the kids. She said she had them. She was going to be watching them. She was going to be supervising them.
Did you would always tell her to watch the kids all the time?
Never. Like I said, her kids were always down here. They always would run down here without her being aware, sometimes in the morning. And I would be like, Maria, she would scream out their name or have the girls come and get them. And I'd be like, they were already down here all morning. They'd come down here. I'd have pancakes already made, cereal on the table. The kids, I'd say, where's mommy? Oh, she's laying in bed still. And the girls weren't aware of it until later, probably by afternoon, by 12 o'clock. The kids were down here, always at play, always.
I see. And you're saying that she said clearly, and I did see this in one of the video clips yesterday. I guess she said that the 8-year-old doused my child with, I guess, flammable liquid, or gas or gasoline, and lit her on fire. Is that what she said you heard?
That's what she said she heard from her 6-year-old child.
Okay.
And there was no ball thrown at that child. My child has no burns. There was no ambulance here. There was no burns on my child's hands at all.
Okay.
And how can you pick up a flaming ball? Like I said, she stated that he was lured around the corner. Then she stated he was called from upstairs.
I see. Because the Inside Edition clip mentioned about a ball being thrown.
Okay, there was balls, there was cones, and there was his feet, and there was everything on the ground where they were lighting things on fire.
I see.
Correct.
Do you know if the police went ahead and looked at the hands of your son and looked?
Correct. They did. Yes, they did. The fire marshals, everybody was here. They checked him. They took all his clothing. They took Dominick's clothing, as well as they took Aaron's clothing, and they took Lorenzo's clothing. And they also had the dogs out, the forensic dogs.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that maybe, and I'm just speculating here, but Dominick, because this happened to him, he was afraid and told his mom he didn't want to get in trouble, so that's why he said the 8-year-old.
You know what? I don't think that they even questioned Dominick. I think that these parents just came up with this story because Maria and her daughters were already out in that backyard before I even got a chance to even go out there, because I was told by the fire department that I couldn't step on the property because it was under investigation. And Maria was already out there at every angle, if you look at the video footage, pointing out every angle of what was lit on fire. And obviously she took pictures of things. So she came up with a story of her own. And why wasn't her 7-year-old child questioned on what happened? Why is he not talking? Because I know my 8-year-old and my 11-year-old were questioned by the fire department as well as the police department. I'm aware of. And why was it only his face that was on for the world to see and not his leg? Where the question is, how did his leg get on fire?
Again, not to take anyone's side here. I'm just trying to stay in the middle and neutral. But do you think, just playing devil's advocate, that maybe Dominick wasn't questioned because here he was severely burned? They had to rush to the hospital, and that's why it wasn't the right time and place to ask these sensitive questions, because he has an acute injury, and that's why we need to attend to that first. And then later, maybe in the hospital, maybe he was questioned. Who knows?
Well, that's kind of hard to say because the GoFundMe already went. And immediately when Dominick already had gone into the hospital, it already was that he was bullied and that it was a soaked gas lit on fire thrown at the child. So how can you make that statement if that wasn't the truth? And you already put it out there for a GoFundMe for a bully.
Do you think that, and again, I'm just looking at just sort of the feedback I've been getting, just reading the comments, but I think one of the biggest criticisms is saying, hey, it should be the homeowner's responsibility to go ahead and make sure the environment is safe and conducive for, children. Do you think some of that blame should fall off?
No. That child went into the garage, in another person's garage, took the gasoline out of there. Dominick took the gasoline out of there. Now, if his mother was supervising those children, this would have never occurred. That was a lack of supervision. Okay. Where was she at the time that these kids were playing with the gas? Why was she, and it was stated in the Connecticut Post, that she told the boys to put the gasoline away and get inside. Where was she? And why did she not come down to remove the gas if she saw that? And again, she had a 6 and 7-year-old unattended out there, right? So why isn't her 7-year-old being questioned? And why isn't he able to talk? If he was one kicking a ball too in the back.
A lot of people, though, are saying, and I'm just looking on the sidelines here, but a lot of people are saying that, hey, maybe both parents are to blame here because.
Okay, so you drop your kid off at a daycare knowing it's being watched, correct? You bring your kid to a daycare saying this person's going to be watching your child. The little boy or the little girl drowns in the backyard. Well, if I brought my kid somewhere, don't you think it should be watched? I asked her to watch my children.
Yes, but in all fairness, though, I think we're comparing apples and oranges because, I mean, the daycare will not have a chainsaw in the middle of the floor and,
Okay, again, she was asked to supervise those children. Knowing the fact that I was cleaning and I was doing work earlier prior to that, which the kids were under my supervision a lot earlier and nothing happened because why? Again, I was outside. And I was aware of where all the children were. She was not outside. She was upstairs with the boy.
Oh, okay.
The father.
Oh, yeah. Uh-oh.
Mother.
Oh, yeah. I see. Sorry, you cut out at the very end. I'm sorry. Can you
Sorry. There was a phone call coming. I apologize.
No worries. Can you just say the very last thing you mentioned?
So the parents were still upstairs, a mother and a father. Where were they? Where was she? She claimed he was being bullied over a year, which was not true. So where was she at the time that her 6 and 7-year-old was outside all day long with my children? Again, she was out there at all, nor was the boyfriend.
Can they, counter and say, well, then where were you on that incident happened, when you dropped them off?
Okay, I stated that I went to drive my 2 boys, older sons, dinner that I made that I do every Sunday as a family here at my house. I cook dinner, and she knows that, Maria. Every Sunday is a very big thing. And I make macaroni, homemade macaroni. I make my sauce. I make everything right. And I dropped it off to my kids. My son had locked his keys in his trunk of his car. My other son, they were at my friend's house on the other side of town in Bridgeport. And I had told him, no need to worry. Don't worry about it. By the time I get there, it's not going to be ready. I'll drive it to your work. And their work is in Fairfield, mind you. So I told them, don't worry. I said, you drive your brother. We'll figure out how we can get the trunk open because he locked the keys, like I said. And I said, I was going to bring the food. It wasn't done anyways. So I already had the interaction with Maria. She already knew all this. She was aware of it. She should have been watching those children. She neglected watching them. And that was something quick for her to say, oh, well, I don't want to get arrested. So I will say that 8-year-old child did this to my child. So it gets her not arrested.
Did you specifically say to her, hey, I'm going to go ahead and, I have to drive off on these errands or whatnot. I'm though kind of concerned about I left these things. We have these objects outside in the yard. Can you just watch them? Did you preface that and give them a heads up that just for that?
I clearly stated to her, Maria, you sure you're going to be watching them? She told me she had them. Okay. Like I said, again, those kids were outside all day long at play. The only thing, they were, like I said, they were in the back, they were in the front, they were riding bikes, they were playing ball all day. One kid even had a flag. She didn't even know one of the kids that the lady on the 3rd floor even brought the kids to the corner to get air in the tire. That's how much she didn't even know. I mean, this was all day long from early morning. They never came downstairs.
Do you think in her defense, yeah, and again, I'm not on her side, in her defense, that she was probably thinking, okay, these kids before have played outside, no issues. So, what's a couple hours? Do you think she was thinking?
No, because I'm always outside with my kids. I'm always outside with my kids as well as her kids. So she always knew that there was supervision with her kids outside with my kids. because I don't leave my kids unattended outside.
Okay.
And that's why I asked her to make sure she had the kids. And she stated she had them. Don't worry.
So this burning ball story, then, there's no ball that was thrown.
Not at all. Not at all.
According to you, but she's claiming there was a ball, or is that my understanding? Or is she? I'm a little confused, to be honest, because I heard a couple of different various accounts. I heard that there was a ball that was thrown. I heard that the boy was doused with gasoline. Is her story changing?
Her story changes a lot, but you know, there were things that were set on fire in that backyard. But she used that to get out of what she neglected to do with those children. She used it. She went out there and analyzed every spot that they were in and took pictures, which she did. And she was not supposed to put her feet on the premises, nor were her daughters, and they were out there. And the fire department was already taking pictures of everything that was lit on fire. That child had a cap on backwards. They had forensics out here, okay? They had dogs out here. First of all, a child was already with gas ball that was being kicked around from his feet all the way to his face, being touched by gas, correct?
Yes, we did see the soccer ball.
Okay, that was the very first thing. After doing all that, rubbing his foot into the ground where gas was already on, where he did drop to the ground. So there was already gas vapors on that ground. That child fell backwards. That child's leg was on fire. That child had a cap on his head, which had plastic on his head. If forensics took that, right, and took all his clothing and the evidence, there were splatters all over his face of gas, okay? Because he was touching every part of his face. The hat was stuck on his head because it was plastic. So it was on top of his forehead that caught the plastic to stick on his head. Then the hat fell off because his face was on fire and his leg was on fire. When his leg got on fire, his leg went up in the air, which caught his face because of the vapors that he was kicking around that soccer ball.
I see. I did see the soccer ball, definitely for sure in the video clip. You can see it burning. There is, though, it looks like a tennis ball or a baseball that I think your son is holding.
That's actually a dog ball, if you want to be all, yeah, dog ball. And yes, that was probably way before that child got injured that ball was lit.
So that ball was also lit. That ball was
yes,
also
it was. Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
So can the mom say, hey, this is the ball that was lit that your son threw at the face? Is that?
That's from my understanding. She went out there and she used that as her way of saying that he was a bully. And yeah, that's what they used. That's what they did. That they used that ball and they said, oh, he soaked it in gas and he threw it at my son. Well, if he got it on his face, how did his leg get on fire? So, I mean, you got to ask those questions. There was a spot right where the cup was placed down. The cup was where it was, and that child's back was towards my son. He fell back. He did not stop, drop, and roll. He fell back because his whole face from his leg just flew right up to his face. Again, from the vapors.
Do you think, though, and again, I'm just basically just playing neutral here, just speculating, playing devil's advocate. Do you think it's a possibility that maybe, because there is 2-3 seconds where we don't see what goes on. I don't know if there's another camera, another vantage point.
No, actually, there is no camera on that. It's the angle because where the cup was on the ground, you can't catch it because they had it in a corner where probably where Maria was looking out the window, did not see the cup on the ground. So it was like a hidden spot.
Could it be a possibility, though, that maybe the dog ball was dipped in these flammable?
No, not at all.
And he threw it in the vapors. I mean, the liquid.
No, not at all.
And fit his pants and also his face.
Not at all.
Off camera to where we don't know.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Well, how do we know?
How do you know? Well, I mean, the officers and the detectives and the forensics see that child and they see that there was gas all over him. kicking a ball. There was no ball thrown. My child had no burns on his hands from a flaming ball.
But if
that
it was
she
like,
said.
but if it was dipped, like saying like halfway.
Okay, if it was dipped and it was lit on fire, how do you pick up a ball in
Right.
flame?
On the top of like here, if it was dipped down here, you know, you can probably maneuver.
Oh, you could really do that without getting burned? You're amazing. That's amazing. It's amazing.
Speculating.
I know. That's amazing without getting burned.
That's a possibility. You're not saying it's likely to happen, but then again, I mean, maybe. But you're saying it never happened. You're saying that's not how the story went. You're
correct. It never happened. Never happened.
Just out of curiosity, and this has nothing to do with anything, but I was just kind of curious. One of the questions I got this from a lot of the comments videos, but a lot of folks are wondering why it took 2 months. Is that because of the process, respecting the process? Is that because just in good faith, you're waiting till the dust settles, till he heals? Is that because more of a investigation thing where you're waiting for them to do?
It was under an investigation, which it's still under an investigation, and I got the approval and the consent from the Bridgeport Police Department as well as the detective department that I could release the information. At that time, they already had released that there was no bullying whatsoever. But I was also upset with the mayor because he went along with Maria in the beginning, very beginning, while it was under an investigation, and said, we're here with you, not knowing what was going on and knowing that the investigation was still going.
Do you know
which was not fair to my family, because we were under, I mean, we had cops here for 2.5 to 3 weeks sitting in front of our home because we were, I mean, being threats after threats, even at nighttime, even going to sleep, phone calls.
I see. I'm just trying to figure out, I'm just scratching my head here because the thing that gets me, and again, I'm in the middle as majority, I'm sure a lot of these folks are good people are watching today. The thing that really gets me is that sort of that point where it's off camera, we don't know what happens, that vantage. That's what sort of, and also I'm a little concerned also in regards to just hearing different stories. So right now, are you not talking then to the other mom? Maria, is that her name? Maria, you guys don't communicate?
No, I don't talk to Maria. I don't have no intentions to. But my 14-year-old son and my son's best friend do date the children. Yeah. They have interaction with them.
I see. How is your son's doing, by the way? I know they one of them was labeled as an alleged bully. I know this case sounds overall everyone.
This has taken a toll out of our family, mentally, physically. My son, actually, you know, it's been a lot. It interfered with the school, going to school. You know, kids talking about him even on the street that didn't want to play with them because they stated to him that you're going to light me on fire. You can't play with us. So emotionally, it's been a lot for him. It's very, very hard with friends with him. I just want my name and my son's name cleared.
Mm-hmm. The bullying, that's another good point I forgot to mention. Was it just, are they saying bullying just that one incident, a bullying incident, or are they saying that he was the alleged bully like for a long time? It's been like a year, like he's been bullying.
Well, they stated that this has been going on for a year. I don't know how you would move into a home knowing if you met me at the hotel and you were super excited and the family got along so well to the point where, you know, I did everything unconditionally for this family, gave clothing, paid for their gas. I mean, they had financial problems, a lot of it. And my children also did that as well. Paid for their phone bills, paid for a phone for them. I mean, we did everything unconditionally. I mean, we shared birthday parties. We came downstairs. They came downstairs for birthday parties and events for my son's birthday on March 30th. We did New Year's parties. They had COVID. We had COVID. We shared things back and forth together. I drove the kids back and forth to school. We did a lot of things together, a lot.
So was there ever any point during this past year where his parents, Dominick's parents, pulled you aside and said, hey, you know, your son, is your son Stefano? Is that his name? Stefano. Stefano's been kind of rough with my son. Can you please tell him to back off?
No. Maria was always worried about her kids being down here because when My when my husband would come home, she didn't want him to think that the kids were down here all day long at play. So she would get worried and freak out and be like, oh my God, your husband's home. Get the kids upstairs. Get the kids upstairs. Come on, guys, go upstairs. Marco's going to see you home. You know, he's going to come home. And then the kids would be afraid and they run upstairs because they were always down here all the time.
I see. So there was no one that came up to you and
Never.
No
These kids played together every day. They were downstairs every single day. The second they would get up to the time they would go to bed, even after school, that was the same thing. It never changed. And it was more that they were down here and the kids were upstairs, believe it or not, like I said.
Okay. So
because they did have two big dogs that my Stefano was afraid of. That was upstairs, and the dogs were very aggressive, very, very aggressive. And every time you would go to the door, the dogs would come running to, you know, bark, or, you know, they had big dogs. They were very vicious. And my kids were afraid a lot of the time. So when you would tell them you were going upstairs, you had to let them be aware, because when you would go up there and you just open the door, the dogs would come at you.
Okay. So basically you're saying then no reports from the parents or
nothing at all.
Authorities,
nothing at all.
No reports to CPS, nothing in terms of bullying.
Nothing at all. No,
nothing at all.
Not to the police department, not to the there was nothing at all. I took those kids to school. I took those kids with my child to school. Stefano, Lorenzo, I took those kids to school. I took Aaron, Dominic. I packed my car up. When she was not feeling good, Maria Rua, when she was not feeling well, I took care of those kids. I took them off the bus. I dropped them off. I went to the store and got her groceries when she didn't have a vehicle, because they couldn't afford, at the time, there was 3 months that they were into the house already, that they couldn't afford the rent. So they had to sell the vehicle that they already had gotten through a GoFundMe. They had to sell the vehicle that they got from a friend that gave them money and bought them a vehicle. They had to sell that vehicle for the rent for my father to live here, because they didn't want to look like they couldn't afford the rent as soon as they already moved in. So they sold the vehicle. And she said, she started to say, oh my God, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know how I'm going to get to the stores. I don't know how I'm going to get the kids back and forth. I said, no need to worry. You have me. We're friends. And then she said, I appreciate that, but how you going to do it? I said, don't worry. I will make it work. And I carted her around, took her to the grocery, took the girls to the grocery store, brought the girls to the beach, did things with the kids, took her here and there, took the boyfriend here and there, took her son when he was in, you know, he needed to go places. I picked him up, dropped him off. Sometimes he couldn't drive. I did things with them. I did everything. Even when she needed me to go pick up her older son, she would call me, please have one of your kids go get my son. I did everything unconditional. I just wish she would come out with the truth, because this was a lie. We helped her. We helped this family. They needed help.
There was and I'm just relying just what I watched yesterday, and forgive me, you might have seen this video clip already, but I encountered a video clip yesterday where it shows the dad was being interviewed, and he mentioned about an incident that happened, I believe, 2 months ago, where there was some sort of concussion. I don't know if you know what we're talking about, where Dominic had some sort of concussion or injury of some sorts at the hands of, I don't know if it was during rough play or bullying, if you want to call it that.
Oh, no, that was up in Maria's house. I remember that incident that occurred. Yeah, they were all the kids were rough. Yeah, like you said, rough play. They were in Maria's care, and they were having a pillow fight. And Aaron, actually, he fell into one of the benches he had because they were pillow fighting. As Maria sat there and watched while she was on the phone with her boyfriend at work. Yes.
So this is more rough play than.
Yes, correct. Yes.
But the parents,
because it's amazing, because it was amazing, because I was there because her son was sound asleep, and I said, he's still sleeping. I said, maybe you should just go get him checked. And she's like, yeah, I'm concerned too. So she called the ambulance at the time, because she didn't have the car, but she didn't want me to drive her because I had all my kids. So I said I would drive. And she's like, no, don't worry about it. So she had the ambulance, and I was standing right alongside her.
I see. The parents were saying that it was just an example of the bullying, though, is what the impression I got. But you're saying rough play, though.
Yes.
But still after that, he was still playing with the boys.
Oh, they were playing every day.
Now,
Every day.
in this video clip that we saw earlier, where the poor child Dominick's face gets caught on fire, and obviously it's horrific. I'm glad that he's doing better. I'm glad he's healing well. I mean, we all are. But you see your son, Stefano, correct? Stefano.
Okay.
He's running away, and then your other son is it Lorenzo? Is that right, or Lozano?
Well, let's clear that. He wasn't running away. He had fear.
Okay.
He had said he was scared. He saw him, and if you look, he looks back twice to see if he's okay, and he sees him lit on fire. He's 8.
Okay.
He's in the fear of seeing another little boy on fire.
So
he ran up the stair, but his 11-year-old brother, took his bare hands and took the fire out of his face. But she did make that statement that he was left there to die.
In an interview I saw yesterday, it involved the parents, and they actually praised your other son.
Yeah, you know why? I'll tell you why. Because with my other child dating the daughter, there was a little footage that one of the other kids, or one of her other 17-year-old daughter, my 17-year-old son is 17 and her daughter's 17, and like I said, my son's best friend dates her, and they brought him in the house a couple days prior to the incident, and my son Raimondo, the 17-year-old, got upset and said to Lorelai, "Please watch the video. You will see what really happened." So she got a footage of a little bit of the piece that shows Lorenzo taking the fire out of her brother's face. So that's why now the story changes again. It went from bully to bullies, and then it goes, okay, and thanks to Lorenzo.
I see. Do you think, hypothetically, if Lorenzo didn't put the flames out with his hands, do you think that he would have been lumped into the sort of bullies category, that both of them were bullying him, knowing we're not
she
sure?
She already made that statement. It seems like she already said bullies a couple times in the statement. But if my son didn't take the fire out, could we imagine how damaged his face would have really been? Because he would have still been running upstairs. Because if she stated, he said, mommy, I'm on fire. Why didn't she ever come outside? My son took the fire out and pushed him to go upstairs.
Definitely a great thing that he did, for sure. I know a lot of folks would definitely cower and kind of would not even intervene, but that's very good Samaritan type thing that he did, for sure. I'm glad that he stepped in. So I guess this whole thing then, let's talk about the GoFundMe, because we haven't even talked about it at all yet. Thank you so much for your time, and I apologize for taking your time if you have to, anytime. The GoFundMe, it comes out, and I'm not sure if even I got involved with this case that happened 2 years ago. It involved this dad that was in Texas. I don't know if you heard about this case, but long story short, there's this video that came out where his 8-year-old daughter at the time was screaming that she was ABUSE, and the dad was just complaining that she's being victimized at mom's house, blah blah blah. My stepdad. So none of that came true. It was all just, in the end, it was debunked, and it ended up being, like, I guess for lack of a better word, very suspicious and almost basically like a scam, because there's no validity. It ended up being more parental alienation more than anything. Now this case right here, she's got a GoFundMe that she set up. She's saying that she's been her son has been bullied. I guess that's the premise of the GoFundMe account. It's basically the bullying of her son Dominick, which has been debunked by the police. I guess the police came out and said there's no evidence. Is that correct? Like, reports saying there's no evidence of the bullying.
Correct.
Okay, so but she's got this GoFundMe. It's raised up to $600,000. Is that right? $600,000.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. I'm hearing mixed reports. I'm hearing some people saying that the account's frozen. Others just saying no, it's still active. Others just saying,
I believe it's still active, and I'm not aware of that. I'm just want the truth out. But I feel like she used my child as financial gain. Of the fact of doing a GoFundMe immediately as soon as the child gets into the hospital, that makes me wonder. I mean, who does a GoFundMe that second?
In her defense, yes, in her defense, again, not picking any sides here. I'm just trying to just play devil's advocate. Do you think that maybe she just did that because they don't have health insurance, and
They have state insurance, and state insurance covers everything 100%. And it started off with state insurance until 2 or 3 days prior to that we had reporters at the home, and my son was very upset. My 17-year-old son Raymondo was very upset because the news reporters were sitting out the home, that I had to take my 8-year-old off the school bus with the towel on his head because it was unfair to him with all the threats being thrown at us. I did not want him on camera. And my son got very upset and screamed out to Kayla as she was laughing in her window. And my son said to her, Kayla, why do you tell everybody the truth that this is not a GoFundMe for medical, that it was a GoFundMe for a home? Tell the truth. And that's when immediately she changed it.
I see. They did mention just in the reports I've seen about the bullying, and I don't know if it was just specific.
Well, it went from medical to a nurse to come home and bandage him, but the child was removed within 8 days from the hospital with first to second degree burns and no skin grafting whatsoever. And they pay for a nurse to come to the home.
I see. So it's all pretty much the state insurance covers for all the.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
so.
And before, the daughter stated too that she wasn't also aware, after she changed it again, she wasn't aware of her mother having state insurance. Well, I mean, if you weren't aware of it, then why did you put it down immediately, bully, and then say you needed it for the medical without clarifying it with your mother?
But sometimes though, with these things, they can be dropped, the policies, just who knows, just by changing new sort of policies or forgetting to renew, the current active policy. So maybe she was afraid that, oh no, do we have insurance? We got to just be super safe. Could that have happened or no?
No. She knew because her kids have gone with the mother as well as myself to the dentist office. And I already knew that she was on state insurance, and the daughter has been here several times when she had called even for food stamps. Okay. So the daughter is aware of the mother being on state assistance.
I see. Okay. I see. So in your opinion, then this GoFundMe thing. So do we know that they actually bought a house? Is that for sure that they bought a house and they moved?
That's through hearsay, and I'm not certain. And I really don't want to say because I really don't know. But, my thing is the child was burned, yes, from neglect of the mother not being out there supervising all 4 children. And it could have been prevented. This could have been seriously where all the kids could have been very badly injured. The house could have even set on fire, as well as my son could have been very, very badly burned. But it is upsetting because there are sick children out there. And this woman, like I said, again, made all this money on a lie, and that has to be cleared. I want my son's name changed, that he is not a bully, and I want this cleared.
Are you satisfied though with the fact that, I mean, I'm just a small channel here. I'm gonna definitely give you a platform. I don't mind, but Inside Edition definitely came out of the FOB video that mentioned about their police investigation shows no evidence of bullying. So there's news reports coming out. So in essence, your child's name is being cleared. Is that good enough for you, or?
No, it's not. No, it's not, because the lies she put out immediately made all over the world. The truth is not going out like I want it to be out. And I want this heard. I want my son's name cleared. This is not fair, that what she did. Not fair. Not fair at all, over a lie.
Do you know where she's living right now? Is she not?
I'd rather not say.
Okay, no problem. No, I understand. Okay, so, but we know for sure this house is, we don't know for sure if it's really, I mean,
no,
who knows? If it is though, if it is verified that she does have a house, they moved to a different neighborhood and whatnot, they're claiming that the bullying only came mainly from your family. There's no other bullies in the neighborhood. It's just only from, supposedly they're claiming.
It's amazing because my kids played with everybody in the neighborhood. Kids came from school to come play with my kids, and they introduced the little boys upstairs to other people in the neighborhood. They played together. They, like I said, they went to the parks together. They rode bikes together with even other little kids. What's not fair is that my 8-year-old now goes outside, and as well as myself, and I get turned down by neighbors because of what she's put me out there as my son too as well. Not fair and not cool at all. Not fair.
I'm sorry you're going through that. I know a lot of this can also be sort of a copycat sort of phenomenon where people just jump on the bandwagon and they write their emotions, get them best of it, and they go with the bandwagon, and next you know, there's more than meets the eye. But it's definitely like a he said, she said type story situation. So what would you like to have happen here then? I mean, obviously your son's name cleared, which it sounds like, I mean, the police have come out and they've made their reports and the media just basically put out the story, and you're definitely doing all you can. Ultimately, what would you like to see? What else would you like to see happen?
I would like to see the mayor speak up on my behalf to say it out loud and clarify it, that there was no bullying, and put it out there live.
Do you think that the GoFundMe, are you suspicious about that? Do you think that there's some, like the folks who donated, they should get refunds because this seems very suspicious?
Yes. I think people need to.
Oh, sorry, got cut off again. Sorry, I've got audio issues here. I think maybe she's dropped off. Okay. We'll kind of wait here and see if she's going to join us. But if you're tuning in right now, we're interviewing the mother of one of the children involved in this case, the burning soccer ball case, where one of the children were playing in the backyard, and one of the children's faces got caught on fire. Whether it's accidental or intentional, that's the biggest question. The police are doing their investigation. Sounds like they've done a thorough investigation, and it sounds like now there's new video footage that are revealing that there may be more than meets the eye in this case. I'm just covering this from a neutral perspective. I definitely don't want to go and I kind of have now a little sense in regards to where I think, just looking at the overall perspective of the case, but I don't want to get too involved, because then I want to get tied into deeply in this case, because there are a lot of ethical and conflict of interest issues and so on and so forth. But I think we definitely did do a great job of asking the pertinent questions and so on. It's a tough video to watch. It's a tough case overall, and at the minimum, I'm glad that at least the child who was burned, his face looks like he's healing well, and hopefully the children can all get along. Will they return back to where they get together and play? I don't know about that. It sounds like the parents are fighting around with each other, and we'll see how it turns. But I'm not sure exactly what happened with our special guest, Laura. I'm going to go ahead and, if you don't mind, Laura, I'm going to remove you from this. I don't know if your phone died or if maybe you have connection issues. If you want to come back, feel free. I'm going to go ahead now and just, since we have an hour and a half left here before I have to leave, I just want to go ahead and shift to the comments then while we're waiting. I'm just going to remove Laura here. But I thought it was a great interview. And she wants to come back. She can, for sure. I can add her back to the stream. And we'll just go back to the comments because there's a lot to talk about. My goodness, this case is really fascinating for sure. I'm going to turn on a little light. Actually, lights here. Put a little lighting here so I can kind of get a better stance. Okay, so let me kind of go back up, and I'm going to try to make this quick here because there's a lot of comments. Sorry if I neglected you folks in the chat and so on, but I'm going to try quickly to go ahead and go through all the comments. And again, Laura, if you want to jump on board, you can. And in the future, if the other mother of the case is involved, wants to go ahead and tell her side of the story, she definitely can. We want to go ahead and present both sides of the story here, not just one. Okay. So here we go. Good to see you, my friend. Curious. Good. Okay. So, hey. Okay. We went through these comments. Okay. Good. So I'm just going to go down to all these comments. Okay. So a lot of people here. Good seeing Good Egg. Okay. So let me go straight to the questions here. All right. So I know, right? That's go Avs. I agree. That's an hour and a half here. Okay. Let me go quickly here down the comments. Okay. So, hey, Heather, that cool life. Good to see you, my friend. It's always good to see you. All right. Angel says loads of pervy trauma. I don't know about the pervy comment. Speaking for yourself. Okay. No, joking. All right. So yeah, that was the whole point. I'm just going to give a little overview of the case, and then I'll post if anyone joins. And By the way, oh, that's another thing also. I don't know how to pin the link, but I'll go ahead and pin. If anyone wants to kind of come on here, let me do that. If anyone wants to come on this here, just for discussion's sake, give their 2 cents, what they think, thoughts. Doesn't have to be the mom. Anyone wants to come in? Here we go. They can post, come on board. We got another hour and a half here to play. So there's the link here if anyone wants to come in. And meanwhile, I'll just read the comments. So we'll catch up. Let's see here. So, okay, Angel, I'll catch you. Okay. How's it going? Kaiser, how's it going? All right. Hey, how's it going? Skitchy's Cat, good to see you. All right. Here we go. Let's see here. I'm sure people up. Yeah. Okay. Anyone wants to come up, just click. It'll flash. Any brave souls. All right. There's a lot of folks here. Good to see you, Squishy Cat. Good egg. Okay. Tyler Durden, good to see you. Good. Always good to see good familiar people here. Thank you so much, Tyler. Yes, it was so fun to cover this also. It's a good case. I thought so. I like these interesting cases. I like the cases where you're kind of in the middle and you don't know exactly, sort of presenting both sides. Okay. How's it going, Gabby? Good to see you, my friend. Okay. Here we go. Excuse me. Al says people are definitely as neighborly as before where I live. Oh yeah. That's a good question. I'm gonna ask you to put this in the comments community section, the community tab. Do you like your neighbors? Quite frankly, I've run into a lot of people who just don't like their neighbors at all anymore. So I'm kind of curious to see what you guys say. So that'll be a fun sort of community post tab. But she says, yeah, where I live, there's some blues that you've never seen them, that they park in their garage and go inside. I don't ever see them. It's sad. That's too bad. All right. So here we go. Good Egg says, there have always been bad neighbors. What's new is the incredible toxicity internet culture that amplifies all the negativity. Good point. Okay. Very, very fair, valid point. Sorry, I'm just trying to be really quick and try to get all. I know there's a lot of comments, especially the meat is going to be later on in the comments. I don't want to be neglectful and ignore anyone here. Tyler Durden says, I have never seen such a blatant case of adults gaslighting a child, humiliating them, and causing threats to us. Okay. That's an interesting take. There's 2 sides to this case for sure. I'm not going to go ahead and render my opinion where I think I sort of side with. I'm just going to stay in the middle. But Tyler apparently looks to see that she's on the side where it thinks that here we go. Laura's back here. All right.
I'm sorry, I got kicked off.
No problem. Do you mind if I go ahead and just go through the comments and sort of see if there's anyone that has any questions or comments that may be directed towards you? Is that okay with you? Or
That's fine.
Okay. I'm just gonna go ahead and see because a lot of them know the case more than I do. To be honest, I just kind of only started looking at this since yesterday. But I know a lot of folks have probably did a bigger deep dive, more in depth than I have. So I'm just kind of getting to see what the comments are. Okay. So I'm just looking here. How do you expect? Okay. So you did get death threats, though. Is that correct? Your family did get death threats. Is that right?
Yes. There were several death threats. There was calls on the cell phone in the middle of the night. My cell phone or my house phone, I was getting calls, and they were replaying Dominick's of the fire department, the ambulance going to him, and then they tell me what they were going to do to me and my child.
Do you think it was just sort of the bandwagoning, sort of just going on the not knowing exactly the details, and they heard about this, they felt bad about the burned boy, and they just for sympathy?
Well, actually, by her stating that it was a bullying act, right away everybody jumped on it immediately, so they didn't know the truth. So, like I said, I had to keep my family and myself calm for the whole month and a half until I was able to put anything out there. The police department was aware of it. They had the video footage from the day one they entered my home.
If there's any silver lining here, I don't know if you heard about the Michael Long case. I don't know if you heard about the case or not. This was the case I was referring to in Texas that happened with the 8-year-old child that was claiming ABUSE. I don't know if you heard this. This happened 2 years ago. Okay, if there's any silver lining, I mean, in the beginning, I was following this case from early on, and yes, there was the majority of people were on the side of the girl, i.e. the dad. The dad was basically saying the guilty. But long story short, about a year and a half later, folks realized, okay, this is definitely, there's something to this. The dad's story's not adding up, and now everyone realizes that it was just a made-up story. It was more of a scam money play. He's now in jail. So this kid definitely turned around if, what you're saying is correct. I have no reason to doubt and say what you're saying are lies. I do like to go and get the other side of the story also if other mom wants to come on board. So you never know. I mean, this may also be the same sort of effect that may happen. We've seen that happen before. Let's see. I'm just looking at the comments here. Okay. How do they expect to move on when they revive it? Are you still getting death threats though? Has that calmed down though? Has that died
No,
down?
that has calmed down. But the only thing is, with like I said, with my child wanting to play with other children, kids are still very mean to him.
Has he lost friends? Has he lost
He has lost friends. Yes.
Or I'm sorry to hear that. And these are friends that he's known for a while, or?
Yes, he's known in the area of our house. So like I said, you know, people that have known me, I've lived here for 21 years. And, you know, they watch my kids grow. And like I said, it's upsetting because, you know, these people move in within a year's time, get something out saying a bully. And right away, people that knew me all of a sudden was like, wow, you know, your kids did this. And now you've got people that walk right by you and don't even look at your face. You know how upsetting that is? I mean, I understand he was injured, you know, but then again, he was injured because she neglected to watch her children. She neglected to watch her children as well as my children. If they were under supervision, this would have been prevented.
Do you have regrets of that day? Not blaming anyone, not pointing fingers or saying, "Hey, why didn't you?" You know, do you have regrets that, oh man, maybe I should not have made that trip?
You know, do I? Yes, I think about it all the time. Could I have put all the kids in my car and took them, which I would have done? But they were out there, and just listening to them laugh and be happy out there, like I said, all day long at play. It just did not come to my mind that anybody would get hurt.
So,
it did not.
So just to get this straight again, so from your perspective then, in terms of just bearing responsibility, do you own any ounce of responsibility or feel any sort of maybe some of it could be on my shoulders, more so on hers, but
No,
hey,
not what, no. Because I left her in care of my children as well as her own. Do I think of I think of now that, oh my God, what if it was my child that got injured? Would her child ran upstairs, her two children, and said, Stefano's on fire? Would she have locked the door and closed it up and said, oh, we're not saying that because we weren't supposed to be, I wasn't supposed to be watching those children. And my son could have been there, really left there to die. And then I would have came home and I said, Maria, are you watching the kids? Yes, I'm watching the kids. Are you sure? Yes. I come home, my child's in the backyard on the ground. Maybe his face could have been blown off. I don't know what could have happened. But if she did this and lied and had her child say, yeah, that child did this and he did this and lied through a bully, I don't know where her mind could have been to have lied and something happened to my son and left him there. I don't know what could have happened to both of them. Because she may have just had the kids stay upstairs and said, hey, the mother wasn't here. I wasn't told to watch those kids. What could have been then? What could have been then? Yes, I think about that. Yes. Because of what she did now, making this lie, this is disgusting. It has mentally hurt me so bad. It's heartbreaking.
I'm sorry to hear that. I definitely am empathize with everyone involved in this case. It's definitely a tragic case all around. If the tables were turned, and if you were in her role and vice versa, she was in your role, and that happened, I'm not saying that would happen. You know, if you didn't watch the kids and it happened on her property, would you still feel the same? Would you feel that, okay, I should be the one to be blamed? Because
again, if I had her kids, I've always watched them and stayed with my kids and her kids, always.
Oh, okay.
So this one, it wouldn't have happened. It wouldn't have happened. I would have been watching all the kids like I've done every single day. And again, I want the truth out there. I cannot get over this until the truth is out there. I want everybody to understand. She was in the care of taking care of these 4 children. She neglected walking downstairs and doing anything about it. She knew this.
I see.
And it's upsetting and frustrating because, again, I wasn't allowed to put out there the information because it was under an investigation. She right away jumped and used bullying through the world before it was even talked about or even asked. And then she said she never saw the video, but when the video's out there, she's saying she don't want to see the video because she's traumatized. And then she's saying all their statements as in he was screaming. But then she never went out there to take charge of her child. The child ran up by himself with my son guiding him to go upstairs.
I see. So I'm glad we're talking about this because, to be honest with you, I just think of things like on Law and Order and the TV shows. I don't know what happens behind the scenes. So correct me if I'm wrong. It sounds like then this happened and you're like, whoa, hold on here and waving your hand, but you couldn't release anything because.
Correct. I was stuck. I could not do anything I wanted to do. The police department took the video immediately. The detectives were here for hours taking all the information off the computer. All of it. All of it. It was an all day since that happened. It was all day. They were here until late hours getting all the information.
Why do you think it took 2 months to clear and give you the green light and say, okay, you can go ahead now and release this video? To me, it seems kind of like a long time, but I'm not a police officer.
You're correct. Think about how we felt. Think we still feel that way. I'm very angry. I'm very angry because I feel like the mayor jumped on this too quickly and he's embarrassed and he's ashamed that he allowed it to go all over the world without the truth yet, with hearing two sides of the story and then the truth. I mean, come on.
So you think that maybe, and correct me if I'm wrong from putting words in your mouth, but there might be some political play here or some sort of line.
Correct.
I see. We don't want to be caught with our pants caught down. We'll look like buffoons, kind of. Let's just take the time.
Because it was too quickly said of a bully, and right away it went all over the world. A little boy set on fire. He was wrapped in a bandage right away, and right away it was, "We're here for you. We're here for you," but it's under an investigation, which shouldn't have been nothing. Because if she would have put out there that the kids were playing with gasoline, she neglected to go down there to watch them, then maybe nobody would have gave her a cent.
Do you think again, in the police department's defense and the mayor's defense, that maybe they were just doing out of courtesy, the fact that this boy was recently burned, let's not just go ahead and release it immediately. Let's just kind of just let the chips fall, in place until he heals properly, give it a couple of weeks, maybe months.
No,
That's
he was
why
out of the hospital within 8 days. He was already at the Yankee Stadium. He was out of the hospital 8 days. God bless him. First to second degree burns, no skin grafting whatsoever. And he's at a Yankee Stadium throwing a ball in the air.
I see. So I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't know.
I mean, again, it's not anything. There are children that are so sick that don't get this much publicity that as he's gotten. And it's sad. It's really sad. And it hurts me because there are sick kids that need this, and especially burned children that are severely burned, but not out of neglect. This was neglect. And my child has to sit here and still have his name slandered all over the world. And it's not fair. This is not fair. I see.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back to the comments here while we have. Okay, so Gabby High says this case is so tragic. The mom not watching the kids, the boy being burned, the other boy getting labor. Yeah, it seems very, very tragic all around. This case, just a lot of emotions involved. Let's see here. Amadroot says no proof. Check his elementary school transcript shows expulsion. I'm not sure what that's referring to. Check his elementary shows expulsion. I'm not sure what comment that's referring to. We'll move on here. Here we go. Kaiser says it still doesn't change the fact that the children weren't being watched and he was participating. Okay, I see. All right. So you have a lot of folks that are kind of agreeing and siding. Here's another comment by Cotton Candy. What parent would let their children play with gas? The gas. Where again did they find the gas, or how did they?
They had Dominick had went over to a backyard garage that was actually there's like a fence area. He had went underneath the fence and grabbed it out with his brother Aaron, and you see that in the video footage.
Stefano though lights up the ball. Is that right?
Correct. He gets the lighter from Dominick. He got it earlier that day prior to that, and there is a video footage of Dominick actually going down the stairs with no children out there, picking up the lighter and also sparking the lighter. There is a video footage of that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Here's a comment by Kaiser. So who lets their kid play with a bully? That being said, though, there's making this claim of being a bully, but
He's not a bully.
No evidence at all of any sort of
No.
past year, any sort of
No.
documentation, nothing
No.
like that.
No.
Okay. Let's see here. Gabby Hayes says the mom saw the kids playing with gas, but couldn't be bothered to go downstairs and take it from them.
No, she also stated in the Connecticut Post that when the father, Aaron Krankall, stated that the Maria Rua saw the kids playing with gasoline from the window, and she stated, put the gasoline away and come inside. He stated, the father, Aaron Krankall, stated Maria decided to turn around, go back in the house, and continue taking care of the 3-year-old child.
I see. Okay. Here's a comment by Amadroot again. Get the bully, quote unquote, bully some help, clear and simple. If he's in and out of the school and threatening to shoot up a school. So what is this comment?
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Okay. Do you know anything about shooting up a school?
No, I don't know what they're talking about.
Okay. I'm not going to go ahead and delve into it if that's something that's just hearsay or something. But
correct.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, so I'm just going down to the comments here. If there's any question you want me to ask Laura while we have an hour and 15 minutes left, I appreciate. Can you stay for another hour and 15? Is that okay with you?
That's fine.
Okay. All right. Great. This clears up a lot of questions here.
My little guy's asleep, so.
Okay. All right.
So we can talk until he gets up.
Okay. No problem at all. Here we go. Good Egg says, you sound like a super informed, rational, reasonable human being, including detached from any person. Oh, I think that's in response to the school shooting comment. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna mention a comment. I'm gonna put it up there because it doesn't add anything to the. Okay, so here we go. I'm gonna go ahead and here. Gabby Hayes says, "Why would their mom let her son play the bully and gas then?" Okay. I guess I responded to his comment earlier. Poor kid. Okay. Few evidence. Okay, she doesn't talk about much kid being out there. A lot of folks though are no bully, that poor 8-year-old being accused. You have a lot of supporters here in this chat. I'm surprised. Let's see here. Gabby Hayes says, my kid and his bully are outside playing with gas and fire. I'm just going to stay upstairs. Makes perfect sense. Okay, seems like another person that's seeing your side of this, what happened. Do you think the journalists also, like whether it's Inside Edition or Daily Mail, do you think they also kind of just have their own sort of narrative agenda story they want to kind of put, and that's why they sort of put it out, sort of taintly biased?
Well, I mean, if you see somebody being, labeled as bully, I mean, right away, everybody's going to grab it. Who could get it out first? Who could get the most support, out there all over the world, right away.
I see.
And that's how she put it out there.
Yes, I see. Good Egg says, I agree. Excuse me, says Good Egg, I agree, but I feel it's a given that people feel sorry for the 6-year-old, the 8-year-old being eviscerated by grown adults, another story. And do you think, that's a good point also, do you think the fact that he is younger, that sort of pulled at the heartstrings?
I really don't know what to say about that. I mean, she has a 6, she has a 7-year-old, and like I said, my son's 8, but another thing is too, when I had my son exposed, how he wanted to talk, he did that on his own will. And I was really, really happy that he finally started to open up a little bit, because he was very sad and very emotional. And I think he feels it a lot more as, summer's starting, because we're used to hearing those little feet tiptoeing across the house. As soon as they would hear the kids up early and the doors open, right away, the kids would run downstairs and want to play with the kids. And it is sad. I mean, as an adult, I feel it. And I know he feels it as well as my 11-year-old. We all feel it in the house. I mean, like I said, we were a very close family. We made it like everybody was family in here,
Gotcha. Fair enough. Actually, another viewer here wants to join the chat. Georgia, if that's okay. Do you mind if I added someone on board?
That's fine.
Okay. This is Georgia here is joining us. We'll get to the comments later. Hello, Georgia.
Hello.
Hi, good to see you.
Hey, Laura.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good to see you. Hey, Psych Guy. So I won't take too long because I tend to just ramble on. So there were like just a couple things that I wanted to just like my observations, because there's another creator, Squishy the cat. I know she couldn't come up because her daughter just got home, and I know she really has had had the first initial contact with Laura. Just kind of that where like sort of we got kind of familiar with this case. Originally another creator presented this case and had Dominick's family, was interviewing their family, and as some of us began to hear details, some of the things just sort of didn't really make sense as far as like, the Stefano, not Laura's son, not having burns on his hands, just little things like that, listening to the details. And so, sometimes we tend to be a little nosy. And then, of course, the GoFundMe. It was shocking to see that GoFundMe. And, really, it's a very sad situation. And, thankfully that, Dominick has made the recovery that he has. Really and truly, it could have been so much worse. But just a couple of things that, this sort of piqued our interest. And, like I said, my very good friend, Squishy the cat, she has been, has really had the most, private communication with Laura. I know she has, there's a, Facebook page that's been set up just, so, Laura has also a platform that she can sort of, or other people, her people, on this side can sort of share with. So, so I don't want to speak for anybody else other than I just wanted to say my observations, because excuse me, in the past few weeks, I would say, Laura, I can't remember quite when we originally, Ashley reached out, and I think I reached out like right after, and immediately Laura responded, and, she was very, one of the things a couple of things I wanted to point out, other than just, that just in, dealing with Laura, I know that, obviously this has really affected her a lot, as a mother, having to, obviously Dominick's mother, wanting the need to protect him, he's injured. And, of course, we want to protect our kids, but, also hearing, kind of Laura's side too. And that's another thing I was going to mention. In fairness, I can't, give a full objective opinion. I can just simply, again, say these are my observations and my dealings with Laura, and not speaking one-on-one with the other family, other than just, engaging with them in some chats and other things. But Laura has been some of the things that have struck me about just as the story has unfolded is she has been very consistent in everything in all her accounts of everything. They've all been consistent. We were aware that this video was coming out. She had shared some things with us, some audio clips and some other things. We have heard, again, Ashley's heard more, but, we have privately been communicating with Laura, and we've, heard a lot of details. And again, everything that she was saying prior to this video coming out, her account of everything was exactly what was shown in the video, and I know it was a very, it was a very difficult time that, she's had over this last time. Just, I know she may have mentioned this, and I apologize if it's being redundant, but, what they've had to go through when he would get off the bus and putting a towel over his head so people don't take pictures of her son, just there has been a lot of backlash about this because of the way this story was presented. I think some of us feel like, if this fundraiser was created and just, hey, he is a child that suffered, a traumatic event. And I think that, there are enough generous and gracious people in the world that would have, supported that. But, I think what's been really difficult for some of us to watch has been how, it's just, there were people that were in the other family that had referred to her son, the accused bully, as the next school shooter. And those are very, very outrageous and egregious statements, to make. I mean, and we're in a time where a lot of us are sitting here struggling with the conversations to have about, our children and, when bullying and when they encounter bullying. But now we have a situation where, we could have sat down with our kids and said, here, look, here's a situation of bullying. But instead, it's someone being falsely accused of bullying. So now that opens up. Anyway, I'm rambling again. Sorry. It's just that just really opens up a whole different issue. And, I'm glad that the senator, I believe, just recently passed a bill. I don't know if Laura, you mentioned that, or you
Yes.
mentioned that, Psych Guy. But anyway, so back to my couple points and then I'll go. I didn't mean to interrupt. So, everything. So there was so much consistency with her story, which really leads me to, really believe, a lot of the other things that she said, has really, given her credibility, I feel like. Another thing I was going to mention is, and again, throughout the conversations that we've had, the one thing that stood out the most, that she's talked about the most, is she shared the sadness she's had, and even posts she's made. Because of course I don't stalk her Facebook, but I get her notifications and I see a lot of her posting pictures of when the kids were playing together and how hurt that her and this family is. That they feel like, this was a two families that had this, friendship they had formed, over circumstances, and they were living together and all the kids were friends. They have kids that are dating and very intertwined relationships. And then all of a sudden, this traumatic event happens that involves both of the children. And instead of the families coming together, and really supporting this healing process, which it sounds like, correct me if I'm wrong, Laura, but I know from speaking with you that, prior to this, like, you guys were carpooling to school. You guys were like, really had intermeshed, your families had meshed together. And so in an event like this, here you have the total opposite of where, like I said, these two families could really be, coming together and supporting each other, the kids, so, these little boys have suffered losses of their friends. I mean, I understand that one family is accusing the other one of this kid's been bullying their kids for a long time, but there's been no evidence of that. We see pictures of birthday parties and of, these like family of type events. And we see these, these children and, I mean, it makes me think of like my childhood and, like my neighborhood friends and how we played together every day. And then boom, all of a sudden this happens. So you've got like, I mean, what happened to when we were kids? I mean, not to make light of it, but honest to goodness, when I was a kid, I set a fire in the ditch of the yard of my mom's, the front yard at my mom's house. And, the fire trucks came and, me and the neighbor kid, and I was grounded for 2 weeks and we learned a real hard lesson and we kind of moved on about our life. I realized this was a more this had different circumstances and a different outcome, but you understand what I'm saying? It's just now there's so many complex issues that this kid is, they made, the kids obviously made irresponsible decisions, but by doing this. And and then of course I understand there's other issues that have been spoke about, or whether or not whose responsibility it was and this and that, and I'm not really going to speak on that, but that actually lends me to say that to what I was saying before, the points I was making, is that she in the conversations, to expand on that, Laura, she's never said negative things about them. It's not just I mean, obviously she's been responding and she's been sort of defending, and she's been this range of emotions, but never malicious things about this family. One more thing I was going to say is something that stuck out to me is and I could be wrong, but I don't think in any of the conversations that we've had has there ever been, other than at one point I think I mentioned it to Squishy, that I said, well, should someone start a GoFundMe to help their family, if they, maybe, if they need, I know the other family has hired attorneys. I mean, should there be and Laura has never mentioned anything that would involve any financial gain for her family. She's not ever asked for anyone to give money. She's not ever even, the subject of any type of fundraising or anything. And, sure, there's a lot of us out here that are kind of feeling salty on her behalf that are like, well, if that family's going to, gets that amount of money, what about her family? So anyway, I don't know if, I hope all that made sense. I was trying to kind of quickly just run through, but, like I said, just those were, so all of that being said, all of those things that I've noticed in my observations and the conversations that we've had and the things that I see her post, in the way that she's been publicly speaking, she's been, it's been very graceful. It's been very gracious. And she's always, throughout every conversation, there's always been something also that she's referenced about being how thankful they are and how happy they are that Dominick is okay, and expressing their sympathy and expressing their, I mean, that's sad, when you're that close to people and something happens to the child of someone you're that's close to, that's traumatic too. It's traumatic knowing that your son went through that. It's traumatic to, and so anyway, just all of that really in my mind kind of presents a whole picture of just the truth, really honestly what's going on. And also, and this was it reminds me a little bit of with a little bit with the course of Michael Long case of how silent Kelly was. Of course, she was silent throughout the whole entire case, and didn't always speak out. And I know that, Laura, she was waiting, there's a period of time where all of this was happening that she wasn't saying any, she wasn't speaking out. She wasn't, they weren't. And she had expressed to us that throughout this, that she had really been, just kind of struggling with the, the emotions of all of it and just dealing with, protecting her family from all the things being said and, just navigating through that. So, anyway, that being said, thank you for letting me. I hope all that made sense, Laura.
You did. Thank you. I appreciate it.
It really is true. I think it just really lends credibility. And again, I don't, at this point, like, I don't really want to, I don't have any interest in, just dragging, the other family or being malicious or because I've seen some really just horrible things said. And like the comment I mentioned before, and the GoFundMe, I said it in chat, and then I'm done. In the GoFundMe, in the first few sentences of that GoFundMe, they have essentially, the writer of that GoFundMe essentially was accusing, Stefano, this 8-year-old boy, of intentionally murdering the 6-year-old child. Right. In the first few sentences of this GoFundMe, they literally have accused this 8-year-old boy of intentional murder. And those are, how much more serious accusations can you make against someone? I'm sorry, I'm shaking. It's just really, it's sad for me to see this. So, and I appreciate you. I'm glad that you've, kind of caught on to the story. So.
Well, appreciate that. Thank you so much for hopping on and so on. Appreciate your time and appreciate everyone's time here. Yeah, look, I'll be honest with you completely. I just heard about this case just recently. I only researched it like just yesterday and today. So I don't obviously know as much details as a lot of folks here, yourself, Georgia, and sure, good egg. But you absolutely hit the nail on the head. In these types of cases, I've dealt with a lot. It's remind me a lot of these custody type cases where it's a he said, she said type presentation. And usually what you see a lot at the end is what you said in the beginning, the consistency. Usually the consistency will be the key. And usually the side that is consistent and no wavering back and forth, that's the one that in the end comes out in the end in the right, in the just. This definitely reminds me of that Michael Long case that happened 2 years ago. where, yeah, I mean, it just seems like the dad's story just seemed wavering back and forth and changing and oscillating. And yes, the mom didn't do anything. She was silent. But that being said, she easily could have been silent because she was letting the dad pretty much, I think she was advised also not to talk, is my impression. But the dad also was saying a lot of things, changing the story and changing this and doing all these tactics. I think that hung himself in the end. And now he's not doing well right now at the moment, in jail is what I heard. So I think in the end, the consistency will definitely go a long way. I'm hoping also that just to be neutral and equal, I hope that the mom on the other side, Maria, I think's her name, will also come one of these days and wants to talk on this panel. I'll also ask the same type of questions. I'm definitely not here to point any fingers or take these sides. I'll be honest, though, completely transparent with you. I do, though, there's really two big things that are still kind of really irking at me. And number one is that video footage that we don't see. That's the number one, to be completely transparent. And the second thing is, I don't know. I mean, I'm still stuck on the whole, and maybe it's just me, but I understand how you're the one that, you left, and I'm not blaming you or anything like that. But the kids were supposed to be supervised by Dominick's mother. I get that. But to me, I'm thinking to myself, okay, if I had a child and if I was dropping him off or her off to the daycare, and if at the daycare I knew that there was like, okay, I told the daycare person, okay, listen, take care of, my child and so on. But then I saw in the background, there was, like the pool had like a electrical cord in the water and there was like a chainsaw in the corner. I would be, hold on, maybe that might be the best decision to go ahead and drop my kid off today. And, that's the thing that kind of gets to me. And maybe it's just me, I don't know. But so that's why I think, okay, hold on. Is it just, I don't know if anyone else feels the same way, if it's just me or if you're getting that.
Just to let you know that the pool is no longer, there's no water, absolutely nothing in that pool. The pool was actually being taken care of. The liners ripped in the pool. There was no water whatsoever.
No, I was giving just an example, just a comparison and so on. That's the only sort of hang up I have, and but in the end, though, the consistency, though, for sure, definitely will go a long way, and it'll be interesting to see exactly what happens to this case. I know we have Good Egg also waiting to give her 2 cents. I'm not sure if she's here or not.
I'm here.
All right. Well, welcome to the channel. It's good to see you, my friend.
Hi, how are you? Hi, Laura. It's nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you.
And I'm just so sorry for what you must have been going through, but also really what your son must have been going through. It's so distressing, and it's going to be a formative experience for him. And this isn't just going to go away for him and his family when it goes away for the rest of us. And I think that I get the feeling that most of Laura's distress and her anger and her sense of this being unjust is because of the effect it's had on her child, as opposed to anything else. I am getting that, and so my heart, as a mom, my heart breaks for her as well. And then, as far as my 2 cents goes, Psych Guy, I mean, I agree with you. This idea of like looking at the conditions in the backyard, right? And I think that if this was a situation where there were 2 families and a kid gets injured, I could see both families from not a malicious place kind of blaming the other family. Well, it was that kid who influenced mine, or their backyard had this, or they weren't watching. I think that's normal, but I think that this thing has not become a story because of an accident that happened, because of neglectful supervision. The story has come about because of the actions of one of the parents afterwards, right? By making this a viral campaign, and creating this narrative about bullying and really maligning a child in the press and starting a huge GoFundMe. I mean, we thought Mike's GoFundMe was big. This one dwarfed it in a short amount of time. So as much as I agree with all the points you were bringing up, I guess for me, what makes this story interesting is more that part of it, because I think we see so much of this exploitation of children and children's trauma on the internet. And the worst part is that, just like with Mike Long, once the backlash comes, they hide behind the shield of the child. This is what my kids said. I believe them. And so they are able to deflect all blame by once again putting it on their own kid. He told us this. And that just really bothers me because I just feel like that's putting children should be protected and shielded at all times. And that is the opposite of protecting and shielding a child who's already gone through a very painful physical, a very physically painful experience. So I think I've heard this mother from her own voice on another panel say that she saw the children playing with gasoline and fire and just told her kid to come in and then let him go back outside later unsupervised. So as far as neglectful parenting, I have no doubt. This is what I'm hearing from her. She freely said that and thought that was normal. That's not normal to me. However, I've also heard her say I've also heard her on a panel, and the entire panel was really, really, really about focusing on how bad this other kid was. And that's not normal to me either. And, I think that the 600,000, it makes us all feel like life's not fair, but that's what GoFundMe culture is nowadays. And I don't know where the end to that, I don't know where the end comes, but they're already doing the same things that Mike Long supporters did. They're saying that anybody who questions the public narrative is attacking a child or saying a child is lying, which is not true, obviously. And that's kind of my 2 cents on it, honestly. Oh, and then the one last thing I would say, and the last thing I've noticed about Laura here is when you asked her, what do you want to happen? And she's like, I really want the mayor to come out and say something. Laura's family seems hyper-focused on the local, real-life impact of this and not so focused on the online public opinion, which to me, speaks a lot to her motives, right? She is wanting to fix the actual ways it's affected her real life. She's not trying to win some sort of, online popularity contest, in my opinion.
In the mom, very great valid points for sure, Good Egg. I've known you for a while now, and you definitely come hard and bring a lot of good, great points in every video that I've seen you in encounter with in the live stream. In the other mom's defense, though, do we know if she may be saying things that are very similar, sort of similar themes that what Laura's also saying? Hey, hold on here, and she wants to try to fix things, on a local level. Do we know anything if she's has her side? Do you think she'd even come and speak to me, or is she speak to anyone else, or is that?
I think she would possibly come to speak because that's what she brought this to YouTube. She brought this to the media, right? She's the one who brought it to the media. This would not be a story. This was not a story that was so big that journalists would have picked it up from police scanners and put it out in the news. This was only a story, and it didn't pass a smell test for me when I first saw articles about it way back then, and before it was a thing. This is a parent who decided to bring it to the media, which is weird for me.
That I didn't know. I didn't know about that. Are you sure that's a true fact? Because I was assuming that the media heard about the story, the local media, and they said, wow, a 6-year-old boy, it evokes a lot of emotions. It's going to sell a lot.
I'm sure it's a true fact because when I read those original stories, I think the biggest one was I think maybe the New York Post or the Daily News, one of them carried it. And in all of them, they had no quotes from law enforcement. They only had quotes from the other mother talking about the alleged bullying. And that was, for me, that was my red flag. We do have situations in the past where there's been these horrible incidents where children have done extremely violent things to other children, setting them on fire. And those do become national news stories. But there was nothing, it was alleged, and there was nothing from law enforcement ever stating that or that they were investigating it. So that was my red flag. And that was way before it turned the other mom came to YouTube, right? And then it became this kind of, as you say, we got rolled into a drama community somehow. So I was already sending off my red flags. And it's just really unfortunate. I think that they are using their children, using them as shields. I think they're even using their 15-year-old daughter as a shield, saying she's the one who set up the GoFundMe. It's in her name. I know she's technically an adult, but she's still their kid. And I feel like they're exposing her to, they're exposing her as well by putting her and her little brother as, we're just believing what they say. They're the ones that did this. We're just following their lead. I don't think that's okay.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, this case is so difficult because there's so many different dynamics involved. And obviously, I'm a psych guy, and I agree. I mean, to me, like the most pressing issue is, okay, how is the psychological well-being of all parties involved? That's the most thing I focus on in a safety. And so, and obviously, I'm so glad that the little boy, the other party, Dominick, is healed. His face is healed, and it sounds like from the interviews I've seen, he's doing well. It seems like I don't know anything about, though, from a psychological standpoint. I mean, physically, he seems he's doing well. His face seems healed. I don't know if there's any sort of residual pain, any ghost pain from the burns. I hope he's doing fine in that sort of category. But then again, the psychological trauma on both sides, Dominick's, if there is any. And likewise, I know it sounds like with Laura, you're saying your son is having a very hard time. Continues to. Both sons are just your son?
I'd say Lorenzo really doesn't like to talk about it. It's very emotional to him.
I see.
But Stefano just started to open up more.
Gotcha. There are further questions I really want to ask, not blaming anyone here, but I definitely want to ask, but I'm not going to, because then it'll kind of get me really, really involved, which I don't want to do, and cross any sort of boundaries and so on. It's overall just a sad case all around. I hope that it does get, resolved. But I think, there's so many different dynamics. I think, for sure, the psychological well-being of all parties involved. I think the topic also of exploitation, I agree with you. Could there have been an exploitation of this innocent child? Not only by this one party that we're possibly alleging, we're not saying it's true or not. The mother of this one boy, may not happen. I don't know. I'm not taking any sides, but also maybe, the media also. I don't know fully if that's a fact, if the mom did bring it to the media or if the media caught on just for the ratings perspective. But either way, one can make the argument that there is possible exploitation just for clicks and views and clout, or whatever you want to call it. And also the GoFundMe, the financial implications, that possibly can be an argument. In terms of, is there some sort of monetary gain, some secondary gain on the mother's side? I would definitely like to sort of explore that further. There are still that unknown of that video. Does that bother you, by the way, Laura? I keep going back. I don't know if other people also say the same thing, but the fact that there's no video footage, maybe I'm just splitting hairs here, but for a few seconds, do you wish that wasn't the case, or does that bother you and say?
No, it doesn't bother me. And like I said, Dominick went down on his back, ended up on his back. You could see the posture of my son. He's not a bully.
I'm not a police expert. I'm not a police officer, but did the police?
I waited for the cops, and I waited for the detectives. I waited for the fire department very, very patiently. And believe me, it was heartbreaking waiting for them to release all the information properly before I can actually speak out publicly to everybody. And I did my best to hold myself back as my family.
I see. Do you think it's possible? Because I don't know how the police works. Again, I'm just basing on my knowledge, just watching, these TV shows, Law and Order, and so on. But do you think that they may have access to some footage, like some other houses, some cameras, to where they've seen the whole event, and that's why they said
they actually had a voice camera from another house, and it was played, and it has Aaron and Dominick speaking on what they were going to do prior to the gas, pour it on the ground, stomp on it, step on the cup. So they were already interacting with that.
Okay, but no footage about those 2 seconds, like nothing like that. Okay. But they still, despite that being said, they still cleared any sort of evidence of any sort of
the cops and the detectives and everything was released from the fire department as well. Actually, when the detectives found out and they had released that there was no bullying, I waited because the fire department didn't release their side. So I wanted to make sure that everything was cleared before putting everything out there. And as of right now, it's still actually opened in an investigation still as we speak. So it's really not closed as of yet.
I see. Does it bother you also just when folks like, not forget myself, but I'm sure other folks have mentioned about just the backyard. And I know you mentioned that you were not there and you went to go ahead and, does that also affect and bother you, the fact that folks, I'm sure, will bring that up and say, hey, hold on, this is a very horrible, you're, owning or your parents own the house.
But those were things that were not working. My son had his motorcycle in the back. He was just riding the motorcycle prior to that. Hours before that, the kids were in the front yard with my son riding their bicycles. So no, it doesn't affect me because I know what I was doing as a parent. They were supposed to be supervised by the mother. She neglected them. If they were being supervised, this would have been prevented.
What do you say about people saying both of you guys are to blame? Both are neglectful parents.
Why am I neglectful as a parent when I gave permission to Maria? I was cooking dinner. I did what I had to do, watching even her children as well. Earlier, I was on my way bringing my other kids food. I mean, I don't understand on how that can be because I was doing what a mother does.
Okay. So your take is that the adult that was present is the one that's responsible.
Correct. She was supposed to be watching them. She stated things through a window. She never followed through with going downstairs to see what they were doing, and even to take the gas can, even to remove them from the backyard and bring them in her care. She did not do that. She did not walk out those stairs.
I see.
To get out there to grab the gas can or bring them up or give them a talk about it. But I know her child was in and out all day. Upstairs, back, front, side, like I said, riding bikes from the front to the back. But prior to that, I know you had to smell some kind of gas on your child. You don't tell your child, why do you smell like gas? Knowing that he was with gasoline, tell him to take off his clothes or change his clothes. That would have maybe prevented a lot of this. But she did not even do that.
Again, just playing devil's advocate. I've only got involved with cases yesterday, and I don't know the details, but I don't know if this argument has ever been made, but has anyone mentioned, I don't know if the mom has mentioned this or not, or anyone else on the internet, so on. Hey, I mean, kids themselves are so impulsive. I mean, what 8-year-old, what 6-year-old isn't very impulsive? Even if I do watch the kids, boys will be boys. They can do things really that fast. So it's hard to go ahead and really supervise. Has that been brought up to you or no?
No. I mean, like I said, if she was watching him, this one never happened. She's seen him in the window. She didn't follow through with it. So they got into more by not being supervised.
I see. But even if she was watching through the window, I mean, if those objects were out there and, don't you think that
she should have removed them? Don't you think she should have came downstairs and brought them upstairs, the kids?
Well, if an act of something happened, a fire, it can happen really quickly too, can it? And then, boom. And then she can run, and if she's watching through the window.
She didn't even come out there. She stated her kid was screaming, "Mommy, mommy, I'm on fire." She never even came downstairs.
Right.
And how did she know that? I know that if my child was screaming, "Mommy, mommy," I would have been downstairs. And why did her boyfriend go out the front way if they knew that they were in the backyard?
I see.
The boyfriend went out the front door. Literally confused. So he wasn't even aware that his kids were in the backyard, again, because he was sleeping, or how did he even know to go down the front stairs? So he had no clue.
In all fairness, though, Laura, how many times have you seen, though, parents will be watching their children from afar at the playground? Next thing you know, Johnny hits, Sally.
And what do you normally do? You normally go to your child and follow through. Like, the child pushed your child, you interact with that parent or the other child, and we don't do these things, and the reason why we don't do those things.
But the damage has been done, though.
Correct. The damage was done. You're right.
So, if, say, she was watching, again, I'm not taking her side. I'm just presenting scenarios. If she was watching, maybe the same sort of outcome could have happened.
I'm sorry, but I just think that, just to clarify, that I've heard Maria talk about this, and she said that she saw them playing with gasoline and fire, and just told the kid, "Come on inside."
And then
she saw them playing with it an hour earlier. And this is her own explanation that I heard. She said she looked out the window, she saw them playing with gasoline and fire, and she told her kid, "Come inside." Did not go down and remove the gasoline or report to anybody, but the other kids are playing with fire. And then she allowed her son to go by her own admission, to go back outside to do something else. And she said he snuck over there, and that's when he was on fire. So I think that that's an important note. And then I also wanted to ask Laura, Maria also said that she was handcuffed on the scene and put in the back of a police car. And I was wondering why that was.
See, I wasn't aware of that because I was inside with the officers at the time and the detectives. But I know that they did state that she was in handcuffs, but she was getting a little out of hand, arguing with why they were not arresting me and why they were going to arrest her. So she was getting really mouthy, as far as I understand.
Wow. Okay.
So I don't want to really make a statement that I'm really not aware of why they did handcuff her. They placed her in and then they removed her off the handcuffs. I'm not really certain of that.
Interesting. This is all news to me here, and I didn't know about the initially what Goodag mentioned about Maria.
I mean, but at that time, she was being handcuffed. She still was not in the ambulance. So she was in the backyard. Her child gets burned. She comes down with her pocketbook. She comes down with her makeup fully on, which she did not have on. And she's in the backyard saying, no, I want to speak with the officers. I want to speak with the detectives. I want to show them where the kids were and what they were doing. But her 6-year-old child was in the ambulance. I think everybody's forgetting that he was in the ambulance alone with no parents. And that the woman on the 3rd floor, which she was out earlier with me, that's the woman that we met at the hotel as well. That's one of Maria's friends, that Maria had moved in a week prior to this incident because she said that we couldn't wait to have cookouts and other things in the summertime to do together. And they were so excited. She had 2 daughters as well. And her daughters were actually best friends with the girls, Lorelai and Savannah, which was Maria's kids. But like I said, again, nobody was in the ambulance. Aaron was still on the porch, staring and gazing around, confused. And Maria was in the backyard, pointing every angles in the backyard. For I don't know how long exactly, because I didn't monitor that. But I mean, I know if my child was burned or anything were to happen, that would have been the first thing that I was downstairs with the AMR inside the ambulance, regardless if I had socks or shoes or makeup on me. You know, it's your child. He was burned, but she was preoccupied on her phone in the back, taking pictures and talking with the police department, which was unfair because I was not out there. I was told to come inside and stay inside because it was under an investigation. So you guys don't understand where my feelings and my emotions are at the time when she was able to just release false statements out all over in regards to my son and being a bully, which was not true.
I see. And I sincerely apologize, by the way. I'll be completely honest. I just only started reading about the case yesterday, so probably don't know.
I just want his name cleared. I want my name cleared. I don't want to open up a website and see the bully's mom and this is the bully Stefano. I'm done with seeing that. It's an emotional roller coaster right now. And I'm not going to be healed. I want the truth out. I want the mayor to speak up for it. I want it out there. I was told to keep quiet because it was under an investigation and the police and everybody told me to listen and obey what was out there because it wasn't released. Why was Maria able to do it and do a GoFundMe under false statements? Not fair at all. Not fair. Not fair. And use my child as a bully, as a name to get a GoFundMe to go and matter of minutes. It just build and build and build. Not fair. No, I want the truth out. There was no bullying. I want my son's name cleared. And I want the mayor to speak up. I don't want it on paper. I want the truth to be spoken. As quick as it went out as lies, I want the truth out there.
Fair enough. Oh, interesting. This is an interesting topic we're talking about. We're talking about the case of the burning soccer ball that happened Boys Space got caught on fire 2 months ago. For you joining us on stream today. And have you, just out of curiosity, we have another guest, excuse me, Al, which we'll let her say her 2 cents here real quick, or shortly here, I should say. But just real quickly out of curiosity, so 10 days ago, then you were given the green light, it sounds like, for you to release that video. Is that correct? Your footage, you were given the green light to go ahead and release what
Correct.
you had? Okay.
Correct.
Did you
and I
have-
made sure that I put everything that the police officers had and the detectives, everything was placed out there for everybody to see what went on the whole entire day, and that there was no parents of Dominick's parents outside at all that whole entire day.
Did you reach out then to Inside Edition, or how did they? I mean, because they had a follow-up video that played earlier that basically gave an update. Did they reach out to you, or I mean, how do they know that your video came out? I mean, I don't know the behind the scenes.
I think as soon as everybody started to see that the truth was out, everybody started grabbing a little bit here and there.
Gotcha. Did you ever I like your idea about clearing, definitely for sure. I'm trying to vindicate, clear your name, especially if you're saying, I'm just taking your word and so on. Did you reach out to the mayor's office? Did you try to go ahead?
I did. And I also wrote him a letter of how I felt emotionally for my child and how he had to have officers sit out of the home for several days. But he never responded back at all to me. The mayor never responded back to me. The police department followed through with keeping us protected here day and night.
Was this like last week recently, or when did you write? Is mommy asking? Was it?
I wrote to him immediately when this started because I was very upset with her lies and her being able to put this out all over the media on false statements.
I see. But no follow-up letter saying, hey, just a heads up here. We gave recently released this video. It shows blah, blah, blah,
I did let him be aware of, and I also gave him the right to appear at my home when we did put the video out live a couple days ago on Friday last week. I did send them a nice invite to come to my home to watch the video footage. Yes, I did that with a letter to him personally.
I see. Okay. Interesting. But no response. No response.
No response whatsoever. He opened it, but no response.
How do you know he opened it?
Through an email.
Oh, okay. You can kind of see open. I see. Maybe also in his defense, him, right? He in his defense, I know a lot of times, usually it's not that individual, but usually the secretary or the administrative assistant or the aide or someone that is below that position, that power. So maybe it wasn't him directly. I'm not saying it was, it should definitely have been forwarded to him for sure. But okay, we got to excuse me out here on the panel. I know she wants to jump in.
Yeah. Hi, Psych Guy. Thank you. I just had something. I've been saying it in the chat, but I felt like I really wanted to reiterate it on panel. Would be the fact that the main point of this case is bullying, right? So there's a lot of side discussion about the conditions of the yard and who was watching who and who's like negligent from a parental standpoint. But I think that it gets away from what Maria and her family were ultimately trying to push in the GoFundMe, which was our child was bullying. Okay. So even if they come in and they're saying, well, the yard was so bad and they should have not had gasoline like 2 houses down or whatnot, like it doesn't matter in the sense that the GoFundMe raised $600K plus off of a bullying platform, saying that this one child deliberately bullied in a very aggressive, violent way that could have killed someone with a tennis ball and gasoline and fire and something that would be really considered sadistic in a child as young as that. And it's really kind of very distracting that the other side of this case, or anyone weighing in on this case, keeps talking about the conditions of the yard, and I have too, but it's still not getting to the crux of what made this case go viral, which was a bullying platform, which it doesn't matter what you see in that video. I don't see bullying. I see kids playing together. I don't see where Dominick's family said, this kid gave our kid a concussion a month or two ago, and he's holding knives to kids' throats and whatever they say. You just cannot, I can't comprehend what they're saying, that he's so violent and so scary, but then they just play together and have sleepovers and stuff. I mean, to me, that seems like she's definitely pushing an agenda and straight up lying. Maria is. That's what I feel.
Yeah, I think it's a really great point, and definitely I think we all can agree that for sure. I mean, I think there's different dynamics involved, as I said earlier. And yes, I mean, the bullying, you're absolutely right. That is like sort of like one of the big sort of points in regards to, I guess, related to the GoFundMe campaign. I guess it was based, the premise of the GoFundMe is the 6-year-old boy is supposedly bullied by the 8-year-old and so on, which Laura's saying, no, this is not true. And there's now footage that shows there was no bullying on the video, and the police also clear the name. But I think on the other side of the coin, though, one can make that argument, and I'm just basing on just what I saw yesterday in the comments. I know public opinion also can be skewed a certain way, and sometimes a lot of times we can go way off base and make these wacky, conspiracy theories. We saw a lot of that with the Michael Long. Keep going back to that case,
right?
But it was really a lot of those were just bizarre type, made up, just pull up. But I think in this case, though, and again, I'm not taking anyone's side here, but one can argue and say, okay, well, yes, sure, the bullying is a very important issue. It's the main issue with the GoFundMe, but all this would not have potentially kind of started. It all goes back to the environment that maybe that was a catalyst that just set it off to the incident happened with Dominick getting burned, So I think that's why a lot of people are sort of fixated on that, because to me, it's like the preliminary kind of.
No, I get that, but I feel like that's not what made it go viral. Like, the fact that this case is viral is based on a bullying platform, like a hashtag bullying, or like with Michael Long, Save the Children sort of thing. This is like the buzzword, bullying. This is bullying. No one would be donating
intentional.
money.
It was an intentional bullying. That's what it was said. Intentional act.
And it seems to me very convenient for Dominick's
you see a child all covered in a bandage taking several pictures every single day and putting it all over. And everybody right away gravitated to a picture with the child covered from his face, but his leg is left out. Why is his leg left out?
100%. Exactly. Like, that's what, again, I'm not saying that, one family's at fault, one isn't. It's just, to me, what interests me about this case and why I got very involved reading about it, watching stuff, is because of the viral nature and how things become viral and they truly change people's lives. Like in Mike Long's case, and then in Laura's case, this isn't just like the money thing. This is like, you are treated like a pariah in your community off of just this very emotional knee-jerk response off of bullying, like a word like bullying or child trafficking that was also with the Mike Long case. It's just so knee-jerk reaction to me, and that's what I kind of like you covering this for, is the human nature response. Take away all the minutia of what happened. It's just the reason that $600K was raised off this is because there's plenty of people out there that I think were I was bullied, oh my gosh, this kid must have been bullied, and look at him. And they're just it's like they're using their trauma and they're not dealing with it in a healthy way, and they're channeling it into other cases.
So in your opinion, then, just out of curiosity, if they did the whole GoFundMe and they showed the pictures of, the child that was burned, bandaged up, and they did everything the same, except they just deleted the word bullying. They didn't put anything about bullying. Do you think that this would not have went viral?
This would have never. It would have stayed local. Maybe people would never even donated it because they would have asked what was the reason of her neglect of not watching that child.
It was like a boy that accidentally went.
I don't think anything would have happened with this case if there was no bullying, push with bullying that went to the media, that went to the Yankees, that went to wherever the heck else it went to. I firmly believe it wouldn't have, because this stuff happens all the time in the United States and across the world. Accidents happen, really severe accidents happen. Kids, and I don't want to really trigger anyone, but really awful things happen based on a lot of other things. And then certain buzzwords that are really prominent in the media just take off. Mm-hmm. Like bullying, like SA, like trafficking, just certain. Sorry, I'm not trying to flag your stream.
Oh, using this certain words. So anyways, I realize that there's no point of even trying to. It doesn't matter to me because it's not
right. So that's my thought. I think that's really the crux of it. And we can debate, till the cows come home about the backyard and where the gas came from and who should have known about fire, safety and gas and whatnot. But I think it's the main point that this false bullying narrative has been pushed. That really is what bothers me the most.
Interesting. Yes, I see.
So yeah,
all right.
That's mine. I'm going to step down, but I just wanted to say that. Thanks for covering this.
No problem. Thank you so much for coming up and giving your take. We got another chatter here. Hi. Hi. That's it. Okay.
No, it's just this whole situation's sad because now even when the kid gets older and stuff like that, he's gonna have to relive the traumatize of his face being all burned and stuff like that. When he gets older and he sees that the tons of pictures all over the internet and stuff like that, and it's just a sad situation.
Well, yes, I definitely agree that. I mean, I think both children are affected. I mean, I think you mentioned about the Faye child's being burned, Dominick. I definitely think that, yes, there's going to be some unresolved conflicts. I mean, how can it not from the trauma, just what he endured, the physical pain, but likewise also the other child also that was labeled. If it comes out that there's no truth behind that, which it sounds like it is coming out with the police saying there's no evidence of bullying and so on. How can it not affect them also? So I think, both sides for sure. I definitely agree. I think we all can agree that definitely both parties, children are definitely the victims here.
It's like nobody wins. Everybody loses.
It's kind of not a winning. It's not a winning.
Really sad.
It's not a winning. It's just kind of like just telling the truth. Like, again, there's three sides of the story and the truth is out there now. The video speaks for itself and there's not a winning. I just want her to come out clean and just say, I didn't follow through.
It's not.
Yeah, and I think what's amazing also is that, I mean, this case right here, I mean, I think we're just in the beginning, even though thank you so much for popping up. Hi, I appreciate that. I think this honestly, I mean, even though it happened 2 months ago, still, I think we're still in the acute phase, the very, very preliminary beginning. Usually these cases, I hate to say it, but in my experience, usually at least a year for things to kind of come out and get resolved. And I'm glad that the video came out and you're able to release that. So I think that's going to be a catalyst of just hopefully a progressive change. I hope that the mayor also reaches out to you.
We do too. And I just, maybe, we just want the closure so that when he does enter back in school, comes the fall time, that he could feel, relieved and, feel good about himself. It's not fair, I mean, there was no recognition for Lorenzo, what he did with his bare hands to even take the fire out on that child. You know what I mean?
Do you think that, I mean, the old adage is that time sort of heals wounds. Do you see that time eventually will kind of help in this sort of case in terms of just a healing process? I mean, obviously you want vindication more, you want more public notice and folks to sort of be familiar and realize.
Well, the reason why too is because if she's doing this, it's just allowing more people out in the world to live off lies. And I don't want this to happen to somebody else that's innocent like us to be blamed for something like this. So I want to make sure that the truth comes out and that this was not a bullying. And, like I said, again, she put this out all over the world and somebody else is going to get away with it. And it's not fair. You understand what I'm saying? It's not fair. Mm-hmm. She made money off of a lie.
Do we know that? Yeah, I mean, the $600,000 is a lot. I know we don't know about the whole house. Do we know? And you're saying she had state medical insurance?
Correct, and she was on food stamps as well.
So, do we know for sure if any of that money went to the doctor's visits or surgeries or anything?
State welfare pays for everything.
So it's paid 100%.
100%.
Oh, okay. So. So 600,000. I wonder where.
I mean, she did state in a couple of her talks that she was in that, she wanted somewhere to move, which she gave Shelton or Monroe and she stated that she had nowhere to worry about where her children could ride a bike, and it was a safer neighborhood, and that she didn't have to check on them, and that they would be safe outside.
I see. Do you think, and this might be a foolish question, but I'm just trying to break it down elementary here and just kind of, do you think that if people knew that she had state, and I'm assuming you're telling me what's correct, she did have state medical insurance that covers everything, do you think that probably she would not have gotten that much? Do you think mostly people were donating just on the premise that it would be to reconstruct the face or help out?
Well, she did make statements, and her daughter as well, Kayla, also made statements that he wasn't going to be able to ride a bike, he wasn't going to be able to walk, he wasn't going to be able to play like other kids, and that he was going to be basically in the house, not enjoying his summer, and it was going to be months before he could actually walk. She did make those statements, and then she said that she didn't know in the future if he was going to need any grafting. So she did make all these statements. With them all said and done out there, I don't think it was really based on that. I think it was just based on that bully that made it all over the world, and everybody saw him wrapped like he was, and all the several pictures that she kept posting every day made everybody, gravitate to that.
I see. So he was in the hospital for 8 days.
8 days and released, yes.
I do
skin grafting.
Okay, I do know my medical colleagues that do this kind of stuff in terms of rounding with the patients and so on. A lot of times in the beginning, initially, they'll speculate and hypothesize, well, maybe he might need blah, 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 or maybe he might need this. Do you think that maybe she was making those statements because things were still in the air?
No. No, it was the money kept growing, so she felt like she was putting more and more out there. So as the more she talked, the more people felt sorry. I feel that, looking at the kid and the bandage, it made a lot all over the world.
Was she making these statements even like after he left the hospital or closer to
She was still continuing to change her story several times, as well as the daughter. They were still going out changing the story several times. And again, it's nothing against the child. I'm so happy that I see that smile, like I always wanted to see that smile, that little sassy smile coming down the stairs and always asking. He was the always one. Dominick was the always light and shining armor that would always come downstairs. Where's Stefano? Where's Stefano? And he had that sparkle in his eye. And I was like, he was always the one. And that little laugh, that little silly laugh. And he was a lovable little boy. I got to say that. And I'm so glad that he is healed. So glad. And he is a strong little boy, yes. And I don't mean anything. I treated all her kids like as if they were my own. I didn't have daughters, I had all boys. And I treated them like they were my own. And I cherished them, believe me.
I see. All right, very good. Well, we're talking to Laura, who is the son of the accused bully, which doesn't seem like it's the case anymore because videos came out that seems vindicated. The police are saying there's no evidence of bullying on the videotape footage. We've got another viewer here that wants to chime in, a Savage Jesus.
Hello.
Hi, Savage.
Hello.
Hi.
So, Laura, just as a mom, my heart goes out to you because I feel like with the culture that we're in right now with bullying and school shootings and everything, I think this came at the most opportune time for this other family. It's my belief after just seeing the video and after hearing the other family, chatting and hearing you on Squishy's panel, it just seems like everything you said, even like what you just said, is always very caring. There's no hate, there's no animosity, there's no meanness towards this other child by you. And as a social worker myself, I was quite shocked hearing the way they spoke about your child. Just the vulgarity of it and the names that they were calling him was it's pretty upsetting. The family is even down in chat now, in Psych Guy's chat, just throwing the hashtags and certain things that they're saying. It's just really disgusting. It's really disgusting how they're talking about your child. So they're probably not grown enough to apologize. I don't know them, but I'll apologize for them because that's not okay and you shouldn't have to deal with that. And the one thing I will tell you is is if you're wanting to be made whole, which I don't know if that will ever happen because, right, this event happened and there's no, unringing the bell. But I would say that you continue to advocate for your son. I think you're doing a great job. You've asked for nothing except for the truth. The other people have asked for nothing except for money. That right there is telling to me. So that's number one. Number two, regardless, I don't care who the GoFundMe's name is in. They could have put it in the daughters after it was in the mothers or whatever. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, that money is going into a household that's receiving welfare benefits. That household has no right to receive those benefits if they've received benefits from the state. You do not get a double dip, which is why when you go in and ask for welfare benefits, they ask you about your vehicles. They ask you about your home. They want to know your assets. They want to know, all of those things. So if they attempted to do their welfare benefits again, and they did not disclose that they were receiving $600,000 into their household, they will lose all of that. They can also use that money and should use that money to pay all medical bills for every person that resides in the state. I don't know what state you're in, I forgot. But anybody in that state, or especially in your local area, should absolutely contact your local welfare office or contact your state representatives and ensure that every single penny that that family has used out of that GoFundMe gets paid back to all of those citizens in that state first, and then they can keep the balance if that's what they want to do. But nobody should be paying for this child's injuries out of that state when they have been compensated fully by people within, the whole United States, basically.
Mm-hmm. I definitely thank you so much for chiming in, Savage. I appreciate it. You always welcome this channel. Anyone here wants to come on board for sure. I've always wondered, though, I mean, with the GoFundMe thing, yes, she brought up a lot of great points for sure. I think it seems reasonable. If it turns out to be that, okay, there's something very suspicious, hold on here. I think something like that. I was thinking maybe like, okay, should that extra money, if it all turns out to be one big, hoo-ha, whatever you want to call it, maybe it can go to like burn victims, other families that need it or something like that.
Yes.
I think that'll be, great. I always wondered though, I mean, the folks that do donate, are they also sort of to blame? Yes. I mean, they didn't get all the full information in the beginning, but then again, I mean, a lot of these GoFundMe things, they don't a lot of times add up to what they are. A lot of times it seems like it's sort of, there's more things that will come later on. So maybe these folks they just, for some reason, I think I heard one person donate $30,000 or is what I read somewhere or something high as that. So why would someone, donate that much? I think it's all just based on emotion, it seems like. And, but I wish there was a way for, GoFundMe to put more regulation, or at least at the very least, and I don't think they'll do this because I think they focus on the bottom dollar. I think they want to get more folks with these campaigns donating money, throwing money. But I wish that they were able to sort of, okay, have a campaign, sure, but have sort of a separation once okay, where's this money going to go to specifically, and have the folks who make these campaigns specifically saying, okay, this percentage is going to go to this, area, this percentage goes to this, where we can kind of see as we do it, exactly what they're donating to. And unfortunately, we don't know exactly where this money is going to. And it's $600,000 almost, right? Which is mind blowing.
Yes.
Man. Okay. All right. I guess with the remaining time, I'm going to put the link here. We have a few more. I may go a little bit over. I was going to leave, just watch hockey game, but it doesn't start usually till after 8 o'clock Eastern. But if anyone else wants to jump on board, if anyone has any specific questions, just out of curiosity, Laura, I don't do social media. I don't do Twitter. I don't do Facebook. I don't have time for any of that. So I'm not going to change anything on my end, but I wonder if maybe, do you think, just knowing the past year, Dominick's mom, do you think she'll ever reach out to me and want to talk to me and give her side of the story? What do you think? Do you think that I know you can't speak on her behalf. And if she does, what do you think she's going to say?
I really don't know. I don't know anymore. I really do. She called me her soul sister from the day one she met me. She told me that I was the best thing. And her daughter, actually, Kayla, told me that I was the best thing that her mom met at the time, because her other sisters didn't have a contact with her, and she had one sister that she still stayed close with. But I was always there for her. I supported her all the time. I helped her. I helped the girls, like I said, and the boys. I don't know. I don't know what to think of her anymore.
Do you see a time maybe, especially for the kid? I feel really bad for the kids. It seems like to me, I think we all do, the fact that there was this friendship, this bond. Do you ever see a time maybe that there may be some harmony, sort of? I mean, there may be.
I wish I could say that you would let them see each other again, but I don't think she'll ever do that. I don't think she'll ever do that. There was no closure. There's no closure.
Do your sons ever ask about, Dominick? Hope he's doing okay.
My little boy actually asks for the kids all the time. My 3-year-old, he always says Dominick or, Mason. And yeah, they were close. They were very, very close. And it's heartbreaking because I hear them all the time. Even, like I said, Stefano, a lot of the times, he'll say, he'll sit down and he'll watch TV and he'll give a little sigh. And that little sigh, I know he's wishing that they were here, because that interaction that they had all day, every day, it's not here no more. Listening to those little feet upstairs running down, like I said, down the stairs. All I can remember and all I can hold in my heart is their smiles.
If she were to ever come to you and apologize, can you ever see yourself rekindling a relationship back again with her?
I can never trust her.
I see.
She hurt my family. She hurt my family mentally and emotionally. And I will never trust her ever again. Ever again. And I mean it from the bottom of my heart. I love the kids. Believe me. Believe me.
I can definitely sense that for sure. And the past almost 3 hours we've been talking, I definitely agree with a lot of the chatters who commented. I do see that sort of sense of consistency. I do see that sort of unwavering spirit in regards to just keeping things, sort of a genuineness behind, just your trying to get things sort of, resolved, and whether it's locally or just overall.
It just wasn't fair on our side. It wasn't fair that they didn't release the right information for us to heal. It's not fair. It's not fair that I had to hold off and wait. And I just, like I said, I want closure. And I don't think we're going to have that closure yet until they speak up and literally put it out their faces. The mayor speaking that on the behalf that it was not a bullying, and it's not fair. She's living lies. It's not.
Yes. And you're definitely doing the right thing by actually speaking up. And I appreciate your courage to come out and talk, especially, my channel's kind of small, but there's almost 50 people.
We shared our whole days, every day, what we were going to make for dinner, who was going to have dinner cooked first. If I had dinner cooked, the kids would come down and eat. Sometimes she'd have the kids, like I said, they were up and down. We were one big happy family. And, who was going to go to the store? If I was going to the store, the girls always wanted to go with me. And, sometimes the boys would even argue. They all wanted to go. Everybody wanted to jump into my car and go. And it was one big happy family. We waited for the weekends to come because we'd all put our music on and who's in the house, who's coming in, what, I have a big family. It was just one excitement after another, especially when she had parties too. Not all the time did she have a party, but, we all involved ourselves. We all got together and, it was just, we were looking even forward to the summer because, like I said, she had her friend that moved from the hotel in here a week before, and they were super excited. We couldn't wait to have cookouts. It was just, like I said, one happy thing. These kids were looking for like an awesome summer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, I did ask a lot of tough questions. I know it's very hard. Myself, if I was in your position to answer strangers' questions that we never talked before, and there's pretty some hard-hitting questions. So I apologize if there's any questions that we caught up for, but you did a really great job. And I'm hoping to get the same opportunity with the other mom, just to sort of present both sides and sort of, I'm so sorry again that you're going through this.
I mean, we wiped each other's tears. There was days that she had her moments, days that I had my moments. We kissed each other on the forehead. We moved forward. We did what we had to do. If I didn't answer the phone from her, God forbid, if I didn't answer the phone, she'd be running downstairs. How come I'm not answering the phone? I'm not, or she send her girls down. Why is Laura mad at me? How come she's not answering? Tell her to answer the phone. I mean, that was our day. I mean, how? You didn't even talk to me. You literally told a lie and said my son poured gas and lit your son on fire. When he protected the kids, as soon as they started the school with my son, he was the first little boy that got on the bus and protected those boys. Literally would talk to the principal and say, I got to go check on Dominick and Aaron to make sure that they were okay. I mean, like I said, they went to the same school. He had to always go check on them. They were his own brothers. That's the relationship they had. I just want the world to know that this was a lie, and I want her to come out with the truth. Will she ever? No, she won't. No, she won't.
I see. I'm sorry to interrupt. I get these. I'm looking at the chats here. There's someone here, and Alina. Folks keep mentioning, and
that's her best friend.
Oh,
Alina.
Here we go. I have the link here. I don't mind going a little overtime. The hockey game doesn't start anyways, usually 20 minutes from now or so.
That was her daughter that she brought over, her little daughter, about a little over 1 year old. Yeah, a couple of times she's been over.
I see. Do you mind if she comes on the panel? If
I don't have a problem, no.
Okay, I don't mind staying a little bit past overtime here. The game's not started yet. But Elena, hi. Here's a link here. I'm going to post it. If she wants to come on board and just kind of give her 2 cents, maybe a different contrarian viewpoint, I guess. There's that. And I'll just give it or if anyone else, the reign of time we have left, another 10, 15 minutes. If anyone wants to post right now, I don't want to go back to the stream and go to all the comments, but any questions you want to ask Laura while we still have her the remaining time, any pressing questions you have or comments, I'm just going to go ahead and just post it up here. But yeah, you have a lot of, I'm surprised that there's a lot of folks that are on your side, a lot of supporters. Oh, here we go. Elena, here we go. Elena.
Hello.
Oh, hi. Elena, hi.
Hi.
Hi. I don't know if you've been watching the stream from the beginning, but I'm going to introduce myself.
From the beginning, but I chimed in.
Okay.
A little bit.
All right. My name is Psych Guy. I'm just a Billboard certified adult child psychiatrist. I do this as a hobby. I'm not involved in this case at all, but I did hear about it through the internet, and I'm not here to pick anyone's sides. I'm just asking questions and so on. And I did hear.
I don't know if you could see her. Her camera's kind of blurred.
I see like a 1980s kind of green.
Yes.
Which is fine. It's up to you, Elena, if you want to show your face or not. It's up to your discretion. I don't want to force anyone. I do want to hear your take, though. I definitely want to hear a contrarian position, a different view.
People to think that I'm being like on one side or the other. Obviously I'm on my best friend's side because I've been at her house when stuff with Stefano and Dom were not very good. The day we were moving out, well, she was moving out, but I was there to help her. Laura's sister was outside and a few other kids. And Stefano was literally throwing rocks at me through the window saying, "Get the fuck out." I don't know about the swearing situation, but...
Well, I don't know, Alana. You're kind of making a story up because the officers that I asked to come out to the home to watch our home, because you guys were moving stuff to protect us because we didn't want no altercations between us.
Hello?
Yeah, I see. Oh, gotcha. Okay, I see. So you're her friend. I see. Okay, so yeah, there's a lot of still questions I have. We've addressed a lot of the questions on this chat forum for the past 3 hours. But do we know? I guess first off, I guess it might be fair, completely fair. Obviously, I can't do it right now because I've got other engagements in a little while here, but do you think, knowing Maria, do you think she'd want to come and speak to me or a platform such as mine and kind of give her side of the story?
She's actually been texting me because I told her about the whole panel thing. I don't know if legally she can, but I will text her and ask her if she wants to come up.
Well, it won't be today because I've got a very engagements to go to watch the hockey game. But maybe some other nights, I don't mind doing that. But,
yeah, if you could send a link she actually texted me and asked me how to get a hold of you because she wasn't liking what was being said.
What part wasn't she liking, by the way? Just out of curiosity, knowing, was it completely all just?
Oh wait, sorry, you're echoing. Hold on. Hello?
I see. What parts exactly wasn't she liking? Was it the entire I was just trying to stay in the middle, not take any sides. Was it just the stuff that was coming on the other side? What exactly did she like about it?
Let me see if I can get earplug or earphones, but I can't hear. Hold on one. Sorry, hold on. Or because it's echoing, and when I first signed in, it said if there's echoing, use a headphone.
Okay, we're waiting for Alina. Sorry, for those of you wondering what's going on.
Sorry, she's getting earplugs right now. Or earpods. Where do I plug it in? Oh, hold on. Sorry. Hello?
Okay. Yes. So, yeah, just to be fair, again, I'm just neutral. I'm not here and invested in anyone's side. But if in the future, I don't have, just to be completely honest with you and transparent, I don't have Facebook or I don't do the Twitter thing. A lot of these kiddos do these days. I'm very busy as it is. I don't even do email. But this video will be out. If she wants to go ahead and put a comment, the best way to get a hold of me is either put a comment on my videos. It doesn't matter what video, because what happens is on YouTube, on the top right of the screen, there's like this little bell. So it's kind of be read. So it's a message. Either that, or like send a message on my commentary, my wall, community tab wall.
Okay.
I do have some medical procedures I got to go to this Thursday, which definitely I'm going to be MIA. But if she ever wants to go ahead and present her side, I'm sure she's probably had talked to other folks on the. I don't know. She's had other interviews I've seen online and so on.
Well, Maria, according to like legal stuff, in the beginning, she wasn't allowed to like comment on anything. So I don't know how that is going at this exact moment, but I don't mean to be like, what's the word? I know you probably gotta get off this shortly, but with the whole GoFundMe page thing, in the beginning, Kayla did put it up because Maria has never been the type to ask for money. I've been best friends with them. I've known Aaron since I was in middle school. He has worked every single day of his life for as long as I've known. Mm-hmm. The only time he didn't work was during COVID, and he had back surgery one time. And he was out for not even a week. And then he went right back to work. He even got promoted at work. So whatever they're saying online, I've heard people saying that like Aaron doesn't work and all they do is sit on their butts and get high. They both do not smoke. They don't do drugs because everyone's like, oh, they're getting high, they whatever. Anytime I'm there, they never do that. I've known them for like I said, over 10 years. I've known Aaron since middle school. With the GoFundMe thing, like I said, Maria doesn't like asking people for money or anything for that matter. So Kayla, she wanted to help her mom because of everything that was going through. And Kayla did put up the medical thing, but then changed it because then she talked to Maria, and Maria's like, no, our insurance covers the medical bill. So that's why she changed it to something else. And everyone's thinking that because she changed it, they're trying to do a fraud thing, which is not the case.
I see. Yeah, I mean, look, and I don't know.
I mean,
go ahead.
Alana, like you did address to just now to everybody that she wanted help because they were in a bind.
Yeah.
But that doesn't give a reason to use your child for financial aid.
She wasn't using her child for that. She would never do that. Never
Well,
once,
if you're
not
in a
once.
bind, you can't say your child is being bullied. You could
He
put out
was.
there that
I've
you need money. You just made a statement, Alana.
Elena.
You were Elena. Well, you were there 3 times at the house as far as I lived here for a year, and I'm not.
No,
gonna
I was
argue
there
with
for
you.
more than
You
that.
were there. You were here 3 times, and your daughter was a blessing to take care of that when she was here, when you were here. Okay, and there was parties that Maria had with her family here, and I was involved, and I was up there with my children, and even catered to a birthday party that we had for Maria for her 45th birthday. Correct.
Yes, and I was there.
Okay. So, okay, exactly. And I cooked as well as my husband cooked, and I brought food up for her family from my apartment. Okay. So let's not put out false statements. My child never bullied Maria's child. She needed
I
the
was
money.
there when he was throwing
you
empty
made the
water bottles at
statement,
him.
You made it clearly. You made it clearly. She needed the money. Right.
No.
We know that. Thank
She
you.
just didn't.
It was
Dom
proven.
Dom does not want to go back to that house because he's afraid of going back there. He literally cried to Maria in the hospital saying, "Mommy,
Cried.
don't take me back there." Aaron Jr. didn't even want to go to school because he knew the kids were going to be there.
No.
Oh.
Stefano's not there at that school.
Not Stefano, Lorenzo.
Oh no, Lorenzo, they were separated. The principal made sure they were.
Yeah, but Aaron
protected.
Jr. did not want to go back because he was scared of what was going to happen.
Scared. But Aaron Jr. was never able to speak of what he saw. Because Aaron Jr.
but he
was
knows
in the backyard as well, playing
But he
with the
knows
ball
what
and
happened to his
on fire.
brother.
He
But he knew what happened to his brother, so he did not want to go to school with the same kid that lit Dom on fire.
He was there as well. He was there as well, kicking a ball around.
Again, Aaron Jr. is also younger than Stefano.
He's 7. They're a year apart.
Exactly, younger.
Okay, what's that have to do with anything? There was a 6, 7-year-old, and an 8-year-old, unattended, and 11-year-old that was supposed to be supervised by Maria. This would have never happened. This was out of
My
neglect
point
on her
is
behalf.
that Dominick cried to Maria in the hospital saying, "I don't want to go back there." So she's like, "Of course I'm not going to take you back. Why would you want to go back there?"
I know, because the children, her children were here for 3 days or maybe 4 days, if I'm exact. And they were having interaction with my children. And that's why they ended up leaving, because it was hard for them to see each other every day because of how the family was close. I'm not going to explain myself anymore to you because you weren't here, like I said, every day.
But I've seen footage.
Footage? You see what footage? I'm sorry, what footage?
The footage that was let out on what was it on? It was on some news thing. I don't remember what it was on. There's been so many different interviews that happened with Aaron and Dom and Maria. I don't even remember which one it was.
What is your take, Alina, on the fact that the police, though, has come out publicly and said there's no evidence of bullying? Does that change your perspective?
Maybe that exact incident, the part that we saw on camera. It was Laura's friend. He put it up on Facebook. It wasn't a news thing. Laura's friend put it up. I don't remember his name.
I don't know who friend you're talking about.
It was Joe Gritz. Frank Rescia was there. Alyssa was
Frank
in the
Grandia.
apartment. Whatever.
Nobody. You mean the video? That's the video of the children playing in the backyard with kicking balls and
Yes,
lighting
that
other
video.
things on
But what
fire.
bothers me and a lot of other people that I've talked to, that the time that Dom did get lit on fire, Dom is not in camera view. So for those few seconds, a lot can happen in a few seconds.
It's not a few seconds, and then it's like a split second, and he falls down. And he's
Did you
towards
see it?
my son's back, and he's towards my. You know what? You could just. Well, you're not a detective. You're not a detective. They had
No,
guns
but
and
I'm
they had
saying if you saw
Dominic's
it,
leg
that's
was
one
on
thing. But you
fire.
cannot see
You are
Dom
in
outside of
denial.
the camera footage.
You are in denial. You are in denial.
No, because
You're
I
not
saw
a
the camera
detective.
footage.
Forensic was here. They took all the evidence.
Like
That
I said,
child had gas
that
splattered on.
second,
He was
that second
involved with gas
that
all
Dom
that
was
time.
not in camera footage, it was only your son, maybe like an inch of him, was in camera footage, and you
Wow,
can't.
but you know what? His hands were not burned. He did not need ambulance.
Okay, but what I'm saying is okay, but he was
But
also
what?
holding a cup of gasoline filled with fire.
Correct. And he made the statement. He placed the cup down, and Dominic
Yes,
came
so I'm
over.
saying, so clearly he's not gonna.
Jumped on it.
You see him
Dominic's
holding
leg was on
you
fire.
see him
Why
holding a
was
cup of
his leg on fire?
gasoline.
Okay, and he could have been killed. And Maria, where
And
was the
Dom
mother
would have
at
been
that
killed
time?
if Lorenzo wasn't there.
No. My son's
Yes.
face could have been blown off. Blown off.
Yeah,
house
thank
could have
God
been
your
on
son
fire.
wasn't, but Dom's face was burnt and had
Thank
second
you.
and third degree
Thank God my
burns.
son was there because Maria never took action of coming down to take care of those children.
But yet Stefano was right next to him.
Okay. And he's turning back to check out and see a friend of his on
He
fire.
never turned. He never turned. He ran away from it.
Oh, he didn't turn? He didn't turn. He turned twice.
He ran away from it, and that's
He
when
turned
Lorenzo
twice.
stepped
He's
in.
8 and he was in fear. He was in fear. My son spoke.
He's
on
in
his
fear, but yet he filled a cup of gasoline and lit it on fire, but yet he's in fear.
Okay, so
How
yeah,
does that make
and
sense?
if he was a bully, he's lighting himself on fire, gonna blow himself up. He didn't know the consequences. He had no supervision.
He should know the consequences.
Maria should have been there. Case
No,
closed. She neglected. She used
No.
the bully lie.
No.
I'm not gonna put myself down to you. I'm sorry.
Well, then why are you?
Oh, sorry.
Because you're saying a lie. Put Maria on. Let's speak the truth.
Well, she's probably cooking dinner for her kids because it's around
you know
that
what?
time.
It's 8 o'clock. Yeah, I know, because she cooks at 8 or 9 o'clock. I know. You're right. You are right. 8 or 9 o'clock.
She feeds her kids.
At 8 or 9 o'clock. I already had dinner made this morning.
Do you want a cookie?
That's the first priority. You do it first thing when you get up. After you have to do it, what? 8 o'clock at night? You're eating dinner?
I just finished dinner.
Well, but if you don't have a job, why couldn't you make it Sunday?
Who said I don't have a job?
Oh, okay. Well,
All right,
I'm just making a statement.
Sorry, guys. I apologize. My mistake. Maybe I just prematurely jumped the gun. I sort of kind of like thought it would be a nice idea just to get a contrary and different sort of viewpoint. But then it occurred to me that, hey, it might be better off, a fair, just for Maria's sake, just to kind of make a separate kind of live stream for her. And if you want to join also, Lena, I know, I know you're a friend, which I respect, and don't have anything against that. I know, and there could potentially.
I just don't like the lies being thrown around. I've been there when the kid bullied me, bullied cops, bullied
the cops.
Yeah, when I was on FaceTime with Maria, after it happened.
How do you
Again,
bully cops?
Can I finish my sentence? I was on FaceTime with Maria when she left the hospital to go back to the house to get clothes for Dom. I was on Facebook. One of your, Stefano, was riding by on his bike, and Maria told the cop, can you get that kid away from my car, please? And he stuck his middle finger up and said, fuck you, bitch, to Maria, but stuck his middle finger up at the cop. I was on FaceTime with her.
I guess in the end, basically, I think in the end, really, the reports will sort of come out, and I'm not involved at all deep in this case. I was just doing this as a sort of, just a little take on this objective sort of viewpoint. But I think it's best. I would be, though, interested just to hear it straight if Maria is really interested to have her separate live stream. just like, and I respect you, Alina. Also, Alina, right? Elena.
Elena.
Elena, I also respect you. I know you're friends with her. The reality is, though, and just on my behalf, speaking on my behalf, I know that if my friend did something, I'll be defending my friend. So there might be some inherent bias also. So,
well, that's what I was trying to say. That I don't, because me and Maria have always been honest with each other. Or as long as we've known each other, she would tell me when I was wrong. I would tell her. And if she was wrong, then I would. Yes, it was horrible what happened to Dom, and I pray for that kid literally every day. I talk to him all the time on FaceTime or in person. The kid is literally scarred.
No, I think we all feel a sympathy for sure. I think no one's disputing that. I think we all feel bad for what happened to Dom. It's just that I think the question is, just the whole laboring.
I think all the kids are scarred. Don't you understand that all those kids witnessed a little boy on fire? They're all little kids that were not supervised in that backyard and were playing with gas.
I definitely do like this.
Could have been hurt.
Yes, and that's something definitely. If I mean, I'm not here to force anyone. If there is any sort of, I don't want to come in between any sort of like legal sort of issues. If she's advised not to talk to anyone, I'm not forcing anyone. Like I said, preface with Laura, I said, listen, if you don't feel comfortable with any questions, I don't want to go ahead and step into any sort of mud. But if Maria does ever in the future want to come, open an invitation, she can put a comment or an email. But I definitely will be asking though the same types of questions that I did ask Laura, just to be completely fair, because there's many questions I would like to ask her. Is was she watching the children at home? What happened? And I'll also ask about the environment again. Also that I'll ask about the go. But so if she wants to come, I won't press anyone. I'm not here to go ahead and trap anyone. I'm just here just kind of curious kind of thing. That's all.
Yeah, no, I understand.
But I do respect you coming in. So sorry that I had to cut this short. I apologize. I just knew that I have another engagement to go to. The hockey would start. And if she does come, in the future, you're welcome. Also, if you want,
I would be glad to be on that.
And it's up to you. I mean, if she does, come, of course.
Yeah.
And likewise, Laura.
And I apologize, but for a legal state of mind, Alana, she already put out herself in her statement several times. I mean, how much more can she change her story? I mean, I said what I said, and I don't mean anything against the family. Again, I love the kids, and I will always have a part in my heart for them. But it hurt mentally and physically, Alana. You don't know what I've done for that family. Okay?
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Okay.
And I just want you to understand, my kids were, this affected my kids in a large amount of way. Okay. And you were just here a couple weeks prior to that with your baby girl in that front yard. And I was holding her and I was playing her just like Stefano was holding and interacting with her as well.
Okay.
So there was no problem then, right?
People are not going to be mean 24/7.
Alana, the way you're making the statement about my child is unfair. He was not a bully.
It's the truth, though.
That's it. That's the truth. Just come out with the truth.
I am. My parents were even there a few times, and
Your parents were there, and they loved me, and they loved my kids.
I wasn't talking about you.
Okay.
I was talking about
loved my kids, Alana. They love my kids, and my kids also walked your parents down, if I'm not mistaken, while you were still up in the apartment.
Okay.
Because your mother and father brought your baby downstairs from the party that night. Okay.
Yeah, because my parents love my baby.
Correct. Because you were a little intoxicated.
I wasn't driving. I was able to take care of my child.
You're right. Your parents were driving and they were in care of that. That's okay. It's okay. I got to stop there. But you know what? Again, I love the family. It has nothing against the kids.
I want to go ahead then, if that's okay, Alana. I'm just going to go ahead and then remove the panel just because of time. I just want to close this episode here because I have to go to my hockey game. I definitely though would like to invite you though in the future if you want. If Maria wants to come, open invitation. Just but I definitely just want to just closing comments with Laura, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, that's fine.
But thank you so much for the courage for coming up and just speaking your mind. And just
no problem. Anytime.
Contrarian position and so on. All right, cool. I'm going to go ahead then and remove from the stream. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
All right. Well, you have a good night. Enjoy your game.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right. Sorry about that. Yeah, my mistake. I mean, again, I'm not here to take anyone's sides and so on. I just thought invite someone to a contrarian position, but then I realized, oh, maybe there's a lot more, and it would be more respectful. I'm sorry if I disrespected you by inviting someone that hijacked your stream and so much was dedicated.
That's okay. It's okay.
So on, but definitely for sure, I'm going to go ahead and do open for Maria. I would like to hear her take, and as always, you're welcome to watch that one if it comes.
That would be nice. Yes.
Yeah, and I don't want to force anyone. I'm not here to go ahead and step anyone's toes. If she doesn't want to even do it, there's no hard feelings and so on. But hopefully this will bring some sort of awareness or some closure. I feel bad for the situation, mostly for the kids. I just hope that maybe.
I just feel bad because, you know, the kids didn't have no closure to this, and, you know, the emotional status of the kids, you know, what they went through, you know.
Yeah. I'm so sorry about that. But is there any parting words you wanted to say? Anything else you wanted to sort of last minute sort of statements?
No, basically, again, you know, my heart is with Dominick. I love the girls. I love the boys. That will never change. And those memories, the good memories that we had, all of us together, that will never change. Like I said, that will be always a place in my heart. The kids were a joy. They were really a joy to have all together. Our fun laughs, our moments of our sadnesses that we had, different, you know, things that we were together on. And, you know, we shared a lot of good memories. And that's what I told my kids to keep in their heart for the rest of their life. Those memories that we shared, all of us together.
All right.
When they feel sad and when they feel emotion, I told them to remember, you know, we sit sometimes and we talk about what we would have been doing, or, you know, the kids would say like different funny things that they would do and what they did, you know, together. So, and the music sometimes brings memories and sadness to my kids, because there are songs that the kids sang together, and sometimes the kids don't want to hear it because, you know, it brings those memories back, you know. So that there is sadness. There's a lot of sadness too. So, but I hope she can live with herself, you know, knowing that she claims that she put out the truth. And I just wish that she would accept that, you know, that's a lie. And so we can have that closure.
Yes, very good parting words here. I appreciate your courage for coming out here. And if she does ever want to come out for an objective sort of analysis or just a interview, I definitely will ask the same sort of questions, similar sort of
like the only thing that hurts the most is those words of a soul sister, and you know that sticks with me. That will always stay in my heart, with way she said that I was the best thing in the world that she met, and that God put us together, because when we met we were like literally across from each other. And she said I was the best thing in the world to her. I guess I was.
Wow.
I guess I was.
Yeah.
So that hits the most, you know.
I see.
You know, when you pull up at a house and you have those memories and you look up at that window and you're used to seeing her standing by the window, you know, it's hard. It's hard. It really is hard. And, you know, especially, you know, like if I went to get my hair done or things like that, she came, and our moments that we shared together, you know, it's hard. It really is hard to move forward. It really is. But I guess I got to get myself strong, my kids strong.
Yes.
It's going to take a lot of time.
It sounds like you definitely are doing all the right steps in regards. I mean, you have a lot of supporters here in chat, that's for sure. So it sounds like your awareness is being spread around, and
I'm just trying hard to keep strong for the sake of my kids, with those smiles, and still like put myself together, because it is hard. I just want my son's name clear. You don't know how hard it is to look at his face every day and to stay strong for lies. You don't know how hard it is. It's so hard to walk around as a parent and to know that your child was used. It's so hard, but I do it. I do it every day. I do it every day. And at night, I lay my head on my pillow, and that's when I think the most. How could somebody have done this to us?
I'm sorry that you're going through this, and everyone's going through this. And I truly, well, just based on my experience, like I said before, usually these types of situations it does eventually sort of get sort of resolved just through time, and all the ducks are lined up, and sort of the consistency is shown, and whichever side is more consistent and unwavering, that's usually you see more closure in that regards. Again, not saying one side is correct than the other. I'm just, again, staying in the middle. And but I do think you're doing everything you can right now, and I appreciate you coming on here for sure.
Thank you.
All right, and no problem. Thank you so much. My goodness, wow, 3.5 hours. Thank you so much for your time. Sure. And okay, well, and as always, you take care then, okay, Laura?
Take care. Take care.
All right. Okay, so that was Laura. Okay, so just finish up here. Wow, what a great, I thought it was a really great interview. I thought try to stay as objective as possible. Definitely not taking any sides here. I do see a lot of supporters in the chat. I'm seeing all your chats. I'm sorry I didn't get to all your comments. I do see that the ads are down by 1. No, that's not good. But just to be fair, I will, like I said before, if the other mom wants to come on and give her side, I'll probably ask the same sort of questions. I won't take any sides. I'll definitely just sort of same sort of approach. Really, that's all it is there. And if also Elena, but Elena, I don't know, the friend thing, the more I think of it, because Laura's friend didn't show up, maybe if I can get Maria, is there a point for Elena? But I guess maybe if Maria wants to do it, if she wants to have a friend also, I'm not sure how much added value it would be to have 2 people. I think maybe to be fair, since Laura was only 1 person, Maria. But I mean, we'll see what happens. We'll basically see what happens. And just okay. Well, thank you guys so much for coming, for joining us. And sorry, it's been 3.5 hours. Thank you, thank you so much, Gabby. Thank you, Aussie Jen. Thank you so much, Stingray. Thank you. Finishing up here, Jim Frog. I look forward to it. Okay, yeah. I mean, look, again, like I said, I'm not here to pick any sides. I do, honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I do kind of am starting to see now where I think I wish I can ask more questions. The questions though I would ask will sort of pin me sort of into this case, which I definitely don't want to do because of boundary issues. So it's just superficial, just generic kind of questions that you can get from the media and so on. But I am starting to see, okay, maybe. But in the end of the day, really, this one word that will, settle this, sort of case is consistency. We saw this with the Michael Long case. I mean, the consistent side, even though it was a silent side, really sort of won that. So usually in these cases, these custody battles, that's really all there is. There's nothing special to it. So whoever's, consistent, whoever's unwavering, and whoever just, stays true and so on. But I'll just finish up here. Yeah, so okay. No problem. Thank you. No problem. No problem. Hey, thank you. Tough case. You're incredibly fair. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Colleen. Thank you. Thank you so much, Duchess of Dutchness. Thank you. Thank you so much, Gabby. Hey, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you. Yes. I'm not sure what that is. Before, okay. Yes. Great point. It's very difficult losing families and true love. Yes. Great. I couldn't have said this any better. Thank you so much. I look forward to interviewing. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Supporters here. We're seeing now the division between 2 different sides here. Thank you so much, Cheeser. Thank you so much, Stingray. Laura's not in the van after helping them. Again, this is all, I don't know for sure. I'm just taking her word. It's alleged, so I'm not saying this is factual or not. I don't know. I can't say that. I don't know. Okay, another comment there. She won't come on. Maybe she might come on. I mean, again, I'm an open book. I do work during the week, but I have the nights. This was a fluke because of the game. That's why I did it earlier. But if she wants to come in the nighttime, I can't do Thursday, though, because I have 2 routine medical procedures. I'm okay health-wise, but they're scheduled, writing the books. I'm not going to obviously reschedule it just for this. So Thursday's out. But if she wants to either comment or message me, I'll definitely be looking out for that. And I won't hide away. I'll definitely interview for sure, as long as there's no sort of favoritism at all. Thank you so much, hey, Curious Rose. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Linda. Thank you so much, Love and Life. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Aussie Jen. All right. Thank you so much, Big Heart. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much. I just love these comments here. I cannot wait until after 17 to hear you. Now that might be tough, Savvy Vaggie, because if I interviewed both of them, I'm going to be boxed in. I don't want to go ahead and render an opinion because it's different, because here I am now getting involved. So I probably won't give an opinion, at all. Folks may if they're skilled, they can see through my line of questioning, see exactly where I'm kind of, okay, leaning towards. So I probably won't render an opinion in this case, just to stay out of this, because again, I don't want to get involved. I don't want to get, I'm not getting paid at all for this. I know with lawyers, first off, I don't even like lawyers to begin with. I hate to say it, but doctors don't bill for time. We don't go ahead. Lawyers bill for every 15 minutes. Time is precious. Time is money. I like doing this as a hobby. I don't mind doing this. But if I were to go ahead and get subpoenaed and so on, it's going to cost a lot of money. And so I don't want to be in that situation. I'm not here to scam anyone. I'm not going here to ask for any sort of retainer fees. That's why I'm going to stay neutral. I'm not going to go ahead and cross anything. I'm not going to go ahead and put myself to where I'm going to be asked to go ahead, because I don't have time to go ahead. In my personal life, I don't even have time for personal life at all. While I'm having time for these individuals, I just think it's good discussion. And so, but I'd love to go and have another interview on the other side to see exactly what they have to say and so on, because let's see exactly. And it'll be the same type of question for sure. Thank you so much. Okay, finishing up here. Whoever you talk without their hand out is feeling more believable in the YouTube world. That's a very good point. I never thought about that. That is true. Yes. And that's why I like to go ahead and side note here. Just, I don't want to toot my own horn, but that's why I don't, monetize my channel. That's why you don't see me asking for super chats. I know we're hitting a recession upcoming. I know times are tough. I don't want to go ahead and ask for people to donate money to me, even though time is money, like I said, but it's goodness of my heart. I know we all have families or issues, personal lives, and so on. And I do truly believe that folks can look at this channel and say, wow, this guy's pretty genuine. He's not, most of his videos are demonetized. There's no super chats. He's not e-begging. There's no GoFundMe, or not GoFundMe, I should say, Patreon, PayPal, and so on. So hopefully people can realize that, well, this guy's not even sticking out his hand. If anything, he's given his hand during his time. So hopefully they can see that this channel is really credible. It's definitely an underground channel, that's for sure. It's 3,220. It's stuck there. I don't know why. I personally think it should be higher because of these facts, because we talk about these interesting cases. But more people, I think, want to talk about drama stuff. I don't know why, but anyways, thank you so much. I appreciate it, Roezia. Thank you so much. I'm going, Elena. I don't know about. I mean, again, I don't want to, Elena. I apologize. My defense, in her defense, I did kind of do a quick thing, and it just kind of blew up because I realized, okay, well, hold on here, the game. So that's why I just quickly terminated. All right. Have a good night. Thank you so much, Captain Napton. Finishing up here. Appreciate the blow. Have you ever seen the video? Yeah, I did see. Yeah, I played it earlier. I did play the videos earlier. So I did see like the Inside Edition footage, the video clip. I did see the Inside Edition, the second video clip. I think it's the same video. And I did see also the surveillance video. So I did see the video clip. I posted in you'll see in the very, very beginning of this video. If you go ahead and go, thank you so much, Ali Joe. Appreciate going live. Yeah. I really wish that my Bon Jovi live could have been done last week. It was taken down because of, I don't know, the whole, that I was looking forward to that one. It didn't happen, but I'm looking forward to my ABBA live that's coming up. All right. How else? Yes. Okay. Sad. The beginning of change and it's most hard things to endure. Shows you know for decades. Oh, it's so very sad. So I'm talking like this. I'm just basically just trying to go through these comments. I'm so sad. I don't want to go to the game now because it's like we're down nothing. 0-1. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Just routine. Nothing wrong with my health. At least I don't know of. So it's just two procedures scheduled at the surgical center. So it's in the morning time. I think they don't have a schedule yet because they do it 2 days in advance. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. No problem, Linda. I hope you get the other side of the video. How is that? Look, I don't want to go ahead and make a comment what I think, but your opinion, Stingray says she thinks that Laura is on the right side of it. Again, I don't want to go and say who's right, who's wrong. I could though say that her statements, though, I mean, they did seem, very consistent. I mean, these questions I was asking, I don't know if you noticed though, the questions I was asking, a lot of times I repeat myself, and that was on purpose. I would go ahead and just kind of ask sort of the question differently, and that was on purpose. Not because I was, like to repeat myself, but I want to see, is there a sort of sense of consistency? Is there a sense, and there was that sort of definitely a genuine consistency, no unwavering and so on. So for sure, yes, I mean, this is your opinion though. It sounds like she's on the right side of it. Or okay. And when I hopefully if I interview the other side, the other mom, she may do the same thing. Maybe her statements may be consistent and so on. So it might be, okay, both sides are consistent with their presentation. And it might be sort of one of the things like, who do you think is more plausible, believable, and sort of left to whatever you guys decide. So that might be the same also situation with Maria, the other mom. That makes sense, but damn it. Okay. See, the family is going to face new accusation. Okay, I did not know that. Okay, interesting to see if Maria comes on board. What exactly? There's some validity behind this. That the video is edited. I saw the video, and I'm not sure exactly if that's the right video. I did see the surveillance video, and I didn't see anything. I'm not a video expert. I didn't see any sort of cut. Like usually when I make videos, a lot of times you can kind of do the scissors, and you can cut the video, and you can splice it, kind of. I didn't see any of that. But I'm not a videographer. What do you call it? A graphic designer. I didn't see any of that to my naked eye. But I did though see that. I didn't see. I do admit that there's a part where a few seconds, it's like they're off camera. So I did see that. They come back, which I comment in this video. I can rewind it and see what I say about that. But I didn't see any sort of splicing or editing. Maybe I didn't see the whole video or the video they're referring to. That's a question I may ask Maria if she comes on. I'll definitely ask. There's some issues. I did see that in the media also, where she reported that the video was edited. What video are referring to? Can you direct me to show what clip exactly? So I can just, for my own knowledge, for the public's knowledge, because I would like to know more about that, because I have not encountered that at all. To be fair, okay, no winners here. Thanks for my advice. Yes, no problem, Vicky. Yes, absolutely, as always. You have to, otherwise it just becomes a big mess. And I'm not going to go ahead and it's not a financial thing, but it's just not a But then again, it kind of is, especially when you're dragged and next thing you know. And I've actually had lawyers who actually came to me and tried to pimp me. This is a true story, but they said, hey, we've got a lot of custody-ish cases and, come on board. They didn't say directly, but they tried to, I hate to use the word pimp, but that's the best way to describe it. They said, we'll hire you, try to under the table and just, not saying this is going to happen here, but they try to pay big bucks for me to go ahead and just, be on the client side and, spin it. So, and I know a lot of providers do sell out that way, but I don't want to sell out that way. I don't want to go ahead and look to get any sort of profit from any of this kind of stuff. I just think it's foolish. It's just unfair to all parties involved. It's not, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. I do appreciate. Thank you so much, Gabby. I appreciate that. More to come. Definitely for sure. You're wonderful. Thank you so much, Aussie Jen. I appreciate that. Quality. Yes, quality or quantity. That's for sure. Quality or quantity. Yes. All right. All right. Sub to Psych Guy. Thank you. Yes. If you want to, you don't have to sub if you want to. I appreciate that, Curious Rose. I will be though working a new job coming up in 2 weeks or so, 3 weeks. So I may not be as active. So I'm kind of getting this also out because I have a little more free time. So if Maria wants that interview, she's got to go ahead and reach out to me sooner than later. Because otherwise, once I start a new job, I'm probably going to be like working like when I start working a new job. So I'm like working on a dog. So I'm probably going to be like MIA, to be honest, at least in the beginning for sure. And that new job starts tentatively July the 12th. Oh, but by the way, it reminds me, I might do a live stream in terms of how to go ahead and negotiate. That's how to go ahead and successfully negotiate in job interviews and so on, because I was able to go ahead and negotiate a much higher sort of asking price. It was actually $25 more per hour. It was a different job. So there's different skills and sort of ways to sort of approach things and so on. So I think that video may help out. Anything to help out the viewers for sure. Thank you so much. No problem. Thank you so much, Rosie. We've already heard that. Okay. Oh, Savvy Waggy. We already heard what she has to say on an interview, and she's about to on the. Okay, we already heard. Well, I gotta be fair though. Maybe you're right. I don't know, but I just want to be just neutral and fair and have the other side just give an open invitation and say maybe you're right. Maybe there is no consistency. Maybe there might be flailing of stories and so on. Of course, I won't go ahead and say that, hey, hold on here, but I may gently point out, hold on, this is not, adding up, but I definitely want to give no opinion. Sending heal vibes is the same. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Too bad you don't do Facebook. No, I don't do Facebook. It's not that I don't. Well, first off, Facebook, I don't know if you guys realize this or not. Side note here, but Facebook, once you sign up for Facebook, I don't know, I'm going to be a Debbie Downer here tonight, but I don't know if you know this, but once you sign up for Facebook, when you sign up or put your email address or whatever and sign up for Facebook, when you click yes, accept, you're giving them permission to sell your information, so they're, going to go ahead and look at, you, not like stalking or anything like that, but they're going to go ahead and look at, okay, where you go, your sites, you visit, and, your shopping habits and so on. So that's one of the dangers, you got to watch out for. They don't advertise, but if you look at the fine sort of print, you're giving them sort of print, because all they're interested in is in ads, and they want to go ahead and get more money, right? So they want to go ahead and sell your information. They want to go ahead and see what ads will go ahead and bring in more traffic and so on. So that's why, but that's the main reason why I don't do Facebook. I don't do Facebook because I don't have time. I'm a very busy guy. This is a fluke today. Thank you so much. Good night, Linda Graff, for sure. Good night. So I'm gonna help myself. Okay. We saw a pivot on the site provider. Yes, and that's why I definitely didn't want to go into that sort of discussion. I did go. I do think you're going to see a rise in misogynism. I do see later on this year, next year. I think because of the verdict. Nothing against what happened. I'm not saying I'm for or against it. I just think that this might be an open door green light for more people to go and say, hey, Johnny Depp, was found, innocent, completely innocent, and Amber Heard was the victim, the enemy here, and so on. So I think you might see an increase in misogyny. Hopefully not, but I think you'll probably see more sort of DV type, cases. Likewise, I think you'll see more suicide rates. We were talking about actually in a live stream last night. Curious Rose's live stream, who's a great content creator. I do agree. We talk about suicide rates. I think once this recession hits us and you see more and more people losing jobs, I think you'll see more depression increase. I think you see depression increase, suicide increase as a result, depression. So I think you see a spike in suicide rates. I do think COVID is going to resurge also this fall. I think people are neglecting that, taking advantage or not wearing the mask and so on. I think they're leaving the fact that we're not testing as much. We're not even wearing masks as much anymore. They don't understand the science behind potential mutations and so on. So I think you'll see a resurgence in the fall. I think it's going to be a rough fall, winter, to be honest. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. Appreciate it, Heather. These are the best. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, boom, we all PG. Vet your guests, PG. Okay. All right. I definitely will next time. Yes, that's definitely and with the Lena thing, I have nothing against her, but when I did that, it was sort of impulsively, and it was a friend. So how much added value could I have added? Of course, she didn't defend her friend. So I thought to myself, for time's sake, it might have been better if I interviewed straight from the horse's mouth Maria, just to be fair, especially when Laura didn't have her friend up on board. So I do apologize to Laura if she's still watching this. It was a bad move on my behalf because it shifted sort of imbalance. Hopefully Laura, though, that's why I gave her a little extra more time at the very end, a little closure. So hopefully Laura forgive me for doing that. But I don't think it changed the needle on any of this for sure. Let's call PG. That's right. All right, cool. That's the clear fact. Say this with the student, they're sharing this truth to stay saying no respect. Yes, absolutely. Good night, Kaiser. Sorry to say. All right. Well, thank you so much. Are the apps still down, by the way, or what? Where the last comment? Or do we know? Or the app's still down? Does anyone know? I'm like, gotta have some dinner and so on. I'm gonna look this up. Are the apps? Do we know if the apps are down? Maybe not. Who knows, right? Yes. And strongly follow Curious Rose. We had a great time last night. I was hanging out for 3 hours. She does trivia. Me and her, we have this connections bond to music. We talk about music a lot. I mean, we're just basically bouncing off each other. And we both like the same kind of music, 80s, 90s. I mean, the best, right? I'm kind of curious about the game. So anyways, hey, with that being said, though, who's going live next? Definitely not Psych Guy. That's Psych Guy is basically hanging it, but anyone else want to go last for sure? I may drop in later if anyone's going to. Is anyone going live next tonight or no? Well, I'm gonna watch a hockey game. So anyways, with that being said, well, guys, it was nice. It was fun. It was a great Sunday. Yes, that is a good point. Yes, that is true. Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. See, I didn't know this. See, I'm glad that it stuck around for the after show party. Okay, so I didn't know this, Gabby. Everything introduced. Yes, I do know like Google, Facebook, Notorious. I didn't know about Go.go. I didn't know about that. I hear about that, but it wouldn't surprise me. It makes sense, and I'm not subscribed to Go.go or anything like that. Personally, I think that we're all peons in the reality. Even though I'm a physician, who am I better than anyone else? We all come from the same sun. So I'm not really that paranoid about folks following and tracking me. If they do, I live a boring life. There's nothing in my background or history. It's just, okay, this guy's just a double board egghead. So, but I did not know that. I'll share my information. I mean, okay, here we go. Count that. Elena actually ended up allowing Laura to show her patience. So, yeah, I think so. I mean, I think, again, look, I mean, I'm not picking any sides, but I thought Laura answered the questions fine. I mean, there was nothing, very, very alarming. And the same could be said about Maria. I've had Maria on the, panel. Hopefully the same thing will happen to where it's, it's just, okay, pick your side if you want to, or you may not. I don't know. But I didn't see any sort of like, anything that was, yes, I think she definitely, there was a sense of poise and so on. And smash the buttons, follow buttons. That's right. Main man here. I don't know about main man, but definitely smash follow and like. It's just amazing. I still have 26 folks. So when last week, the past couple of weeks, I'll be honest with you. I mean, when I live streamed like my Bon Jovi video, there was like 2 people, 1-0 at one point. Like I was like, whoa. And here, I think we hit like, I don't know, like at one point it was like 80 or no, maybe not that high, but I'm like, okay, wow. I mean, this is, I thought this video was good, but I think there's other videos that are, like the Bon Jovi video we did last week. I thought it was fun. Depeche Mode the week before. I don't know. I mean, yeah. All right. It looks like cool. Yeah, this is a question I don't think we knew the answer to. I asked that question earlier. Are the GoFundMe? I asked Laura. This is a question I'll ask Maria. I don't think it's a harmful question. If she can answer it, of course, she's advised by legal counsel. Then I want to press her, but I don't know. Are those funds frozen? I read yes, they are. Then we don't. She said no, and I didn't want to press on that, so I don't know. I have no idea for sure. Colleen says follow the Milk Nut Stand on YouTube for more updates on this. Okay, this will be the. To be fair, I'm not going to go ahead. This will be my second to the last video. I don't see myself. I don't want to go ahead and stir anyone falsely. I'm not going to go ahead. I mean, I want to interview Maria if she wants to come on board. But after that, I'm not going to go ahead and make any follow-up videos. I'm not going to do a video on, on my thoughts about it. I got to move on to the next one. I want to do other videos. I want to do my ABBA top 10 videos. I got to do that. I got to do my other music choices. This is more of a music channel than anything. It also a psych channel. For sure. But it's going to be, this is the second to last video. This might be the last video. If Maria says, no, I don't want to even do this. Who's this guy? Doesn't want to even connect me. I'm not going to go ahead and add any, do anything special. I'm not going to set up a Facebook account of me. I'm not going to go ahead and set up a Twitter account where she can find me. Like I said, you can find me just through the comment or through my community tab where I post like polls and so on about who's better, Def Leppard, Motley Crue. By the way, you guys are getting the wrong answer. It's supposed to be Def Leppard. When I was saying who should be the closer, Motley Crue won that poll. So I don't know what's up with that. You didn't get the Bon Jovi versus Motley Crue though. I know Rose has probably watched this saying she's like a huge diehard Crue fan. I like the Crue though, but I'm sorry, but Bon Jovi, Def Leppard above the Crue. Here we're going to talk about music here. I wouldn't nervous to let an 8-year-old boy another kid. Yeah, okay. 8-year-old home, my baby in a way. Fair enough. All right. Don't give Depp any case any attention. I did only one video, and that's it. It's one and done. I do think, honestly, it was sort of a bandwagon thing. I honestly think that if it was John Goodman instead of Johnny Depp, I don't think that would have got that much attention. I do think that there was some influence with the media. I mean, it was just overwhelming. I think both parties are to blame, both Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. But I do think that, honestly, Amber, I mean, who knows exactly what happened or whatever, but I don't know. I just think that it's just not a good overall look. I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think it's in favor for domestic DV and women's rights. So I just think that it's just that's just my opinion, though. That I can give an opinion about and so on. I said to I saw my current concert in Bon Jovi. I'm done with both. Right on, okay, right. Yeah, my concert in Bon Jovi, Skid Row. Right on. Now we're talking. This is the stuff we're talking about. That's right. That's right. Good. Yes. All right. Unsafe environment and poor random Maria's bar and neglect. These are screwed. Every other. I don't see, and this is the thing, and maybe it's just me. And I'm not here to go and sugarcoat anything. I still keep going back to that thing, that environment. Maybe it's just the way I look at things. I'm always analyzing, and I'm not analyzing too much in depth by asking family histories and past psychic histories and going on into the pathological processes involved. But, that's something that's very glaring that Cheezer points out. I just go back to that sort of image of just all those objects. And I don't know. I mean, that's just, and so, and yeah, and okay, and the whole thing is it one parent or both parents, both moms or one mom? And I'm not here to render an opinion or so on, but I do think that with GoFundMe, hopefully they'll take a closer look at that. Hopefully there'll be more investigation, proper investigation. Again, this is just a neutral source. We're not picking any sides here. At least I'm not picking any sides. I said, I like this from a bunch of wow. Oh my goodness, wow. We had a poll where we asked who's better, Bon Jovi or who do you like better, Bon Jovi or Richie Sambora? Who do you think is cuter? And Richie Sambora, surprisingly, I thought John Bon Jovi was going to win, but he won the poll. I mean, hey, this is your channel, so he won the poll and so on. So yeah. I guess Rich Sambora is more likable than John Bon Jovi. I heard. I didn't know about this on my last stream. Apparently, John Bon Jovi was. Apparently, he's more of a business kind of guy or something. Or I don't know. Stop it. I think that's a good comment. I mean, I don't know about. Again, I'm not saying this has happened in this case, but just in general, I see a lot of these folks, and just in the YouTube streets. I mean, how many videos, how many content creators are putting like Summer Wells. Hashtag Summer Wells or hashtag, this, and they're like, next thing you know, they're not even talking about the case. They're selling t-shirts and soaps or whatever they're doing, or they're putting the hashtags and talking about themselves. I mean, it's ridiculous. So I see a lot of these channels that are doing that because I think they know that they don't have anything else to talk about. So they want to, okay, this is something we can talk about and pull the heartstrings. Stop parental. Yes, for sure. Watch your kids. Hide your wife. What was that? Hide your wife. Watch your kids. There's, I don't know. PG, I'm with you in this one and find it important to. Yes, I think it's a very important case. I wish there was more coverage for sure. I think there's a lot of cases I wish that there were more coverage of. But I also wonder, is this kind of like a media play where you always what the media does, and so and sorry for taking your time by the way, but this is like. I'm kind of discouraged now with the Alps down. I'm just like, oh man. But I'm gonna catch the delay up here. But to me, it seems like everything revolves around money, or most of this world revolves around money. And so, like with the media, like what Savvy Vaggie said, Vaggie is short for vegetarian. No, I mean, I wonder about the media and so on, and you wonder about maybe like for example, the Michael Long case. Like I think in the beginning, a lot of the media saw, okay, what is this? There's a lot of red flags, and that's why they didn't roll with it. I think they kind of milked it as far as possible just to get all the the views and so on and so on. And this case right here, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know exactly. I think time is going to go ahead, and the chips are going to fall, and eventually you're going to see exactly the story. The video came out 10 days ago, and I'm not sure how the media is going to go ahead and do it. Usually they have to go ahead and put like a horse race, right? You see this with presidential elections, right? Especially if the candidate is maybe way behind, they'll still make it out. Every presidential election, by the way, is a horse race. They do that because they want all the ratings. They want viewers to tune in, right? Ratings bring in, more money, more revenue, more ads, and so on. So I wonder with this case in particular, will we see the media continue to broadcast this and so on, or would it be like a Michael Long effect to where they say, okay, there's nothing here anymore. Oh man, this looks like very suspicious. The boy was not not a bully at all. There's nothing sexy about the story. The GoFundMe may seem like a fraud. And will they sort of abandon, like they did with the Michael Long case, where they realized, okay, there's nothing here. That's what I'm thinking more like what happened. There's nothing here. And they just kind of jump ship, abandon ship. And then later you saw these content creators that were still with the Michael Long. They were just jumping on us because they believed, they drank the Kool-Aid, and then it just blew up in their face and so on. I don't know if there's any creators out there that are on strictly on Maria's side, the other side. It sounds like there's a few creators that are on Laura's side, the accused bully side. I know there's a name, Squishy is one of them. It'd be interesting to see exactly if there's any other creators out there. I'm on no one's side, I'm neutral. But yeah, I'm going to see exactly. I'm going to go ahead and put that and see if I have time to see, does the media continue to roll with this story? And if it doesn't, that tells me that, okay, the media probably realizes that, okay, there's really nothing more. We can't milk it anymore. There's nothing to this. Maybe we had our pants caught down. Maybe if we try to milk it more, we could, but people are getting more and more aware that there's nothing here. And this seems like there could be suspicions for it. So I think the media is going to tell me a lot with this case. You don't even have to look. That's just my opinion. And so on. Was funny like about 2 minutes. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Let's see here. Okay, back to Bridgeport they go. So Stingray's really adamant. Sally's trying to show for financial gain. All right. I like that. Help for all kids. Yes. And that's another thing also. I hope that this channel blows up because I'll be honest with you guys while you're still here. I don't know who else is still here, but while I'm still yammering. But I really hope that this channel does blow up. Not in the sense that I don't want to go ahead and become famous. I don't want to go ahead and, get any profit from YouTube. I hope you guys truly believe what I'm saying, but I wish that a platform like myself and others would join me to where we can go ahead and try to go ahead and stop abuse, like in foster care and foster care homes, in those types of settings, residential settings. I wish we can stop those kinds of abuse where they abuse, you see a lot of high rates of ABUSC, or kids are neglected. I wish we can bring more awareness to that. We can go ahead and stop that because it's happening right now. There's probably a kid being victimized right now as I speak. And I wish that there was more sort of, so I wish that there were more folks like myself or others. Hey, let's go ahead and bring more awareness. Let's go ahead and put more laws in act to go ahead and start prevent this and sort of protect our kids truly. So that's really the true reason why I honestly formed this channel to begin with. It has nothing to do with becoming famous. It has nothing to do with trying to profit. I'm not here. I don't want any super chats. I just want to have an opportunity to go ahead and try to get my voice out there, or somehow, some way, if we can all unite. Wouldn't it be great if myself and other colleagues like in this field, other mental health professionals, or even creators, if we just one day of the year, just made videos and just flooded YouTube with just nothing but just a video about, let's go ahead and put an end to abuse in the foster care system, or, neglect in the, or the adoptive system, whatever, or, in these sort of institutionalized settings or whatever, or elderly abuse or something like that. I definitely want to tackle these types of issues, these mental health issues. That's the real reason why I'm honestly doing all this stuff. Let's see. Yeah, no, where the pause? I know exactly. There's no pause. I know. Yes, Linda's been definitely for sure in all my videos. Die hard, every single video from the very, very beginning for sure. This channel is going to be. You don't know what to expect. It may not be. I'm not going to lure anyone and say it's going to be continuous of this case. No, it's maybe one more video at best, at most, and that's it. We got to move on. I got to do my ABBA videos. I got to go and do other videos, my disturbing content videos. I got to do my other stuff. So. This channel's gonna be for everyone. That's for sure. That's for sure. I place every little higher. All right, there we go. Yes, I agree. I place Def Leppard. Yes, I do too. I like Def Leppard, Europe, and Bon Jovi. Those are my top three in that genre, in no particular order. Def Leppard, Europe, and Bon Jovi. But I do place Def Leppard over Bon Jovi. Yes, that is me. Let's see here. There's a lot of comments. I'm not gonna put up there. Yeah, there's so many hashtags. I mean, what is that? There's like so many hashtags, the trend. I mean, yeah. Better example. Yes, that's a great hashtag right there. Better example for your kids. Absolutely. Yes. Where you been, Savvy Badgie? For sure. I mean, where did you come from? Like, it's just so spot on. I mean, you definitely brought the fire today for sure. Thank you for coming up for sure. You definitely hit it hard. Whether you're on this person's side or that person, again, it's your opinion, but you definitely presented really well. Was very articulate and so on, and you definitely brought your points. I was definitely very admired to just how you present the material and brought good points. I don't know the validity behind it. Not saying it's not valid at all, but if it is, those are very great points that you did bring up. So, but yeah, it is definitely media play to rob the public for sure. Yes. Wow, these folks really know what they're talking about. 2000 prior to. Okay. See, this I don't know. I'm not going to get into. I'm not definitely. That's something I have no idea. I don't want to get into. That's the same thing with the drug thing, which I think. What's her? I forgot her name now. Elena. There's a mention about drugs. I don't know. I don't want to get into that. I have no business. There's stuff that I definitely want to set the boundaries. I just want just an objective, sort of neutral, sort of facts. You can present it. This is your forum and so on. I didn't know what she was talking about there. That's why I didn't jump at that. I repeat, entertained about showing more. Yes. If there's any one thing to go ahead and learn from this chat, never ever take eyes off children. That's for sure. Not even for 1 second. Yes, that's absolutely for sure. I like that. Rosha. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but that's absolutely spot on for sure. Can't trust this world. It's a dog-eat-dog world. It's a very, very malicious world. I've said this in many, many lives before. I like animals better than people. I hate to say it, but I'll say it again. I like animals better than people. Why? Simple, because there's no malice. There's no malintentive behaviors. There's nothing you got to figure out. They just behave the way because they behave the way they do. They're animalistic in nature. That's the way they're designed to behave. There's no underlying sort of motives that they're trying to sort of achieve. That's why I have more animal friends. I know this sounds kind of weird, but that's why I would like to prefer to hang out with animals than human beings. I don't have that many friends in real life. I don't get along because there's a lot of just always underlying stuff. Yeah. Sorry for about your moms. All right. I'm going to put that comment up. I thought about you. Oh, you do? Okay. I hit something. Oh, the other one. I had to make a second video. That was something totally I had to do. There was another video that I did live stream last weekend where it was a top 10, 15, and it's right now floating on the YouTube universe somewhere, never to be found. It's still processing. I don't know what happened to that. I'm not going to go ahead and figure that out. So on. Okay. Stop explaining for yes. Okay. That's a great statement. Yes. Here's support here. Savvy Vag. She's praying for Stefano. Okay. She's showing loyalty or side she's picking. She's all right. I don't know about this. Okay. I'm not going to get into the all right. And that one riser there is the winner. I'm sure that is. Savvy Veggie, yes. Short for vegetarian. Yes. They broke the. Okay, they broke, bro. Okay. I don't know about that. I don't want to get into that too much. Okay, I'm quite sure. Yes. And that's something that definitely why I'm going to do one more video because I'm not an expert. I am an expert, but I'm not an expert in regards to. I'm not going to here to say that I know the ins and outs. I'm not here to go ahead and put myself and say, hey, I'm going to take charge. No, this is just a forum to answer your questions. If anyone has questions, so let the experts, in this case, the police, the detectives, maybe if the GoFundMe folks are doing an investigation, they'll probably do it. Maybe if the SEC gets involved, I don't know. If they do, maybe they'll do it. Who knows? I don't know. But they'll all be investigating and so on. I don't know if it's going to escalate. I think I saw some folks mention FBI and see. I don't know if it's going to get to that level. I don't know. I don't know the sort of the chain of command or whatever. But Gabby's she's definitely another sub of mine who's consistently has been really spot on. I don't like to play favorites with my subs, but she's definitely, I have to say, I be honest with you, she's definitely one of my favorites because you see a sense of normalcy. Like with Gabby, like there's nothing controversial. It's all just rational. It's all level-headed. And I can speak that also with other subs of mine also, but I just saw a comment and remind me, okay, there's nothing like too sort of highly strung out and really way off there. It's been all just really, really just logical and so on. So, Mamma Mia, yes. Abba for sure. Yes. Apparently Stingray likes the strawberry financial game. Okay, I don't know. I mean, yeah, who knows? I don't know. I'm not here to go ahead and I'm not going to take this video and report it. I'm not here to go ahead and send it to anywhere. Once I close this broadcast, that's it. It's in the books. I'm going to go ahead and watch the remainder of the hockey game and eat my cold cuts or whatever for dinner. And that's it. And I'll be waiting. If Maria wants to jump in the interview, I'll do that same thing. Ask the same types of questions, the same sort of format. That's it. No hidden agenda, nothing like that. And if she wants to say something, that's it, objectively. And there you go. Same thing. But it's probably going to be within the next 2-3 weeks because after that, I'm going to be really, really busy. I can't do it Thursday, though. Okay, good. Yes, please. I bring the jury would cross out each other, and it came pretty close to that after attorney fees. I'm not sure what that's in reference to, but no, I really hope Maria doesn't throw her daughter on the bus for GoFundMe. I don't know. I'm not sure exactly where it's going to head. I don't know exactly. I don't know. If this, it's a good point you bring up, Gabby. Hey, if this, and my point of reference is, and again, I don't know if the in-depth of the case, so I can't comment too much, but so that's why I'm kind of just picking. Like, for example, like in medicine, a lot of times when you see a patient, a lot of times you kind of like, in order to treat a patient, you can either like look to your book knowledge we learned in med school and your training and so on, or you can kind of look at a different experience, a clinical experience encounter with a different patient that may present similarly. So in this situation right here, I mean, I see a lot of similarities. I'm not gonna lie. I see a lot of similarities with the GoFundMe or with the Michael Long case. I mean, there's a lot of similarities. I mean, it's just blatantly blaring. So, you know, at one point, you know, it seemed like he was unraveling the dad. And this is all public record. There's videos out there. You can see it. So it's nothing like I'm hiding or reinventing the wheel here. But at one point, you know, once he started, you know, mentioning his daughter, people started catching on and so on. Then there was one video that's notorious. It was one of his supporters. I remember that clearly, like night and day. It was nighttime exactly, where he literally threw his sons under the bus, you know, because it's called sense of desperation, call whatever you want to call it. But I think that was like, boom. To me, that was like the boom, that's it, you know. There's nothing to this. It's irreversible now. Because one of his biggest supporters, you can see, said, oh my goodness, you know, and so the light bulb hit. And that was it. I think it was the end there. So will something like this happen? I don't know. I mean, we'll sort of tune in and see. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, I'm not gonna go ahead. I don't know about that. I don't want to go ahead. That's their personal business. But if this is true, I don't know exactly. I'm not sure exactly. Being convicted 3 times. Okay, I don't know. I'm not here to go ahead and say this is true or not. Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. And if the GoFundMe was 600,000, I mean, I do think that there should have been some transparency to see exactly where it's going to. That would be nice, and so on and so on. I should have said I thought the jury can't see each other out there. Yeah, I thought the jury. I thought the cases where Amber and Johnny would have canceled each other out, and I thought that they would have sided with Amber by default. Not saying Johnny's a bad guy. I have nothing against him at all. I think he's a wonderful actor. I do strongly believe, though, I think that if it was John Goodman or someone less sexy, I don't think he would have had that much sort of public sort of, I call the bandwagon effect and so on, jumping on board. I think, or someone like myself even, you know, that looks like, you know, Johnny Depp has some, you know, good looks and so on. And, you know, he's a bad boy that a lot of people like, movies and so on. So I do think that there was this sort of domino effect. It was a perfect storm for him. It was a perfect storm for him. I did see his lawyers. I didn't think that, I mean, I have respect for his lawyers and so on, but I didn't think that one side of lawyers outlawed the other. I thought both were okay, you know. The specialists also, I didn't see anything. I think it was just basically just a dumb bandwagon effect. And I just didn't see, I just think that it was a celebritization, if that's even a word. I put that point out in my video, and I think it would have been different under different circumstances. I think it definitely, for sure, if it wasn't Johnny Depp, I think probably the outcome probably would have been different. That's just my opinion, though. I may be wrong. I know there's still 31. Yeah, I think people are making this into the new. Yeah, you know, that's a good point. Really interesting. I love it. You know, if you stay a little bit late, you might get some good hot takes. I never thought about that, but maybe it is. That's a very good point, Janine. Maybe people are like, you know, kind of reminiscent about 2020. I know lately there's this trend because I listened when I cleaned out the garage. Very productive this weekend, doing my cleans. But I was listening to all these videos, these live streams, and there's a lot of folks that are still stuck in the 2020, the Michael Long, and they're still talking about it, even though he's been exposed. I mean, he's like in jail right now in Mexico. So maybe there are some folks, a different dynamic where some folks are unconsciously fantasizing that, hey, maybe this is like a new, different, you know, part 2, ML part 2. You know, we're now in 22 years later. Can we milk this for another 2 years? The Michael Long thing may not last that long anymore. Who knows? Could this replace it? Could we go ahead and go for another 2 years? You care still, you know, so maybe this might be like a new ML case, and that they're hoping that this continues and for the drama and sort of the clicks and all that. So yeah, and they like that sort of fascinating. That's an interesting take. I never thought about that. You guys are so smart. I never did really think about that aspect. Thanks so much. I appreciate that. You were well, for sure. Yes, absolutely, for sure. Who was that's a great. I did a series of videos. Great question. There's this guy, I don't know if you, Michael Long. This happened in August, I believe, or August of 2020. Where, long story short, and if you watch this, I do 4 video series. I call it the colored series. One is blue, one is red, one is green, and one is yellow. The yellow, I think, is the best one. It's the last one. That's my opinion. The green, I think, is the first one. But it's a chronological series that I did. And you can kind of see exactly where I basically carve it out. And there's other creators also. I was one of the few, not to toot my horn, but but I was one of the few that basically was able to go ahead and say, hold on here, and I was actually referred by a good friend, Linda, who's, I don't know if she's still in the chat here or not, but she's also in the same field as I am. She mentioned this case to me, and she said, I kind of have my suspicions, and, being a mental health specialist, you can go ahead and quickly see, okay, is there some red flags? And we go ahead and say, hold on, maybe something not to it, and so on. But it was basically a dad who was claiming that his daughter was being SEX-ABUSE at the mom's. It was a custody battle case, and the dad was claiming that the 8-year-old girl was being SEX-ABUSE at the mom's house by the stepdad. Then later, the story was changed. It was inconsistent. The story was changed at a hotel room. There was guys there. Then all of a sudden, they're taking the girl to getting medical exams and multiple sane examinations and RAPE kits and so on. But there's nothing that came to fruition, and it just dragged on. I thought for too long. But yeah, it was he had a GoFundMe. Yeah, he had a GoFundMe campaign that he collected. I think he got like 200,000 or 250,000 or something like that. And a lot of money. A lot of folks got duped. I actually got messaged by someone. I don't know if it's still there. I don't delete my comments. It might have been in one of my videos. You may see it. Fact check it, or it might have been a private message. But someone messaged me, and it was like someone organized some sort of church. And she said, "Thank you so much, Psych Guy. I appreciate it because I was believing the girl, believing the dad, but your perspective seemed like, okay, hold on here. There might be it's more than meets the eyes." And she said, "Hold on, I think that's not adding up," and so on. So her church donated like $5,000 or something like that to the foundation, the GoFundMe. So luckily, fortunately, she was able to get that money back for her church, to go ahead and give it to rightful causes, which, if anything, that sort of made my heart say, okay, good. Whew. I don't know about the other folks, the other victims. And I think that the folks that were stuck there, they probably were holding on to that. Maybe there's something there. But I don't know. This GoFundMe thing, I don't even know why people will do. I mean, I do know why. They're focused on the emotionality aspects of the case. They see the little boy burned. They hear, and I do see what you're saying when Excuse Me Out said the bullying, it kicked off the viral sort of, this case and so on. And that's why it jump-started this whole GoFundMe. So I definitely can see where she's coming with that, where a lot of folks are focused and so on. But to me, I think the biggest solution, I may talk about this in a separate video unrelated to this, but if you have the absolute need to donate, don't. Just let the dust settle. The GoFundMe campaign is not going anywhere. I don't think the parents are going to put it there, or the family was going to put it there and just quickly take it out after one night and one night only. Just let us see if the chips fall. It's going to be more than likely there for a couple of weeks, if not months. It's not going anywhere. I think it's also okay to go ahead and reach out to the family or whoever put that campaign and do your own due diligence. Ask rational questions. Say, hey, listen, I'm just a little concerned because I heard about blah, blah, blah. Can you verify this? Or what about this? Hold on here. It's something like that, I think it's okay to go ahead and reach out and see. And if they respond back and they go ahead and show the receipts, then yeah, there might be some legitimacy behind this. But if they don't, if it's more sort of frou-frou, ha-ha, flim-flam, then that's a huge red flag. So maybe, I don't know, maybe I should go ahead and not donate and maybe put it in my pocket and keep it for myself, for my family, or spend on my kids or myself, whatever, especially with this recession coming on. Or if you have the absolute need to go ahead and donate, just because it's so emotional and you want to go and help out and you want to do it right now, I think it's okay to go ahead then to do something with what we call, I invest in stocks. The term is called dollar cost average. A lot of folks, they want to go ahead and jump into a stock if they see it like, oh, wow, this is a great stock. I want to buy Apple at this price. It seems like it's the dip. I want to go and buy it right now because it doesn't go up. But the good advice is for not all folks to throw all their money at once and buy that stock right there. The term is called dollar cost average. So maybe you want to go ahead and donate, maybe 10% of the money you want to go ahead that you see that you don't mind, giving it away, or you're okay with it, being gone, right? So you just maybe, if you're going to plan on, putting $1,000 to buy a stock, maybe buy $100 first at this point. And if it does go down, okay, you have still $900 to go and invest, and you dollar cost average. Then you go ahead and later on, when it goes down further, you invest a little bit more so that you're not that much big in a hole. And so you're being cautious along the way, because that stock also may completely crash, right? We don't know exactly what's going to happen with the war in Ukraine, what's going to happen with the economy, with the crypto, and the crashing, the Fed, and so on. So we may wake up tomorrow where complete boom, it's a dire situation where everything is sell. And in this situation also, with this GoFundMe, we may wake up tomorrow with a new development to where it's like, whoa, this shows it's a complete scam, so on, to where it's fraud. So you won't feel as bad and you won't have egg on your face as much as opposed to donating all at once, which I think I read, I want to say someone donated like $30,000. Wow. A, I'd like to be them to have that money to donate. I mean, man, but B, I mean, that's a lot of money. I mean, $30,000, if this is true, if I heard it was right. It might have been, no, I think it was $30,000. Maybe it was I don't know what it was, but still $3,000, that's still a lot of money. So you don't want to go ahead and put all your chips. That's just my advice, my personal advice. I personally, honestly, with these GoFundMe things, I think it's a very toxic sort of environment now. I don't know who's telling the truth, is who. Personally, I would like to sit back in the sidelines. I personally like to donate to other charitable organizations. Like, for example, like I've donated, I put a little thing on my community tab to the American Red Cross for the children of the Ukraine, because I know for a fact that that money is being utilized to help out the children, war-torn Ukraine. This was like I put a community post like a couple of months ago, I believe, when the war hit like in March or whatever, when it really started. It's still going on right now. Or I also like to donate to the WWF, the Worldwide Federation, or the Animal Fund. I'm blanking on it. The Wildlife Fund, Worldwide Wildlife Fund. Where it's pretty cool. You go to the website. I'm going to just put a link also where you can kind of donate to, like, you can pick your animal, who you like, whether it's like this type of elephant or this alligator or something. They're really cute animals lined up, and you can, penguin, if I had penguin, you cute little guy, you can donate to like a favorite animal, or you can do it to many of them, right? And you can donate anything once. So I like to donate to that, animals also, that sort of foundation, because I know exactly it's going to put to a good cause. So not saying this GoFundMe is a fraud or whatever, but I mean, if there's suspicions and so on, then there's suspicions. You're killing me right now saying my name, Savvy Vag. That's your. I thought that's your name, Savvy Vaggy. I think that's it. Vaggy. All right. Here's a question. Am I vegetarian? I'm leaning towards that way. Yeah, I need to start eating healthier for sure. That's for sure. I need to start eating healthier. Yes. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you, Heather. And you're very adorable yourself. Thank you so much for coming out and so on. Yeah, yes, I agree. Yes, you too, Heather, for sure. Definitely. She's good sport. I've seen her around, especially in the early videos for sure. Animals can eat people too. Oh, that is true. Animals can also eat people. That is true. So good eggs always have to do a counter. All right, that's true. We know what that was. Don't like to call attention to myself, but the name is playing before in my life. It's shown to fish so low as a sea as a show. Don't like to call attention to myself, but my name is a play off. Oh, okay, right on. Okay, cool. Rosie. Okay, right on. Cool. My name is Psych because I'm a psychiatrist. Psych, and Guy because I am a guy. So there's the background to that name right here. Is that all? I didn't see here. Okay. Final night. And the biggest question is it frozen or not? I don't know. Savvy Vaggy, if it's frozen. I don't think Laura knew. I don't think anyone knows. I don't know. But I really wish they can show a distribution of where the money is going. I know GoFundMe won't do that because they want to go ahead. They just look at the bottom dollar. They want as many campaigns as they can. I don't think they really care about fraud, no fraud, this or that. They just want more the merrier. The more profits, the merrier for sure. So I don't think they're going to go in. And as a result, I think you see this. So I think it's going to continue to happen. I think you're going to see probably what's going to happen if I had to predict. Mark the stream, mark my words. But later this year, I think because more and more people, and I hope I'm wrong, but because this recession, if this continues on, I think more and more people are going to start losing their jobs. Hopefully not, knock on wood. But if they lose their jobs, I think you can see more and more people resort to these sort of scammy type things, pulling off scams, GoFundMes, and so on. So I think you'll see more fraudulent activity coming about later in the fall, winter, early next year. Hopefully the economy rebounds. That's a different discussion for a different day, if it ever will. But I think you'll see a rise, a spiking that for sure. And I don't think the GoFundMe is going to do anything to go ahead and limit their profits. They just care about their margins. So I think they're going to continue. They're going to go and say, hold on here. No, kind of wash your hands, not getting that involved. I think if someone mentions, like myself or anyone else mentions, hey, how about some stipulations to where we can see receipts, where we can kind of, see once we donate money, where's the money actually going to go to? They're going to probably say, oh, well, that's the rights of the individual, or that's the rights of, I don't think they want to add any extra red tape, because I think they're thinking that if there was more stipulations to where you have to show receipts, the folks have to show more receipts where it's going to the money, I think it's going to dissuade a lot of folks from even entertaining the thought of wanting to try to do a GoFundMe scam. Again, it's not saying this was a scam. I'm not saying that at all. So I think the GoFundMe folks are just playing the wall and not saying anything, not want to do anything. That's just my take. And they're just rolling with it. They're saying, okay, we're just getting more money, more traffic, and so on. I don't think they care about the ethics. I don't think they care about folks being hurt. I don't think they care about people being victimized. I don't think they care about people being taken advantage of. They'll say that they do just to save face. They look good, especially, how many GoFundMes that came, oh, this has cancer or this person medical, and then the end didn't come out. I think they'll say they feel bad for these guys. I think they'll rightfully refund folks' money and so on if they ask for it, but I don't think they're going to comment much or put much restrictions or limitations. The world revolves around money. That's the bottom line. Okay, let's see here. All right. Well, okay. Okay, where are we done here? Or okay, I think okay. No, okay. I thought we did that. We taught that. Yes, that's true, Gabby. The long case had foul hashtags and so on. Yes, correct. I agree with my point. It's done as the replacement. Yes, for sure. I can see that. I can definitely see that for sure. Should you recording your hockey game? No, honestly, I'm not recording. I'm just gonna catch the very end because the avalanche is down and so on. So I'm gonna catch at the very end. The average is down. Yeah, they may go to Game 7. It is what it is. It does have that sort of, I don't know if there's so many supporters and so on. I don't know if there's so many supporters as so much as like Army Group and so on. So I'm not sure. But it kind of has that sort of same vibe. I know a lot of people. Yeah, and I'm not going to go ahead and get involved. I mean, just one more video, boom, done. If I'm not going to go ahead, I'm not going to get pulled into any sort of, no. There's other content and so on. And I just hope that there's more videos, though, bring more awareness to this topic. Mikey will be back in the States and public this one. Interesting. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know. It seems like he's gotten, though, a pass. This is a guy who basically got a free pass to, we're talking about, he had so many passes, Gabby. I mean, wouldn't you agree? I mean, I talked about this like in one of my live streams, but this guy had so many passes, so many avenues to go ahead and turn it around. So many he initially he got the girl back, okay, the daughter back right there. He had the ball in his court. I mean, you couldn't have devised anything better. And the mom's on the sidelines or whatever. He could have easily went ahead and turned it around and painted this. No, instead he was more focused on just, the phone calls or strangers calling the phones and, going on limo rides and this and that. And then later, as the case evolved, I mean, he even got I guess he took the girl, ran off out of state. And then he even got the judge was you think I'm a nice guy. The judge said, okay, you can go ahead. We'll give you a link to the court. What judge gives a link to the Zoom court hearing? I mean, that just seems like there was a lot of I don't know. I mean, was his rights being violated? It doesn't seem like, going above and beyond. I know I wouldn't have gotten that sort of treatment. In fact, I know I didn't because I tried to get out of this one ticket and the secretary in this one county had a ticket and the speeding ticket said, no, you got to show up. And it was a weird thing because I showed up and here I am. It was the weirdest scenario setting. Here I am. It's this really rinky-dink sort of town. I mean, it's like a village and the court, the judge, the hearing was like in a kitchen. It was a courthouse, a dilapidated courthouse. And I'm walking and looking, hello, what's going on here? I'm expecting something, at least a bench of some sorts. I'm expecting a gavel at the least. No, it was like this guy, this judge, who's in khakis, in a Levi's button-down shirt, okay? And he's basically, he's got a little manila folder with my little ticket or whatever I got through. I passed by a speeding. I was guilty. And he basically it was in a kitchen. He was sitting at a kitchen chair, and there's a table There was like, what was on there? There was like food on there. There was like donuts, a box of donuts. I'm like, what is this? In my mind, what is this box of donuts doing here? It was open. Can I even get this, and eat it right now? Or why is it there? It was sitting there for the taking. I didn't want to do that because I want to do everything to help my case. And he's like looking at me and he's discussing, saying, oh, okay, well, you saw you speeding. And I said, look, I'm so sorry. And I apologize. I will never. And he said, okay, do defensive driving and don't come back here again anymore. But I didn't have any rights. I tried to get out of it. I didn't want to come, but I had to physically be present. So yeah, anyways, it was the weirdest thing. Anyway, I think we have the ML case. I think so. There was like so much. There will never be another Michael Long case. There are similarities behind him and a whole slew of online scammers, but it was a single phone. Interesting. Good egg. I don't know all the details of the ML case. I mean, I know most of them. You probably know. You seem more well versed with all these types of cases. This definitely though just reminds me of just the sort of flavor I'm getting, just because the two fighting oppositions and just sort of kind of this sort of the animosity involved and involving children also. I think you'll probably agree. We learned about Panda Eyes. Not sure who Panda Eyes is. Oh, Panda Eyes. Oh, is it Panda Eyes? Okay, cute. Yeah, no, Panda Eyes. Okay. Oh, Panda Eyes. Yes. That's Michael Long. Yes. See, I even forgot about that case. Yeah. Okay, intro. Whoa. Okay. See, I don't know. That's woo. Okay, I see. I don't wish any bad sort of intentions on anyone. I know it's to be in that jail. I know it's unpleasant to be an American. If you don't think so, there's a great book called A Gringo. I think A Gringo in Nicaragua, or An American in Nicaragua, or An American Gringo in Nicaragua. It's on the Eric Volz case. We may talk about this, by the way, in a future Psych Guy video. Volz, Volz. I don't know if anyone's followed this case at all. This happened I want to say many, many years ago. I want to say it was like 10 years ago, maybe more. But there's long story short, there's an American that was there. He was working there and he fell in love with this. He was in Nicaragua, fell with this woman. I think she was from the Dominican Republic, I believe, or she was a local there or something. Long story short, he was accused of, she was murdered and he was accused of murdering her. So he was in this prison in Nicaragua. I know you can't compare apples and oranges between Nicaragua and Mexico or Mexico, but let's just say that Nicaragua, if you read his book, and I'm not here plugging it or whatever, his treatment there was very bad. It was very, very bad. And I don't know how Michael Long's treatment in Mexico is. I can guarantee you probably he would not have gotten the same sort of privileges that he got a lot sort of here, that's for sure. Sort of like, second chances, third, fourth chances. But I'm pretty sure it's probably not as snowy as one would think, just based on just what I've been told, dealing with clients, patients who have been in that sort of system, in those types of jails and so on. I don't know the exact jail he's been at, but I don't think it's Disneyland, let me put it that way. Looking forward to myself. Okay. The case to my wife. All right. I despise scammers. Yes, there's three types of people I despise. Number one, scammers. Number two, lazy people. That's just always been a quirk with me. I just don't like lazy people. I've always been a hard worker. I pride myself as being hardworking. I don't like why we have, you have to go ahead at your workplace. They say teamwork is a dream work. I'm sorry, no, but a lot of the teams I get put in, I'm the one that sort of carries the back and so on. I would rather be myself and go ahead and do things and get done. I don't want to rely on anyone else because I know I can count on myself. I can't say the same thing about others. Can I count on others? Maybe if I vet them, but I don't truly know them at all. So I do hate lazy people, and I find that a lot here in society. And lastly, I don't like ignorant people, ignorant folks that just will rely on talking points they see on the local news channel that are basically breathed down their neck and they're sheep. And they repeat it, and next thing you know, you try to counter and try to bring with intellectual discussion. They label you as a snowflake when in reality they're projecting their pathology onto you. It's just so stupid, and I don't have time. We're getting older here. I don't have time for that. We don't know when we're going to die on this earth and so on. So that's why I'm limiting my sort of contact with these sort of folks. And that's why I probably don't have. All right. All right. Yeah. So that's the three types of people I hate. So if you're like one of those, like if you're like scammer, or if you're like lazy, or if you're ignorant, you're not going to have a good time on this channel. You're definitely not going to have, and you might as well unsubscribe, to be honest, because I do poke fun a lot at especially the ignorant folks, because they spread these false sort of I don't know, what do you call it, narratives, or what do you want to call it, and it's kind of deadly if you think about it. I do like the honest people. That's why I like the fact that it's a small channel. I want to go ahead and have like 2 types of people. I want to have intellectually savvy, or curious and so on. Number one, you don't have to be that super cerebral. But if you're intellectually curious, you like discussions and so on, I like to have that. And number two, I like to have fun people. I like to have fun. Folks like to have fun. I like to have fun myself. True story. When I uploaded a video 2-3 videos ago, I was like dancing in one of my videos, and that literally happened. I had 2 interviews lined up the following day, and I just thought, let me just do a behind the scenes show, scene on what I actually do behind the scenes. And I was literally dancing to that Bon Jovi song. There's nothing fake about it, nothing phony. And immediately when I put it out, I saw, like, I kid you not, there was like 7 or 8 people unsubscribed from this channel. So, and I was like in my mind thinking, okay, good. I like the fact that I'm growing this channel, but on the same token, I'm weeding out the folks that are not fun, that are kind of, blah, that are just sort of restrictive in their thinking, that can't accept the fact that there are professionals out there who like to enjoy life, who like to have fun, who like to dance. We don't have to always be a snoreboard type of personality and so on. We can also, let our hair, let loose and so on. So I like the fact that I want to have intellectually curious people and also fun people, and non-judgmental people that don't do anything, nastiness, or do anything, malicious, or, racist, misogynist, real life, or whatever. Honest people. There we go. Honest people. Hey, how's it going, Shay? How's it going? Hey, how's it going? All right. Oh, how's it going, chat? I'm sorry, Kate. That's kind of, it's getting kind of a little late when I'm saying, hey, I'm calling you Shay. Kate, that's kind of, yeah. Hey, how's it going? Kate, just trying, yes. Chat. Yeah. All right. Great advice. Thanks so much, Savvy Veggie. I'm not sure that was to me or who that's to you. I've been taking advantage of my entire life because I'm vulnerable, being really disabled, and then finally, yes. Thank you so much. This channel right here is a channel for the underdogs. This is basically a channel that goes out to the folks that have been ABUSC. I mean, who hasn't, to be honest? Who hasn't been victimized? But I'm talking about the ones that have been really, really, really victimized, taken advantage of, scammed. This channel is for the folks that are the caretakers. I have mad respect for those. If you're taking care of your loved one, the loved one, your dad who has dementia, or the mom, or the brother who's got autism, or the son or the daughter who's got cerebral palsy or something. It's a fight day in, day out. I do live that Bon Jovi song, "Living on Prayer," daily, and that's one of my staples that I really, really look up to. And yes, this definitely for sure is the channel for the underdogs. Yes, it's an underground, the underground channel for the underdogs is what I'm going to tag this channel. Hashtag that baby. Correct me if I'm taking it. All right. Oh, okay. Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, hopefully you can have some solace with this channel, some comfort. We have, have fun. And I've seen her in Rose, Curious Rose, also good people. Subscribe to her. She's a great channel. She means well. It's fun times there. I love channels like that. I would jump on panels where it's fun, totally fun. I was on a panel last night. We were having a good time. I was there for 3 hours. So yeah, watch. All right, cool. Worldwide, yes. Worldwide, yes. Awesome. Yes, absolutely, for sure. It's fun. Isn't it fun? Blood dog, where you can kind of choose what animal you want to donate to. It's so fun. It's like, like it's playing a Street Fighter game. And here I am. And I see list of cute animals, it's like, and they're not like only like 3 animals where it's like elephant, giraffe, and goat. I mean, it's like, my goodness, there's like so many animals. Like, I didn't know they existed. And it's so cool. It's so awesome. I love that website, and I love going there and then donating for sure, because those are cute little cuddly little guys for sure. No problem. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Saji Vaggie. I appreciate that. Thank you for your time. There's a guy who realized I said fake cancer, and he said, okay, there's a guy on the Real Housewives series that fake cancer, and he had to go to do it. And oh no, okay, yeah. Well, those shows are always anyway scripted. I learned the hard way watching the Rock of Love. Remember that, Bret Michaels? I love the guy, I love Bret Michaels and so on. But yeah. No, it's not. The record man, I thought was 7 hours. I'm not gonna do 7 hours for sure. That's for sure. Because I definitely. Oh no, it's not. No. You have the record marathon. You by the way have the record. I think on YouTube. I want to say there was like a was it 9 hours or something? I think he might have the record. I don't know. Others may have more than that. I don't know for sure, but I'm definitely not going to hit the record here tonight. That's for sure. It's Kelly. Yeah, it's Kelly. Okay. I'm not sure. I see that name a lot. No, okay, she's probably exhausted. Okay. All right. Go live. If you go live, Curious, I'll join you. If you want to. If you don't want to, that's cool, But I'm gonna be watching the remainder of the game for sure. Vag out. Yeah, Vag out for sure. Yeah, definitely. It's very important. Vag out for Vag to be out. She's probably running errands and stuff, so got stuff to do, right? Oh yes, he's facing a federal. Whoa. Okay. Ow. Oh my. Oh. Okay. Also. He's facing a federal charge whenever he's finally extradited, but he has a separate charge to face. Okay. That I didn't know. Okay. Wow. So what you're trying to say is that there probably won't be any fun times any day. Is there any supporters? Just out of curiosity, Gabby, and I'm so sorry for doing it. Do we know? Is there any people still standing by his side? I think there was like one guy. I remember like when it came out, he got exposed. He was caught in Mexico. And I want to say there was like one guy that was, I guess, from some victim rights group or something who was saying that, hey, was hanging still on this sort of notion that this guy's rights are being victimized. And he was claiming, goes, is that guy still making videos? Or are there any people out there that are supporting this guy? I mean, to me, it seems like everyone has, I predicted it. As I'm sure a lot of folks have, I did in one of my videos, I said, this is going to be exit chat room, exit room chat left or whatever. I can't remember what the exact term was, but I predicted it's going to be a mass exodus. So I'm curious to see exactly, is there any supporters left? And if so, what are they believing? What is there left to believe? The guy's in jail in Mexico. C, his daughter, I guess, has been placed, I'm guessing, back with his mom. D, there's concerns that the mom was the bad guy in this whole situation. Maybe you would think that the folks would have vetted the situation properly and not have put that, put the daughters at this much risk, especially when they took the daughter away from the mom, right? And put him in the dad's care, right? So why would they want to go ahead and do that? There's something else I wanted to say. But yeah, there's nothing else. Everything was just, it was shown that there's nothing there. And the GoFundMe, it just seems like, so I don't know. I wonder if there's any supporters there. I can't realize how many GoFundMe is yours. It's more for an adult. That's factual, not a starter one. Yeah. I think, honestly, I hate to say this, what's going to happen. I'm calling it right now. Psych Guy, if I make one prediction, I think you're going to see more and more people, like I said before, putting out more GoFundMes. As long as there's no sort of strict regulations, as long as there's no strict scrutiny, I'm hoping the SEC wakes up. I wish that there was more sort of scrutiny. Where's the SEC is my question. That whole ML thing. To me, it seems like, okay, when there was a lot of these red flags, I thought that, okay, why didn't the SEC just jump and so on? As a physician, I can't tell you how many hoops and hurdles I have to go to. This job that will start, hopefully in middle of this month, I'm still waiting to get clearance from paperwork that was started like several weeks ago. Okay. I think I made a video about this job interview, so and so. And so, there's a lot of vetting, at least on my end. There's so many background checks for licenses on my end. There's just so much vetting. And it's just, professional doctors. Here we are, that we have to go through all these hoops and hurdles. So why can't the same be for this GoFundMe thing? Why can't it be the same? I'll tell you why, because it's profits. I don't think they want to go ahead and allow that to happen. I think the notion that the GoFundMe says, hold on, they're going to spin it and say, hey, we can't violate rights. It always goes back to the rights. This guy's rights are being violated. No, it's more like we don't want to go ahead and miss out on this gravy train of as much increased margins as we can. So we're going to go ahead and use a different excuse and use rights. There's a popular subject or controversial matter. I think you've seen a lot of these folks with gun control are using this. I think the NRA is really, going on that and harping on that. I'm not going to discuss the details about that and so on, but I think that's why they're saying with the AR-15s and so on. Federal charge, I don't remember that. But yeah, rights. When in reality, there's no rights. I don't know. I think they're overinflating things here. Hang on, Mike is done. So yes, but he's also going to make some videos. He's getting his. Yes. I agree with you. And my comment earlier, but it's definitely not. I don't think it's a picnic. I may be wrong. Maybe he has made friends there, but from the folks I've talked to who have been in that sort of environment, I don't know the exact jail he's at, the prison, but you can only go so far away, and in the end, there's a potential for, and I don't wish anything bad to happen to anyone. I would never want to be in that position myself, but 9 times out of 10, it's a bad scenario. And I don't really care about people, but nobody hardly ever helps them. I know my community. Okay, right on. Yes. I hate seeing those. How many times have you seen those cancer folks saying they have cancer, or GoFundMe, a sickness or whatever, and it doesn't come to fruition? It's hurtful because folks have had family members who have cancer and so on, or they themselves may have cancer. Who knows, right? Or precancerous lesions of some sort. So it's just unfair. I'm sure very pleasant for him. Yes, but you shouldn't have a. Oh, okay. See, I didn't know about that. Okay. See, I thought he was put in Mexico, and I'm being completely transparent. Because he was caught. I guess he was talking to a girl or something, a different woman or something. Not a girl. I called her another woman, and he was caught. They found him there, having to be in Mexico, talking to this woman. And because he was on the run, that's why they put him there. I didn't know. I was wondering why he was still hanging around in Mexico. I was wondering why exactly. But that makes sense. I mean, if this is true, okay, so then that's maybe why I was thinking he was still in Mexico because of paperwork, because, okay, we have to go ahead and cross our T's, dot our I's, and then come there. That's what I thought. I didn't expect it, that there was these, okay, wow, okay. Can't remember the deal, but someone wanted to experiment with the panko waffle and get those. What the heck? I don't even know what that's all about. Now you gotta laugh. Oh, I give a pancake or a waffle and get. I should just put a GoFundMe just for a waffle, a broken waffle. Just like a picture of just a broken waffle. I bet you'll have one person at least donate. This waffle needs a home. It's broken. It's broken inside, as you can see, and see like one of the waffle bits like taken out of my bite. I bet you there'll be someone that will donate. I bet you. Kitchen court. I'm not sure what that is. I'm not scared. I'm not okay. No. When I say lazy, I mean like very lazy. Okay, like for example, like right now I'm being lazy because, okay, I'm not gonna lie, but I had a pretty productive weekend. Like yesterday, we cleaned a lot. Me and my folks cleaned a lot. We got a lot accomplished. That's why I was able to hop on Curious Roses Live for 3 hours today. That's why I'm here still. Almost 5 hours, or whatever, because I had a pretty productive weekend. But I'm talking to folks that are completely just vegging, lounging. If you're retired, that's one thing. I get it. If you're retired, you earned it for sure. But I'm talking about the ones like, for example, and I keep going back to the ML case because that's the thing that just shoots at me. But this is the guy, the dad was basically, saying that, hey, my daughter's with AVUSC and blah, 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 mom this and stepdad that or whatever. But on his token, he wasn't showing any gusto to want to work. I mean, yes, he was selling those rocks or sand or whatever, but I would have had more respect if he had joined a McDonald's or, stooped down or 2 jobs or the convenience store or whatever, just some stepping stones or whatever it is. Or even if it's stuck there as a day job that he doesn't like, just grinding it. Those are the types I'm saying, not the folks that are just right now, just, at times just, they'll lounge out. But no, you're not definitely lazy, good egg. That's for sure. I don't get that sort of vibe. The regular those that are considered to be medical examiners that have no experience and do I don't know about that. I'm not. I don't know that field of medicine too well, to be honest. So I'm not going to go ahead and pretend or comment on that. So I'll just leave that comment alone. Yeah. Hey Pam, how's it going? All right. Yes, I love that show, Locked Up Abroad. Yes, I do like that show a lot. But Eric Voltz, read that case. It's a very interesting case. Nicaragua, detained or in prison. Very horrific things happen to him. If you're very kind of gutsy about this, maybe it might be your type of read. Eric ERIC Voltz VOLZ. Luckily, though, he's out of that situation. He's home. He's free and so on. But he was accused of murdering his wife, a crime that definitely wasn't him, it was someone else. But he did endure a lot of horrors in that Nicaraguan jail. When Michael's there, okay. Oh, wow. Okay. I see. I didn't know that. So there you go. Okay. there you go. I did not know that. In his defense, was it medicinal or not? Did he? I don't know. Again, just, so on. Those people that pull for money, sick. Yes, I can't stand that. I can't stand that. And in this case here, if I wanted to, honestly, I could have go ahead and I could have said, hey, try to make a play to try to become like an expert or whatever, and try to side with one of the, if there's gonna be a big old battle or a case similar to this, But no, I don't want to go ahead and go for those money plays for sure, because in the end, the victims are the ones that truly get hurt. It doesn't add any added value except for the experts, pockets getting rich. I think, the lawyers got rich with that ML case. I keep going back to that case, but my goodness, Michael's lawyers, I mean, how much they make out there? I mean, you can't tell me that they didn't know what was going on. And I'm pretty sure they made out a lot, and so on. So must be nice for them. But I would never do that because it's just tacky. I mean, forget about ethics and forget about bounty. It's just tacky, just go ahead and just to harsh with money. That's why I hate these channels that are just, the drama, hashtagging all these kids and so on. I don't like that. I mean, but it does provide for good entertainment. I'm not going to lie, no cap. I have played some of these channels, and hey, if I can profit in terms of productivity, I'm going to go ahead and continue to do that. There'll come a top point in time where I'm probably caught up and probably will not be listening too much to the drama channels. I'm probably, okay, well, I'd rather spend more time with, but right now, as it is, I'm definitely listening. And that's how I got word of this case, because the fellow YouTuber is more talking about this kind of stuff. And I didn't mention his or her name, but that's why I got word of this case right here. For my friends, I just lost interest. Have you asked them about it? They would say, yeah, okay. Yeah, so it's just basically, hey, they want to minimize, kind of, show good faith and so on. Yeah, but the reality is, and honestly, I don't know if truly he does truly care about his supporters. Honestly, I bet you if I were to go ahead right now with this, I may be wrong. This is my own opinion, but if I donated, say, $5,000 to him, to jail, helping him out with his case or whatever, I'm pretty sure that I would be the new flair of the week. I'm pretty sure that he would probably validate and like me better than supporters that have only donated maybe $5 or, $50 or whatever, that have been there with him through. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. That's just sort of the notion. I'm surprised. Okay. Interesting point. Yeah, interesting point. Maybe he got by the checkpoint easily. I don't know. I think they go with the big bar. They never even took that down. The thing go funny. His mom put up the way to. Wow. The fact that folks would still, I mean, but then the economy was a little bit better. The folks that were donating, I mean, sure, there's so many red flags. They should have realized, whoa, I mean, but there's so many people jumping on. There was just so much. It was a bandwagon, so much, support that direction. I'm going to be, so can you blame them? I don't know. To me, I thought the moment early on was when that hotel thing, that weird kind of hotel thing should have been the hook, line, and sinker, when they couldn't even provide video footage. And there was like 4, men that was dressed in black or something, or I don't know. I can't remember. It was so ridiculous. And there's nothing that came out. So I thought that was it. They should have realized, but then the same kept floating around. Folks that think that they were highly right. And, and look at my comments, by the way, my past videos, you'll see like my older videos. There's a lot of nasty comments that were said about me and supporters. There's me and there's a few other creators that were really from the beginning, on the right side. And this is not to show to take a victory parade, but it was just a big, yeah. And so, man, and this GoFundMe now, this case right here, it's Dominick case. I'll be interested. I'm surprised that 600,000 people. Well, it occurred in April, but the recession though has been going on for a while now. We're in a bear economy for a while. I'm surprised that he was able to conjure up almost $600,000. Wow. I mean, how are these people? Where are they getting the money to donate? I mean, I don't know about anyone else, but I'm like scraping by, even though I earn a decent living, but still I've got other payments to make, other engagements and so on. The gas is so much, like whopping, what is it, $5 or so a gallon? How are these folks affording to pay all this, donate to this GoFundMe? That's the question I have. to these folks who are donating all this money. It's just, so I wonder if as the economy worsens, will we see maybe a lessening also? I think we might see an increase in these scams. Again, not saying this was a scam, but I think also you might see folks being a little bit more hyper vigilant and guarded on what they're, at least I hope so, because you don't want to go ahead and get defaulted on credit or so on. But then again, a lot of folks, Americans out there, a lot of people in society are very highly impulsive. They get very highly emotional. And so it wouldn't surprise me if they did go ahead and do it, foolishly just donate. And next thing you know, they're in a big predicament to where they themselves may get evicted because they don't have money. So yeah, folks, save your money, just hang out, vet the thing, just wait, let the dust settle, ask questions to whoever's setting up if you have any doubts, red flags, or if not, just donate a little bit, and dollar cost average, like I said, maybe a little. If you want to, if things seem legit later on, then donate more. It's not going to go anywhere in a couple of days or a week or, a month. It's going to still be there. Please, that's what I have to say. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yes, that's what I did for sure. Maybe more dancing in the future. I don't know. I don't want to put you in sort of torture there. I already tortured Vag. Where'd she go? She's gone. I already tortured her name. A savvy Vaggie. I call it. I don't even know. The more I think about it, I don't even know if that's the right pronunciation. But yes, illegal. I wouldn't be surprised if he had drugs. Okay. Wow. Maybe some shit about it. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Stuff that I don't know about. This is not my field of expertise or whatever. No. I respect time, and I'm not gonna do much after this. I'm just gonna basically finish watching the game or watch the conclusion, and so on. It's not a big deal. I don't have any plans for tonight. I'm gonna then hit the beds, maybe eat a little something. So don't feel bad or guilty that I'll probably end it soon though for sure. Nice lawyers I love. Okay, what am I gonna do? Yeah, good take. Yes, I think that there's a lot of folks that did profit off for sure. But then also, yeah, I was gonna say the mom, but she went through a lot. I mean, she did get the girl at the end, I think. So that's, if anything, a silver lining. But she did go through a lot though. So is she a winner? I don't know what your definition of winner is, but she did go through a lot. So I can see where you're coming from there. I can see where you're coming from there, for sure. No cap. That's what. No capping. No cap. No cap. Okay. Sorry. No problem. Right. It's all good. Cappy cap. People are everybody. They don't support kid. Bullying. Yeah. Look. I mean, and if it comes out to being sort of that, if the kid didn't bully, wasn't a bully, and so on. Yeah, I think it's fair game to ask more questions and say, okay, hold on here. Hey, if I did something at work that was suspicious or whatever, that brought sort of scrutiny, I would expect my boss, my company, district to go ahead and come down and investigate. I mean, it happens all the time, right? So if there is something that's smelling suspicious, then fair game, I think it's okay to go ahead and do a deeper dive and so on. No cap. Yeah, that's what the kids. Yeah. Okay, yeah. No cap. Yeah, that's what the kids say. Psych Guy definitely is. So sometimes I try to be cool and so on. I do use that term though a lot. No cap a lot. That's just the way the language I speak and so on. It's just an easy avenue. I do see kids a lot, adults and children, and that's just a way to connect to them. So I do speak their language. So I do use their language. So it kind of spills over a lot of times in real life. So yeah, I do talk to them. Transgender kids I see, whatever, I do address them by whatever name they want to be called, the pronouns they want to use and so on. So yeah, I mean, I'm definitely learning a lot. Just, the kids, the children, they're so smart, the adolescents, and they're teaching me a lot. So I'm learning a lot of their language, sitting in the background. And so I do respect our future generation. So definitely mad props to them for sure. Sure. Okay, cool. I'm all no problem. Now, everyone is no one's old. Everyone is young here. Everyone is 18 till we die here. That's right. That's motto. All right. Well, we have talked. Oh my goodness, so much. We are hitting at almost the 10 Eastern mark. I'm feeling a little hungry. I might get a little bite to eat here. Thank you so much to everyone. We have gone through. I feel bad we didn't go through the comments in the beginning. I hope that there weren't important comments and whatever. But we talked about a lot. We delved a lot. Concluding remarks here. This is an open invitation to the other party. She wants to come on board and give her 2 cents. Not going to do any other videos past that. I'm not going to go ahead and render my opinion, even though I'll probably sort of think, okay, I'm going to stay out of it for sure. But I'll to be fair, ask the same types of questions and so on. And you'll see if she comes on board, I'm not going to be soft. It's going to be just like with Laura. I thought I was looking back. I thought I was a little bit hard at times, whatever. I just want to be just objective and neutral and just play I call it devil's advocate. So very good. All right. Yeah, Cabby, hey, I'm totally down with a yes. And then say no, Cabby. All right, run on. Cool. Yeah, that's a great way to bond, right? I mean, hey, anything to bond, because later on as they get older, they'll remember that, right? I mean, your children remember that, my patients remember that. They even folks I don't see that got lost through the cracks for some reason and come back. They remember, oh yeah, you're the guy that, quoted or name dropped the Lil Uzi Vert. I remember this guy, you're the guy that, 42 Doug or whatever, oh wow, they can see that, if I mention these rappers where they like, their smiles are gleaming and they seem enthusiastic and you can get a lot out of them. You can go in and instill what's called that therapeutic alliance. So I encourage any providers out there. I was actually, true story, just to finish up here, I was discouraged from my mentor. This is my first rotation, my third year in med school. It was an older gentleman. And I remember my first patient encounter, I was leaving. It was family medicine practice rotation. We go through these rotations in our third year. We have to rotate family medicine, surgery, OB-GYN, whatever. Mine, I'm the family medicine for 3 months. And my first patient, it was a family. And at the very end, I said, okay, cool. The family seemed like, like hippie, kind of laid back type family. So I was like telling the mom, say, okay, cool, right on, cool. So I went back to the back to talk to my attending, the supervisor who's grading me or whatever in this rotation. And he looked at me and he said, look, never do that again. And I said, what are you talking about? He said, never use those words again. And I said, what are you referring to, sir? And he said, the fact that you said cool and, yeah. You don't want to go in and do that. We're physicians. We have a way to sort of, carry ourselves and so on. And you don't want to do that. And I thought I said a bad word. And of course he said that. And when I left that office or whatever that day, I didn't take his advice. I stuck to my guns, Bon Jovi style. I was still the same way. I didn't get that high of a grade with that rotation. But hey, as long as I'm true to myself, who I am, I don't want to go ahead and sell at any point. This is who I am. I talk this way. I'll go ahead and I want to bond with the patients and I get on the same level and so on. And I wasn't his favorite student there. Some of that could also have been my first rotation and I didn't have the medical knowledge that I should have. I sort of slacked out my second year. So I was a little bit weak in this sort of subject matter, but no. So that was a little true story there and so on. But yeah, you guys get good comments. Yeah, okay, thank you, appreciate it, Cappy, and to you refer to Google Sus. Okay, all right, very good. Well, that being said, it's the 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock. I keep forgetting 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, 9 o'clock Central Standard Time. We've been on it for 5 hours. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate your time. I'm gonna eat something. This video will be up. And lastly, if the mom wants to go ahead and come, the other mom, she's always welcome to. Again, it's all neutral. It's all objective. So I hope you guys have a great remainder rest of the night. I hope you guys have a great remainder week. If I maybe see you or not, depending on if the mom, I don't plan on doing any other videos because I got these 2 procedures going on Thursday. Now, with the exception of if the mom really wants to talk, one of these days, I might do it for the night. So, and so on and so forth. So watch out for that possibly. But if I don't hear back within the next 2 weeks or so, then it's probably, I'm going to assume that probably it's no interest and she's had no interest, which I totally understand and totally respect and no hard feelings. So it's all good. All right. So thank you so much, guys. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. And look, I love each and every one of you. Till next time. No problem. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Colleen. I appreciate it. For sure. And I love each and every one of you out there. And why not say cool? I do have to go down to the. Yeah, I know. Look, this happened. True story. There's no cap for sure. No. I definitely, I guess he was like saying you should focus on professionalism and there's a way to carry your, and he was an older guy. So maybe there would have been a generational gap. But that being said, though, this is a guy, and I'm not going to mention who he is. Of course I'm not, I don't even know if he's still even alive, to be honest. I hate to be mean or whatever, because he was really, really, elderly. He's way up there. But there's a guy who she says that, right? And then later he said, "Hey, can you join me for lunch?" True story. Okay, I was like, sure, So then in walks in like his wife. For his wife's a woman, okay? I didn't know who she was. Very, very attractive, blonde, you know, and it looked like she was like in her 30s or something. Very beautiful, drop dead, gorgeous model. And I'm thinking, okay, is this one of these drug reps? Because, you know, sometimes drug reps will come down to, you know, to hack their product or whatever. So I'm thinking, okay, but apparently it was his wife. I think I spoiled it. You probably got it. It was his wife. So it's like, okay, wow, okay, this guy has a trophy wife in mind. He's more focused on the fact that I said cool. And meanwhile, he's got this sort of trophy wife who's perusing in here and so on, which is his business. It's his, you know, right to have, you know, whatever. But I'm thinking, wait a minute, bub, hold on here. You're going to go ahead and get down on me for saying the word cool with a patient. And meanwhile, you got this woman, and she was also like dressed, and I hate, excuse my language, but dressed like a, I don't know, floozy or something. Like, you know, she got her, you know, the crop, you know, got the cleavage action going on. She got like, you know, the tight pants and so on. And I'm thinking, whoa, what is this? Are we entering in some sort of weird, bizarre, you know, porno set or something? I'm like, hold on here. No one informed me of this. A, first off. B, okay, I don't want dude you being here. C, I don't even know who you are, lady, woman. Please, I have to vet this first. I mean, what is there some, you know, so it was sick, the bizarrest thing. It was a nightmare, but I know I'm rambling anyways. That was a little gift to anyone who stuck and stayed. And I know they're like, they lurk out, they hang out. They still do today, by the way. You would think that they got rid of that because of just financial issues and so on, and now medical information are putting out on emails and, you know, these kinds of. No, they're still out there. There's some that are still lurking out. They're like vultures, and it's like I'm like Pac-Man here, walking, you know, doing my daily thing, and here they are, like Blinky or Pinky, you know, or Clyde, you know, and I'm like trying to avoid. It's like a bad game of Pac-Man, trying to avoid these drug reps, you know. How do I go ahead and get out? That's what happens day in and day out. I mean, if I'm not lying, I'm dying here. I mean, I'm being serious. This is not a joke. I'm being dead serious. It's a game of Pac-Man I play. I'm avoiding these drug reps on one hand, you know. Then on another hand, I'm avoiding these time wasters that are just basically talking garbage or nonsense, talking about their which I respect their families, but I'm basically, every time I enter work, I'm on a mission. I got to get out of here. There's a grenade that's going to blow up in a couple of hours. At the end of the day, I've got to leave. I don't have time to listen to Johnny's football game. If I had time, I would go to you, sit down with you in the break room and chit chat. But at this point in time, I'm backed up. All my patients are showing up. There's been no shows so far this morning. I already got 3 behind. And I don't have time to discuss about Johnny Football Heroes Conquest. I'm sure he's a nice guy, but I don't have time for that. So anyways, whew. Well, you guys take care then. Have a great night. And with that being said, maybe I'll see you in the next live. Take care. Maybe this week. We'll see how it goes. Love you guys. Take care. Bye.